a.m. crowd, you guys have a chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets. He's going to be at Ford Field with Lainey Wilson and Alan Stone on Saturday, August 8th. You can't even get these tickets yet. They go on sale Friday, January 16th at 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. But you can win them with us this hour. You're going to listen, and when you hear the drum solo to In the Air Tonight, you call in. You win those tickets. Pot up. There you go, John.
Yeah, every time you do that, or you say it yesterday, and I said, hey, everybody's doing what I do, and I didn't explain what I was doing. I'm doing the drum solo myself. So.
Yeah, now if you're behind the wheel, maybe don't, but for the rest of us.
Oh, I do it on the wheel.
Yeah,
come on, man. We all sing and dance in our cars.
There you go. So, tickets this hour, listen for them. John, you found something very interesting as we are under a month from the trade deadline in the NBA. You found a potential Pistons trade, and it may be an easy thumbs up, but for some, this may be a thumbs down. Why don't you lay that out for people?
Well, it's coming from CBS Sports, and it is Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, a 2028 first-round pick, a 2027 second-round pick, for Michael Porter Jr. And I looked at it and I thought, you know what? This, to me, seems like an absolute no-brainer. And I'm curious to what Pistons fans, because we are approaching the trade deadlines at the beginning of February. February 6th, I think we determined it was. And it is... It's an opportunity for this team to add something that after last Monday, when we were talking about the Knicks game, hey, we're all celebrating, hey, great. And we all realize that it is a mid-season Monday night game in the NBA. It was fun to watch. What's the one thing that this team could do better? And that's shooting.
Yeah.
Have the Malik Beasley of last year. Now, I don't think Michael Porter Jr. is going to hit like Beasley did. Although
this season
he doesn't hit in bulk or shoot in bulk like Beasley did, but he's not far off from it.
I was going to say 9 attempts at threes.
Yeah,
and he's making them at 40%. He's very good at it.
Yeah. So that would be the one. Now, obviously, the detractors would say, well, you don't want to mess up team chemistry, and maybe he's not a defensive guy, and this is a team that we've celebrated the way that they play, way that they play defense. So I'm asking our listeners, would you be okay with this trade? Sending Jaden Ivey, nobody's going to care about Tobias Harris, but sending Jaden Ivey off, a guy that I know that when he was drafted here, we talked about his mom, talked about how he wanted to play with the Pistons, and he's been a fan favorite. He was hurt, for a large part of last year when they went on the playoff run. Didn't really miss him.
No, and he's come back and he's played a role, but it's not like he's one of these untouchable dudes.
Right.
He's a free agent after this year. What are you doing? Are you handing him an extension? I know part of this would be just figure it out, finish the season, see what his market is. He's restricted. You'd probably keep him, but he's not an untouchable piece. And Michael Porter Jr., John, he is 5th in 3 attempts this season. Mm-hmm. He's a volume 3-point shooter, and he makes them at a higher clip than any of the other guys in his neighborhood.
Right.
So, and he rebounds the ball 3 straight years of 7 or more boards.
Michael Porter Jr. neighborhood?
Yeah, and all these guys that shoot the threes, he's one of those dudes who's doing it as well as anybody in the sport right now. So it was a no-doubter to me. I'll give up the first. Hell, if it was 2 firsts. These are late firsts, and they're a couple years away, which I think is the gamble for the Nets. But, yeah, I'd make this trade in a heartbeat.
Well, and if you're thinking, well, maybe it would take 2 firsts. So what does that look like? It would be a 28 first and probably a 31st because you can't do back-to-back, all that stuff. And so even if it was a 28 first and a 31st, okay.
Yeah.
Send it off.
And how about the other feather in the cap of Michael Porter Jr.? He's an NBA champion. He's won an NBA title. He's played in big playoff games. The moment won't be too big for him.
So a lot of guys on this team, mainly the only one that we not only care about, but the one that needed the experience in the postseason was Cade Cunningham. Mm-hmm. Got that experience last year in a first round. Didn't get a first round win. Didn't advance in the postseason. So I do believe that experience is unbelievably valuable as they approach the postseason and they get into the postseason this year. But you don't have anybody that's gone past that.
No, and he's got 75 career playoff games.
that is an experience. I think it's just as valuable to add that as it is to add his shooting.
Yeah.
Especially when you get into the postseason, it becomes more of a half-court game. The style of the Pistons is, hey, they want to get out and run. They want to make it a track meet. It's going to slow down a little bit they could still do that from time to time, but it's going to slow down when you get into the postseason, and you need some shooters. You need more spacing. You need somebody that can knock down those threes.
So here's what they're saying nationally. This was the Sam Quinn trade offer from CBS Sports. The Pistons outscore their opponents by an average of 14 points per game in the paint. However, they're outscored by more than 5 from beyond the arc. They're always going to win games at the rim, but if they can clean up their shooting a little bit, they'd have a real chance to not only win the East, but compete with the inevitably favored Western Conference champion. And they specifically spotlight Michael Porter Jr. as, quote, the cleanest fit on the board. He would come at a cost lower than Lauri Markkanen or Jaren Jackson Jr., but his all-around offense would fit in seamlessly. The Nets would get a first-round pick a few years into the future. They get expiring contracts. Ivy, who they could roll the dice on. That's why they write this. Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report says that the Pistons have had internal conversations about Michael Porter Jr. So this isn't just being thrown out of, into the ether. This is something that really could happen.
Yeah, and okay, it's great to have confirmation that they're talking about it internally. I would hope that there's another 7, 8, maybe a dozen guys that they're talking about internally. Some you're looking at it going, okay, well, that's not even going to be an option. And some of it's limited because of, the salaries and matching salaries and matching all of these different things that have to happen for an NBA pick to be, or an NBA player to be traded. But this one seems like it is the most streamlined, the easiest, and it hits exactly what the Pistons need.
Yeah, and you have him, by the way, for this year and next year, too. This isn't a rental.
And when you get into the offseason and you're looking at, Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, Duren is a guy that I think we would all agree we would like to re-sign and have here past this year.
Yep.
Jaden Ivey,
Once much promise, NBA career is not over, but in terms of untouchability, nowhere near untouchable.
Right, and okay, last year starting to have a breakout season. Then he has the ankle injury, and it was tough. I'm curious. I would love to hear from JB. Like what, or internally, what do they feel like Jaden Ivey's role will be? Right,
because what it has been for most of the year is that second unit offense off ball.
Right.
He got the start the last couple games. He didn't make a single three. And his three-point shooting, it was inconsistent at Purdue. It's been inconsistent in the NBA. If he's going to be an inconsistent shooter for the Pistons long term, his role is always going to be off the bench, secondary offense. And that's not a guy that I won't make an upgrade trade because I don't want to lose him. You're upgrading by adding Michael Porter Jr. You get a couple years, championship pedigree, a lethal three-point shooter, rounds out your front court. You got to move Tobias, who's expiring anyway, and a couple firsts that are going to be in the late 20s. It's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, and with Michael Porter Jr., you're looking at it going, he's been in the league since 19, sorry. Mm-hmm. He's kind of is who he is in regards to defensively. I don't know that he's going to one of the things that people will probably argue is that, well, you put him in this and all of a sudden, hey, it's the mentality and they're going to get him to play defense. Maybe a touch more, but he is who he is. But that's not what you're bringing him in for.
It's trade-offs. If you want to go into the NBA playoffs and try to win rock fights every single night, it's going to get real tough in the half court. And it's going to be nice to have options with what you throw at teams over a 7-game series. And he gives them options. He can score at all three levels. He's going to space the floor. It's going to make Cade a better player. It's going to make Duren a better player. It's going to make Asar a better player. And if you got to deal with, hey, he's not one of their 3 best defenders on the floor at any time, okay. I mean, teams get away with switching and hiding and putting guys in the corner. It's not like he won't rebound. It's not like there's no effort.
Right. No, and that's the thing is it sometimes sounds when people say, well, you don't want Michael Porter Jr., like he's just standing at the three-point line and he never crosses half court.
Right.
Like he's just a pure shooter. No, there are other things that he brings to the game.
It's not like a defender's someone's going to approach him. He's going to go down to tie his shoe and let him go right by him. Like There's going to be a little bit of effort there, guys. I mean, defense ends when you grab the rebound, and he grabs rebounds.
Correct.
248-539-9797. We're going to get some of your feedback on that Pistons trade proposal. I've got the NFL Detroit Rooting Index at 635. John likes to joke, are you actually from here? Hashtag where's Bronner's? What's Bronner's? I have put together a list of who I believe the city of Detroit is rooting for in the NFL playoffs. We will see if I got it right. That's at 635. It's 97.1.
Hey, we start off the new year. We all, whether it's resolutions, goals, things you want to accomplish this year, changes you want to make in your life, now's the time to do it. And Planet Fitness is the place to do it. So whether it's, hey, I want to take off a few pounds, I want to get into shape, whatever it is, I just want to feel better about myself, Planet Fitness is the place to go because their theme, it's we're all strong on this planet, and they accept everyone. It's a judgment-free zone. I've been telling you that for years. And it's whether you're new, whether you're experienced, maybe you're an expert, they offer something for every fitness level. And if you are new, you want to go in there and you don't know really what to do, they offer free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers, and they are focused solely on you. And that comes with every single level of membership. $1 gets you in the door. $15 a month is their basic membership. If you want to upgrade, they got the Black Card, which gives you everything in the Black Card spa as well. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Talbot didn't even play poorly. But the Wings got shut out, lost 3-0 last night in Boston. A text coming in says, Red Wings got manhandled. This is what's going to happen in March. That's Elliot.
I don't know if that happens in March, but I know one of the concerns is that they get manhandled in the postseason just because they're not physical.
Look, it's why I said yesterday I am enjoying this, but I am also in wait and see. It's fun when they're winning and they're beating top teams in the East. It's a long way to go still to get in the playoffs.
Yes, but again, I'm not going to flip-flop and say, oh, no, my car flags are still at 4.
Okay. Again, it was their 4th game in 6 nights and a back-to-back after an emotional night in overtime against Carolina, who's a tough team to play less than 24 hours before. On the Pistons, John, you found this. I think it's a no-brainer trade for the Pistons. Sam Quinn of CBS says Pistons get Michael Porter Jr., they give up Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, a 2028 first and a 2029 second.
2027 second.
Oh, excuse me.
Yep.
Even if we make that another first, I think this is a no-brainer for Detroit. What do you guys think out there? First text says, Ivey will never be a consistent player. So it sounds like they're on board with this deal. This text says, guys, Porter plays functional defense. Duncan Robinson is horrible. He can't play in the playoffs. It's a nice trade-off where you don't have to force Duncan on the court for shooting because you have it with Michael Porter Jr.
Right. I think that's a great point.
Functional defense, I think, is well said. What if they get MPJ and sign Malik Beasley? Does that move the needle for fans who are against it? That would be an upgrade with 2 spots.
Well, again, the whole Malik Beasley thing, we're just waiting to hear from the NBA. Are they clearing him or are they not? And until there's any type of decision, there's really no conversation to be had.
Guys know on the trade, Porter has never made the All-Star game. Bill in a car.
Well, has Jaden Ivey?
Is this Tobias Harris anywhere near an All-Star?
Yeah. I mean, is that the determining factor? You have to have somebody that has in their last, since he's been in the NBA, 6 years?
Right.
He's never been an All-Star, so that eliminates him from a trade.
Maybe your hesitation is I don't want to give up multiple picks for a non-All-Star, but again, we're talking about late first.
Assuming that the Pistons continue this trajectory, which we believe that they are on.
Yeah, they're a playoff team. It's not going to be a lottery pick.
No.
And it's come on now. I mean, you'd assume they'd get out of the first round. We're talking about winning multiple playoff series here. You make this trade with the idea that the first you're giving up is mid to late 20s and ideally 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is such a no-brainer to me. The only question I'd have is it enough? Like, are other teams going to be circling and trying to add Michael Porter Jr. and offering up more? It's just so easy for the Pistons because they have the salaries to offload. They've got some young dudes. They finally have control of all their first-round picks again after losing it last year. They're in a position to make a deal like this, and Michael Porter Jr. is this guy who fits what they miss. Front court shooting, secondary scoring, three-point spacing, and it's not like he's I like the phrase functional defense. He's not going to play Olay defense. There's going to be at least some respectability. And again, you don't need 5 elite defenders on the floor at all times. What you do need is free-flowing offense, so you're not trying to win games in the low 90s, because that's going to be tough to do.
And it's a situation where you don't have to give up critical assets.
Right.
These are non-critical assets. And I know there are a lot of people that really like Jaden. I like Jaden Ivey, but it doesn't mean that I like him so much that I'm going to sacrifice getting a player like Michael Porter Jr. that could be the key of in the postseason getting you to the Eastern Conference Finals or winning the Eastern Conference Finals and competing in the NBA Finals.
Think about it like this too. You're not selling high on Ivy, clearly, but what is his value at the end of this season? Is this the last time to get something to use him as a chip? Because when the season ends, he's a restricted free agent. You could bring him back and he can be a 6th or 7th man. But at that point, he's going to be on a more expensive contract. His value is going to be minimal in a trade. This is kind of the last chance to see if somebody else wants to give him a fresh start. He's only going to play 20 minutes off the bench, secondary offense in Detroit as we sit today. So when is going to be the time to trade him if not now? If you keep him, you better hope he turns into an all-star.
And so you get 2 guys on expiring contracts. And Jaden Ivey, I would, again, love to hear JB talk about what is their plan for Jaden Ivey for the rest of the year internally from Trajan Langdon? What is your thoughts on Jaden Ivey long term?
Right.
Like, so if you don't even expect him as a part of this organization for next year, then use him. Yeah,
easier to make the deal. How about the top text? Holmes would be under even more pressure if this happened.
Oh, because somebody actually made a deadline trade. You know who's going to be under more pressure if this happens?
Who?
Yzerman.
Yes.
Because it's the next trade deadline after this one.
It's the very next guy who'd be up.
Yeah.
Hey, batter up. Well, speaking of batter, it also put more pressure on Harris, too. All the GMs in the city. Mm-hmm. President of baseball ops, not a GM, but same thing. Yeah, how about Trajan? If he just steps up to the plate and goes, guys, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
When you're good, you add. You make a trade, right?
When you got a shot, you go all in. This isn't even an all-in move.
No, it's just a savvy, smart. He did it last year, too, on a smaller scale with Schroeder. But this is what you do when you're a playoff team. What do you mean? I'd love him to go to the podium and go, yeah, guys, when you're a playoff team, you buy at the trade deadline. I've been in sports my whole life. This is pretty basic stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. So on Tuesday, Sheila Hamp sent out letters to season ticket holders where she thanked them for their commitment and their support throughout the season. And then she did address the product on the field this season. And she said the results were not what was envisioned. And she said, frankly, we're not good enough. She did add that while they do not believe this is time for drastic changes, it is an opportunity for them to refocus, evolve, and move forward. She also said that the Lions are committed to looking at everything that they do to ensure that they are performing at the highest level.
At this time of the year, you see, obviously, head coaches and general managers talking. Every once in a while, you see an owner behind the microphone.
Oh, Steve Bisciotti was electric yesterday for the Ravens.
That was interesting. It was fun. And what we've seen from the Lions is a letter from ownership. I think that from ownership down, the leadership is there. Now it's a matter of going out, and she noted some of the things that they've done well, but obviously highlighted the expectations are much different now than they were 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could define drastic. I don't think they need to do anything drastic. They need to be targeted this offseason.
Yes.
Very targeted at a couple key areas, offensive line, defensive line. They had a winning record, softer schedule. They'll be ready to make some noise next year if they don't make drastic moves, but targeted moves. So I guess I agree with her.
Yeah. Last week, a man was killed in Ypsilanti by Washtenaw County deputies after it was reported that the man who was driving at the time pointed a gun at police. So the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office says that on Tuesday, January 6th, deputies tried to pull this man over because he didn't have any license plates. He didn't have his lights on. Well, the driver refused to stop and a chase ensued. Officials say that this driver was going the wrong way down the street. He was going off the road, attempted to run into deputies and eventually crashed into a deputy's vehicle about 15 minutes later. And initially, it was reported that shots were fired by both the suspect and law enforcement. Now, however, police say that the driver was not armed, and Michigan State Police are continuing to investigate the situation and the shooting, and they say the deputies involved in the incident have been placed on leave. So we may be in the heart of winter, but Bell's Brewery is looking forward to spring with the return of Oberon Day. So according to Bell's, Oberon Day will take place on Monday, March 23rd at the brewery's Eccentric Cafe in downtown Kalamazoo. Exciting. They're saying, mark your calendars. You want to be there. There's going to be in-person experiences, live music, food, Oberon, of course, and then the raising of the Oberon flag at 11 a.m.
Very dramatic.
Don't want to miss that.
It's a good time. When I lived out in West Michigan, I went out for one of the opening days. Yeah, it's one of those unofficial starts this spring.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it represents. I've never been to the actual event, but when you start seeing Oberon, you start thinking
summer.
Yeah, spring, good weather is on the way. A Macomb County man thought that he'd won $5,000 on a scratch-off lottery ticket, which is pretty incredible. But then he quickly realized that his prize was actually much larger. So this 60-year-old man, he's remaining anonymous, he won $1 million on a King Cashword ticket. He says he bought it at one of those those self-serve kiosks at Kroger.
Yeah.
And he scratched it right there and thought he won $5,000 and then kind of went back and re-looked at everything, realized he'd missed a word in the crossword, found it, won $1 million. He says he plans to retire early. He'll save the money. And this particular game, this King Cash word, has 3 top prizes of $1 million. So 2
Are still out there.
are out there. So
Good luck.
good luck.
Heather with the news. Keep listening this hour for your chance to win those Chris Stapleton tickets at the end of the hour. There's an NFL team that's getting into it with their fans over selling playoff tickets. We'll get to that. Coming up next, who's Detroit rooting for at this point in the NFL playoffs? We'll do that next, 97.1. All right, gather around, boys and girls. It's time for the NFL DRI, Detroit Rooting Index. John questions if I'm really from here.
I do.
Where's Bronner's? I'm going to rank the remaining teams in the NFL playoffs in terms of who I believe the city is rooting for and rooting against. What does Detroit think of these teams? And you let me know if I got it right. Sound good?
That sounds like a plan to me.
All right. Tier 1, the lovable first-timers. This is the group we are rooting for. I got the Texans and the Bills. The Bills being the number one team that we will root for, a team that has suffered much misery. There's a little bit of a kinship. They're not a Midwest team, but they kind of have Midwest values. So I put Buffalo as the number one team, followed by the Houston Texans, who, hey, they've never won a Super Bowl. I got nothing against those guys. If it's not us, might as well be somebody else getting to taste the Super Bowl for the first time.
I think you flip these two. Yeah, both of them are harmless because they're in the AFC. And the Texans, okay, they've come back from the depths of despair where the Lions were and kind of hoping that we eventually will get there. But I think the Lions would love to see the Texans be that team. I don't say love, but
the
maybe
best of the bunch.
The rooting interest, and for one reason. What was the conversation all of last offseason? What has the conversation been starting this year? An edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson. They want this front and center. So Brad Holmes has to say, how did the Texans get there with, C.J. Stroud, a third-year quarterback? He's not a top 10 quarterback, and you look and you say, well, his connection with Nico Collins, the run game, the offense, and they didn't even address the offensive line. In fact, they sent their number one pass protector in the offseason away from Houston. They sent him to Washington, but they have gone and have two elite edges. Will Anderson Jr., who they got in the draft, and Danielle Hunter, who they went in free agency and got. Now they have 27 sacks between the two in the regular season. How did they get there with the defense and the ability to pressure opposing quarterbacks? Take that, Mr. Holmes.
How'd they get there? They made a bold trade when they traded up to get Will Anderson.
Right.
Remember, people forget about that. They gave up the 12th, the 33rd in that draft, and then their first rounder the next year. Who cares, right? Because they went and got a stud.
So you agree? You think Houston is the team we're rooting most for in the city of Detroit? You agree with John?
Absolutely. Yeah. It is, because when Brad Holmes says, well, who really has two elite edges? Okay, well, Houston does.
You could throw that in his face.
And they gave up significant capital to do it.
So I thought Bills, but okay, we'll keep this rolling.
I think it's 1A and 1B.
Yeah, I would say because the Bills are kind of that somewhat lovable team, right? They're moving on from,
and it's kind of
their
Josh
stadium.
Allen's moment.
Yeah, Josh Allen's a likable guy. Yeah, he's got his pregnant, beautiful wife. She's at the Golden Globes. He's playing football, right? It kind of all fits right now.
Yeah. Tier 2, they've won enough. These are teams where you'd be, I guess, fine with if they won the Super Bowl, but you're not really rooting for them. They've won enough. Seattle number 3, Denver number 4, Patriots number 5.
I think they're
and I put the Seahawks number 1 of that group just because if there are Michigan fans that want to claim
McDonald.
Yeah, McDonald.
Yeah. And if Sam Darnold wins a Super Bowl, then you would look and say, well, Jared Goff can certainly win a Super Bowl if Sam Darnold can.
Yeah.
I would probably put the Patriots above the Broncos, and I know it's
there's a Patriot fatigue, and the idea that
there was, but I think Drake May is a likable guy.
Yeah, but they haven't suffered enough. They have to be down a little longer. They can't instantly vault up and have another elite Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Right, but it's Sean Payton with the Broncos.
Yeah, that's
and
a Dan Campbell disciple. So
yeah, but Sean Payton is not a likable guy. Dan Campbell,
sorry, the other way around. Dan's a Sean disciple.
A likable guy. Sean Payton is a guy that you just kind of look at and love to hate.
Tier number 3 for me. Do we really want Rico to be happy? It's a one-team tier. It's the San Francisco 49ers. Look, the guy's a Detroiter. I'm not taking that away from him. But when he abandoned his local team to root for Montana and Steve Young, do we really want Rico to be happy? Do we want the Niners, who've won enough as it is, to win the Super Bowl? No, they're the number 6 team in Tier 3 all by themselves.
I would actually move the Niners down simply because a couple of years ago, who knocked out the Lions in the NFC Championship game? It was the Niners. It is the fact that they're able to win even though they have injuries, and there's just something annoying about the Niners. Now, in my house, my wife is a huge Niners fan, so that would be moved up, and I do want to see her happy, but me personally, I'm going to move them down.
John, move them down. There's not a lot of down left.
Only 2 teams
No,
left.
there's only 2 teams left.
And they're a clear tier to me, but go ahead.
And by the way, I think I would swap Niners and Patriots. Patriots lower. Because, this is the Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers thing. Do they really get to hit on another quarterback so soon?
Right, yeah, or the Manning 1 year bad Andrew Luck.
Right.
I would move the Niners up. I mean, first off, there are a lot of 49er fans in the area, and it all ties back to the Super Bowl 16 when they won their first Super Bowl here, but they haven't won a Super Bowl in 32 years.
All right. Tier 4, personal agenda. Number 7, Rams and Matthew Stafford. And number 8, dead last, the team we are most rooting against, Ben Johnson's Chicago Bears. Now, some of you may think that Stafford and the Rams should be much higher on this list. We saw him have his moment. Don't need him to rub it in more at this point. He got his Super Bowl. It's a clear dead last, though, that we don't want to see the Chicago Bears hosting NFC titles, going to the Super Bowl, winning the Lombardi Trophy, and we don't want Ben Johnson standing on that stage rubbing it in our face.
So I would shuffle this. I already mentioned moving the Niners down. I would have put the Bears and Ben Johnson at 6. I'd put the Niners at 7 and the Rams and Matthew Stafford last. And this has nothing to do with Matthew Stafford to me. I really don't care.
The city of Detroit doesn't hate McVay the way you do.
I do think that there's a lot of people that have a disdain for McVay. And, I mean, I know as soon as 10 o'clock comes around, Gator's got a huge disdain for Sean McVay.
He's got your back.
Yeah, and so I just don't know that there's a lot of people that care at this point about the whole Matthew Stafford issue.
I've lost my hatred for McVay. I've come he's a savage. He's one of the best coaches in this league. You know what?
You got to respect him.
Yeah, the respect has trumped the punchable face aspect of this, and you just can't ignore what the guy's done. I do wonder, Jim, are these specifically in order? The seventh is
7th is Stafford, and dead last, the team we're rooting for least, the team we want to lose most, is Chicago Bears and Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I want the Bears. If the Bears win the Super Bowl, do you really want to live in that world?
No, don't want to live in that world, but that's why you have the Bills and the Texans and all them at the top. But in terms of Ben Johnson, now here's the thing about Ben Johnson. I hate it that he's in division. I hate it that they won the division 1 year after having left the Lions, and maybe next year it's completely different. But his comments about the Packers, who I dislike more than the Bears. Hey, I'm good with rivalries. I love the fact that he's buying into, hey, it's okay that I don't like Matt LaFleur and the Packers.
Yeah.
It's okay that it's a rivalry.
Yeah, and it's okay that it's a rivalry with us and them too then.
I get that. It's just,
Bears.
for me, it's more Packers.
And think about this too. 2 other points. The people who are listening to us on the west side of the state are inundated with these Bears fans.
Yeah.
So if we're
Yeah, but
factoring
if you're talking about inundated with Bears fans, you go north and you're inundated with Packers fans, the cheeseheads.
Yeah, but the
you can't
Packers,
get away from them.
You could argue the Packers would be dead last, but they're not in the playoffs anymore,
Right.
which is just so nice. The other point I wanted to make is, you know what the Bears did the last time they won the Super Bowl? They turned the Ditka thing into a caricature. Do you really want Ben Johnson to be Ditka'd, where it's everywhere in pop culture?
And guys, I think you forget we work in the storyline business. I don't think there's somebody on the Lions coaching staff that's gone on to be a head coach other than Ben Johnson since I've been alive. And the very first one wins a Super Bowl in the very first year. That echoes a certain acronym that I really don't want to get into.
Yeah, but I don't see that as being a giant risk.
All right, did I get it right? 248-539-9797. Who is the city rooting for? I put Buffalo 1. Who is the city rooting against? I put Chicago number 8. It's 97-1.
Hey, at First Merchants, They believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you, and they'll modify those on a weekly, sometimes monthly, or certainly yearly basis. That's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family. So obviously, that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
All right, some feedback. Who is Detroit rooting for? Who is Detroit rooting against? Some rare Costa praise on the text. Perfect list cookies. Couldn't rank them better myself, Brian and Howell. Cookies, you had it exactly right. However, John convinced me to flip 1 and 2. Houston should be 1. Buffalo should be 2.
Yeah, that's the biggest opposition I had to your list.
I like what Houston has done on defense, but to be fair, they have a QB on a rookie deal, Chris in Howell.
Yeah, and that's where you get into some of the, the dynamics of all of the contract extensions and when they have given them to some of the Detroit Lions.
Screw all the NFC teams. Screw all the AFC teams too, except the Bills. And only because I want the Bills to win, and I wanted them to win back in the 90s. Guys, who are Detroiters rooting for? If you have any dignity, the AFC. Brad in Lake Orion. John, you need to be checked for CTE if you think we'd rather have the Bears win before the Rams. Not a chance. And another says we are all rooting for Stafford. He had his moment.
Yeah, and I, honestly, the whole Stafford thing, I just don't. He's not a Lion anymore. It's been long enough. Like, I don't care. He's just the quarterback of the other team.
Guys rooting for Seattle. Kenneth Walker got snubbed on being the Heisman candidate, let alone the winner. Would want to see him win a Super Bowl and get MVP in the game. Spartan fan TJ.
You know what? I mean, obviously, I'm not a Spartan fan, but I do think that would be cool. And they got a former, the David Montgomery to Gibbs, their Zach Charbonnet to Kenneth Walker III. Spent some time in Ann Arbor.
How about this different way of looking at it, guys? The Texans are probably the last team I'd want to make the Super Bowl. That's just one more team that made it before the Lions did. I think a lot of Lions fans would share my rationale. That's from Jamie.
Okay.
They're an expansion franchise that roars to the top and wins before we do. That type of thought process.
Yes. And if you're talking about teams that haven't won a Super Bowl, I mean, the Bills would be right there as well. They haven't won a Super Bowl. They're going to win one before the Lions. Or if they do this year.
Yeah, only 2 teams left haven't won a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
It's Houston and Buffalo. And the difference is Buffalo has waited a lot longer and suffered a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I put Buffalo number 1. Plus Josh Allen and Heather noted we didn't shout out by name his wife now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, but I was glad he mentioned it. I was in the bathroom at the time, and I could hear you guys talking. Wasn't really listening to what you were saying.
With you. Yeah.
But I did hear you mention his beautiful pregnant wife, Haley Steinfeld. So.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Yes.
I couldn't remember her name, but I think she seems like, for somebody as famous as she is, just like Josh Allen, they seem like 2 very down-to-earth normal people.
I really like her.
And that's just what I've briefly seen. I don't know that much about her.
Guys, the Bears are at the top of my rooting list. This will be good. What does he say? Because if anything, that wakes up the Lions and shows them how good teams around them are, and not making moves with urgency would mean we'll be a bottom feeder again in the division.
So taking the same rationale that I had with the Houston Texans and the 2, really good to great edge defenders. And we had that conversation all last offseason. We talked to Brad Holmes about it. We talked to Dan Campbell about it. He famously said, we're good. That's why I think Houston. And then if you're talking about the Bears, what was the one thing that we always thought that Brad Holmes would take care of? This is the offensive line.
Yep.
And the first thing that, and I don't know how much Ben Johnson had pull with their general manager, I forget his name right now.
Ryan Poles.
But like, that's the first thing they did. They went out and got Joe Thuney. They went out and got Drew Dahlman. They went out and they brought Jonah Jackson, who was here, got overpaid in LA, then went to Chicago, and he's actually playing pretty good this year. Like, they addressed the offensive line.
Yeah, but the trade-offs of, I think they know they need to fix the offensive line in Detroit. I don't think we need Ben Johnson winning a Super Bowl for us to know that.
No, but if your rationale is things that we talked about are proven to be true for other teams, then you kind of want that to motivate Brad Holmes to wake up, do something different, or get back to the basics that he came to Detroit with.
Okay, that would be like a strike on the pro column. The con side of the argument is
it way
so
outweighs
much
it. Yeah,
worse.
yeah. If you're on the teeter totter, yeah. You got Big Bertha on one side.
Yes.
And yeah, you're on the other.
Right. Another text. I'm rooting for the Bills. I was in high school when they lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. Those fans deserve one. Detroit is rooting for Buffalo. Detroit Rams is such a loser mentality, and the reason why Lions fans are losers. From an unnamed texter.
Everyone's going to have a little bit of a different take. But I do think the harmless were at top. The harmless ones.
Yes.
Yeah, AFC teams.
Yeah, a couple AFC teams that have never won a Super Bowl at the top of the rooting list. A couple teams with personal connections I put at the bottom. Rams 7th and Bears dead last. 8 of 8 remaining playoff teams. John, in the next hour, we are going to get into this little spat between one NFL playoff team and their fans. Mm-hmm. So the Seattle Seahawks have yet to play a playoff game this season.
Right, yeah.
But they're
one seed.
But they're already sending a message to some of their fans. So this was sent out to some of the season ticket holders ahead of their game this week against San Francisco. And it reads, quote, "Our records indicate that your seats for the upcoming divisional round playoff games are currently posted for resale. As communicated prior to the 2025 season, 2026 renewal eligibility may be impacted if it's determined that your season tickets, including playoff games, were used primarily for resale purposes. To avoid any impact on your renewal eligibility, we ask that you remove your resale listing and ensure your tickets are used by another 12.
Right, the
12th man. We encourage you to distribute your tickets directly to friends, family, neighbors, community groups that will help us pack Lumen Field with blue and green." And this has caused a debate over, well, if you buy the tickets, are they there? Are they yours to do with what you want? Can you sell them? The team, of course, has the right to say, yeah, but we're not going to let you renew. What's fair? That's my question to people. What's fair? What should you be allowed to do with your season tickets? Sell as many as you want? Where do you draw the line?
Well, I mean, this is interesting, and we'll get into more of the details on the other side of the break, but I do think that most fan bases can agree upon, especially when you get into the postseason, you don't want a fan base that travels well. And the Niners are a fan base that are going to travel well. And they've had this previous instance where the 12 have sold some of their tickets to Niners fans, and the Niners fans have invaded Lumen Field, taking away some of the home field advantage. And I will say this, there are 2 places that I played in my NFL career that were unbelievably, you couldn't think it was so loud. And the number one loudest place that I ever played was in Seattle. It was so loud that Ray Brown, who was my guard at the time, we would be in the huddle. He would be close to the quarterback. And then you would relay the play down because I couldn't hear the quarterback. And he would be yelling the play in my ear hole, and I still couldn't hear him. It was so loud that I would be running down the field to cover, whatever play it was, and I felt like I was running through the sound waves, like it was actually weighing me down. There is a clear advantage in Seattle.
Running through sound.
Yes, it was weighted.
97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Red Wings were blanked by the Bruins last night in Boston, 3-0 in their second night of a back-to-back. The double bad news for Detroit was not only their loss, but yet another win for the Tampa Bay Lightning, who have rattled off 11 in a row. They leapfrogged the Wings for first in the Atlantic with last night's win, putting them at 61 points. For the Wings, despite the loss, Cam Talbot made 38 saves, which is tied with himself for the second most in a game this season for Detroit. The only issue is the Wings were outshot 40-24 in total and 16-2 in the third period. Now Detroit will return home to face Macklin Celebrini and the San Jose Sharks on Friday. Michigan State Hoops defeated Indiana 81-60 at home last night. The win was thanks in part to the Spartans closing the final 12.5 minutes of the game on a 30-9 run after things were all tied at 51. For IU, they've lost 2 straight now. Between the final 17 minutes in their loss to Nebraska and the final 12 minutes of last night, the Hoosiers have been outscored 74-42 in the last 2 games. Jeremy Fears led the Spartans with a career-high 23 points, and while Tom Izzo certainly appreciated Fears' offensive output, he was more proud of what the point guard did at the other end of the floor. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a season ticket fair or foul question involving the 1 seed, the Seattle Seahawks. Get back into that. Want to shout out our Chris Stapleton ticket winner, Kyler in Macomb. He's going to the show August 8th. Chris Stapleton at Ford Field, Lainey Wilson, Alan Stone. It's all courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday, January 16th, 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. But you can win them with us all week. Different hour every day, trying to get different people a chance to win these tickets. Everybody's got a different commute. 2 more chances before the tickets go on sale.
So we're talking about the Seattle Seahawks, the franchise.
Yeah, so they said, hey, if you sell too many of your tickets, you can't renew. And they sent this out before their playoff game because they want to have a big home field advantage with San Francisco coming to town. And I still can't get over the story you just told about how loud it is to play there.
It's ridiculous. It's awesome. And I played there where, hey, they weren't very good. We went there and win. The one that I'm talking about was actually a playoff game in Seattle. And I know it's hard to describe, and the best way that I can describe it is that it was so loud that I felt like I could almost see the air moving. Wow. It was so loud, and it was weighing you down. Now, obviously, the opponents are playing in the same environment, but they are a little bit more energized. Yeah. And so there's no question. The other place was Arrowhead.
Okay.
And it's ridiculous. And it's interesting because, obviously, both places are open-air stadiums. The way that Seattle is built, the way that it keeps the sound in is pretty remarkable.
But how do you feel about this story? The idea that a team would revoke your season tickets if you sold a playoff game?
I'm okay with it. And here's why. As a player, I don't want to be in the playoffs and look up and see opponents' fans. It's going to happen, right? They're allowed to buy some tickets, but I want it to be primarily our fans. They were there for now 17 games. 8 or 9 of them were at home. And here's where I think the Seattle is doing it right. They said communicated to you prior to the 2025 season. So when you signed the contract for your season tickets, you knew that this was part of the deal. All right, this isn't just coming out of nowhere. They're not doing this without first pre-warning you that, hey, as communicated prior to the 25 season, 2026 renewal may be impacted if it is determined that your season tickets, including playoff games, were used primarily for resale purposes. Now, on top of that, I think you look at that last little bit there, primarily for resale purposes. If you were, I don't know how many home games they had, 9 or 8, but if you were there for every single home game, and you're selling the first playoff game, I don't think that's primarily for resale.
Yeah, I think that's the key is how they define that. And I think that's part of how you decide whether you think this is fair or unfair. I don't think people should buy season tickets for the purpose of getting rich. I don't think that makes sense for you to sign up. And the Lions have a similar policy. It doesn't make sense for you to buy season tickets, go to 1 or 2, sell the rest, and take a vacation off of it. You know what I mean? They should want season tickets to go to people who want to go to the games. That's kind of the point of having season tickets. Now, if you can't go to every game, I don't think there's anything wrong with selling 1 or 2, right? But part of where this gets tricky is if you're a Seattle fan, and we went through this a little bit when the Lions were the 1 seed last year. would you sell the first game so you can afford to go to the
second.
NFC Championship game? And if I'm a Seattle fan, I do think there's a thought in, hey, we're touchdown favorites. The NFC title game is going to be expensive. You're going to revoke or potentially revoke my season tickets because I sold it randomly. Could go to a Seattle fan, but it also could go to a Niners fan.
Right.
And now I can't renew next year when I'm already getting stretched as the average fan, as ticket prices go up, up, up every year. I'm just trying to pay for the renewal cost, for the raise in prices. I'm trying to sell one or two here. I'm trying to sell one playoff game so I can be there for the NFC title game. So I think it's an interesting question. Where do you draw the line? What is primarily for resale purposes? Is it 50-50? Is it majority? How would you define that?
So, yes, again, that it's not defined. It just says primarily. So if I'm no attorney, but if I'm looking at that and say primarily for resale purposes, then I'm looking at what's that number? If you have 8 home games, did you go to 4 and sell 4? Or
and now the playoff game decides whether you...
Yeah, it's primarily or not. Or is it, 5 and 4 you went to at home if you had 9 games? It's a little bit of a gray area there. I think most people this will probably scare them into not doing it if they want to make sure that they have.
Or
now,
they'll sell it to a family member for,
Here's a question that I don't have an answer to.
Yeah.
And that is, if you don't buy the first game, can you still buy the NFC Championship?
So,
or are you either in or out for the playoffs?
I can't speak to how every team does it, and I've only had season tickets for one team for only a couple seasons. But the way it works for the Red Wings, you opt into the entire playoffs or you opt out.
Okay.
And if you're in, you will be billed for every game with the expectation that you are going to every game. And in the case of hockey, you're buying as many as 4 playoff games per series.
Right.
And you're locked in. Or you can opt out, but then you go secondary market and pay like everybody else to get in.
Yeah, if you want to go to just one.
Now, I'm assuming most teams do that. That would be my thought, is that's industry standard. If you're a Seattle fan, you have opted into, you will pay for this game and you will pay for next game. And after the holiday, if those are thousands of dollars and a fan wants to sell one to go to the other, they're risking not being allowed to renew their tickets.
So I'm, again, more questions than answers. I'm wondering if you were at all the regular season games, and I think if you sold the first playoff game,
You should be fine.
You should be fine. But if you sold that first playoff game because you had a legitimate reason,
Yeah.
say it was, hey, I'm a best man in a wedding,
Yeah.
and I had to
couldn't
choose
plan
between
this.
and so first of all, you would say, well, hey, your friend is not doing you any favors by getting married during football season. But
I didn't think the Seahawks would be here, John.
right. So is there a path if they come to you and say, hey, you can't renew for 2026 because you sold that playoff game? Whoever is handling your ticket account, can you dispute it and say, well, here is why I wasn't there?
I think it'd be interesting. I don't know if people have experiences locally with our teams, or just how you feel in general as teams crack down on this. You can sell some, but don't sell too many, or you're not allowed to renew. Seattle saying that ahead of their playoff game. Let's get to Harvey in New Baltimore. Harvey, good morning.
How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning to you. I got a good one for you. I was a season ticket holder for the Lions for 40 years. And, every year they used to send me my little Christmas ornament for 38, 39, and 40. I got in a traumatic brain injury car accident, and I sold them. They told, like they said, the NFL or the Lions affiliated with StubHub, and blah, blah, blah. I partnered up with StubHub. So that year, I sold them all. I didn't go. I had all kinds of rehab for actually 4 years. But they took those tickets from me for selling them. And I had 8 of them. I had 4 on the 50-yard line. I had 4 on the 45-yard line.
Did you try and dispute it? Was there any communication between you and whoever handled your ticket account?
They didn't want to have nothing to do with me. There was a decision's done. It was a 2-year thing for me. They seen I was selling them, but I didn't have no choice at the time.
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know what they want fans to do in
In a situation like that,
They
yeah.
probably want your brother or friend to buy you out of the tickets, but still keep them in your name is probably
Right.
what you'd have to try to juggle in a spot like that.
Yeah, just don't post them to a ticket broker site like that.
Yeah. Couple responses coming in. The Lions do the same thing with their season tickets. They say they monitor. If you put too many tickets for sale, they'll revoke your renewal privileges. This is nothing new. Having season tickets is a privilege. You lease tickets, you don't own them. Be a loyal fan. Go to the home playoff game. It's simple. Mike in Washington.
I think it is that simple. Or if you can't go, then give them, not give them, but sell them to a family member or another Lions fan or somebody locally without putting them on there. You could transfer the tickets to somebody else for the game without posting them on a StubHub or wherever it might be.
Of course. This text says, so by your logic, if I buy season tickets for the Tigers, I have to go to 80 games, 40 for the Wings? Dumb argument. If I own the tickets, I should be able to do with them what I want.
Well, if you're going to buy a full season, that's...
Yeah, it's ambitious. I tell you, as someone who's got 20 hockey games, it's
a full commitment.
It's a real deal. I couldn't, 40's a lot. No, not even the price, just the time in your schedule. 80 baseball games. If you love baseball, I'm sure you have a great time, but you can do partial plans. Plenty of people do partial plans.
Can you imagine going to 80 baseball games
you have
in
to
a
love
year?
Baseball, man.
They get a homestand of 7 games, and you're going, 7 out of 8 days down to Comerica.
But what people do is, I would imagine, you are breaking that up. You are going in with 3 buddies from college, and you're each taking 20 games. Or, you're finding ways to, you buy in. Your office does it, and then they give them out to people as the season goes.
Yeah.
Because for one couple or 2 buddies to go, hey, we're going to go to 80 baseball games. It's a commitment more than it is a price thing.
Yeah.
But to this guy's question, John, if you own, his belief is, I bought the tickets, I can sell all 80 of them. Or in the case of an NFL team, to bring it back to Seattle or our Lions, if I got 9 home games, I can sell all 9 of them. It's my choice.
I don't know. I kind of feel like it's more of a sublet situation.
Yeah.
Where the team owns the tickets and you're subletting them for a game. For all games if you buy the whole season.
There's a line. I'm not sure where the line is. I don't think you should be able to buy season tickets and then sell all of them for a profit and just sit on your couch and make money. The team has every right to step in and say, hey, buddy.
It's not a retirement strategy.
Yeah, let somebody else who wants to go to the games get the season tickets. At the same time, you shouldn't be expected to go to every single one. So how many can you sell? And is there greater weight with these playoff games? How does a team determine it? And where do you guys think the line should be? That's really the question. 248-539-9797. We'll knock out some phone calls on this. It's 97.1. Start the year in drive with Moran Chevrolet. Talking about Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Moran makes car buying a breeze. A lot easier than reading this, but I'll tell you more about it because, of course, you're going to get the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2026 Equinox LT for $299 a month. That's just $999 down, and it's straightforward pricing. There's not going to be any runaround. Shop online, moranexpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Ken Cal on the call. 3-0 final last night. Wings lose back at it again Friday night at home against the Sharks. We'll have tickets for that game to give away later this morning. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. As we look ahead to this weekend in the NFL, you have one team, Seattle Seahawks, sending out a message to its fans. If you sell your game tickets, your season tickets, you might not be allowed to renew.
Could be in jeopardy.
And this is not a new policy. This is kind of standard, but we want to know where the line is. How many tickets should you be able to sell as a season ticket holder? Should you be able to sell playoff games and still stay a season ticket holder? Let's get to the people. You guys probably have some personal experiences, certainly have thoughts on it. Caleb in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1.
Hey, first off, John, go green. But anyways, I think it's simple economics, especially in a situation. I don't know the Seahawks situation, obviously, but I have a lot of friends who complained about this for the Lions, and I was a season ticket holder for a season. If you have a long wait list and you have a season ticket member that's selling them and not going to the games, I mean, I feel like it's the team's duty to take them from you and give them to a fan who wants to actually go to the game. And John, to your point, if you're trying to make money off them, of course the team's not going to want you to make money off of them. They're trying to make money off of them, whether you think that's right or wrong.
So, Caleb, give me a percentage. How many should you be allowed to sell? Because things come up. You shouldn't have to go to every single game, at gunpoint or anything. If you sell 25% of the tickets, is that cool?
Yeah, I think obviously, if they're taking them away, if you're selling 1 or 2 games for football or, up for 25%, just like that last caller, if something comes up, I mean, I think you're entering a gray shade where things should be allowed and you should be able to have a case for yourself. But these people who are selling the majority of their tickets, come on, what are you doing?
Yeah. Appreciate it, Caleb. Let's get to John in Lapeer. John, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. I think maybe differentiating between fans versus otherwise is how much are you reselling that ticket for? Are you giving it for face value because you can't make it that weekend because you have an event and you don't want to lose your money versus, hey, I want an extra 50% on it because it's a playoff game? That's not fandom. That's trying to do it for money. So that might be a differentiator between you losing your season ticket. Are you doing it for profit? Or are you doing it just because you need to unload it for that weekend and not lose your money on it?
John, what do you make of that? Jansen, not this John. John, what do you make of John's suggestion?
If you're only selling 1 game or 2 games, I think you should be able to sell it for whatever the market value is.
That was kind of my thought, too. And I don't hate the idea of broadly looking to see, hey, is this person making hand over fists?
Right.
But if I'm selling a playoff game, and the market demand says I can get 1.5 times, why should I have to take less if that's the only game I'm selling?
Because
especially if I'm going to use it towards future Seattle Seahawks purchases.
Right. And
because that's why people, we've had Lions fans call in years past and say, hey, when they raise prices, now they're not this year, but when they raised prices the last 2 years, some fans said, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell an extra game to pay for the increase. Mm-hmm. So it's all going back to them. These people are just trying to stay afloat.
Right, but I also think that it's up to the team whether they want to exercise this option or not.
Correct.
And so, hey, when they play the Niners this weekend, if it's dotted with a few Niners fans here and there, the team will probably look at it and go, I don't care. Other than the fact that even they don't want to set a precedent either.
Yeah.
So if they let somebody sell, all of their tickets along with the postseason tickets, and they don't do anything about it, how could you come back next year and say, well, you sold 5 of the home games, you went to 4 of them, and now we're going to take it away because you've already set the precedent you didn't the year before.
Yeah. Let's get another thought on this. Let's get to Josh in Huntington Woods. Josh, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Go Blue, John.
Go Blue. Thank you.
So technically speaking, like my family, we've been part of season ticket holders for the Wings for over 20 years. So like we know someone who owns in his name, but my dad, when I was younger, jumped in and it split between a group of people for the Red Wings, and everyone, gets their own share for the tickets. And it gets split on who goes to playoffs. It rotates.
Okay.
So like if it would jump to hockey with like the Wings, would they consider that like, we're selling it for everything, but everything is face value between the group, rotating, and then gets transferred, let's say now from, the main guy to my dad to me, do they count that? Or like, those are things that have to be, I guess, looked at, or is it, case by case? Because if a group of people,
well, I don't know how they could
for the Lions.
I think it's a good question because like when we have tickets, sometimes I'll go with my wife, but if I can't or she can't, we'll just transfer the other person. I would hope that doesn't count as
I don't think.
Yeah,
I think it's posting it on ticket broker sites.
Yeah.
And that's what gets you in trouble. If you're just going to transfer it, because it says in this one, we encourage you to distribute your tickets directly to friends, family members, neighbors, or community groups that will help us pack Lumen Field with blue and green. You could transfer it within your friend group or within the group of people that have, gone into buying this group of season tickets.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. You may have heard this. Stephen A. Smith quickly apologized after he made a mistake. He had a slip of the tongue while breaking down the Texans' playoff win over the Steelers on First Take on Tuesday. So instead of calling veteran Texans wide receiver Christian Kirk, he called him Charlie Kirk. Which,
right. We've all made a mistake like
especially when it's a name that has been in the news a lot, something that could be on your mind. When you're talking for a living, and that's what his job is, it's easy to make a little mistake like that. So yeah.
At the beginning of the football season, I kept calling Bryce Underwood Bryce Young.
I was just going to say I did the same thing all year long.
So yeah, it
so we
happens.
understand. It sure does.
John gets it with being called Jensen too.
Yeah. Only from Stoney.
Only from Stoney. Tom Brady is taking some heat for starring in a new Pizza Hut commercial. You've probably seen it. It's actually a cute commercial, I think. But fans are questioning why a guy who's, highly restrictive diet was basically the cornerstone of his success and his longevity in the NFL is now a spokesperson for Pizza Hut, right? And there's people that are saying like, hey, we want to see him actually eat the pizza. He talked about all these, avocado ice cream and all of this.
He's addressed this before, though.
Has he?
Right. Yeah. Where he talks about cheat meals and stuff like that.
In actually, yes. In 2019, he did do an interview with Men's Health, and he did say that his strict diet has changed with age. And basically, he says, if I'm craving bacon, I'm going to have a piece of bacon. If I want pizza, I'm going to have pizza. But he did say that if I'm going to have pizza, he's not going to have just any old pizza. He wants to have basically the best pizza around. So,
yeah, which then goes to, is that the best pizza? Mr. Pizza Aficionado, who sits across from me?
It is not, John.
The only thing I think of when I think of Pizza Hut?
Huh.
Well, I think of two things, actually. One, I think of their cups. Their red cups with like the bubbles in them. And then, if you're my age, I think of Bookits. Do you remember Bookits,
The Scholastic Book Fair stuff, right?
No, you got a pin and you went to Pizza Hut. I think if you read a book or something, you got the sticker and you got something with Pizza Hut. There was like bookets with a pin and little stickers.
They did the personal pizzas, right?
Maybe that's what it was.
I don't know.
Anyway, bookets.
I
That's what I
don't
think
know
of.
what that is, but yeah, I do. And the iconic building.
Oh, yeah, for sure. A Southfield mom is being sued by Geico because she didn't list her 12-year-old daughter on her personal injury protection form, even though obviously the child isn't old enough to drive and doesn't drive. Yeah. So the lawsuit stems from this crash that took place last year. The insurance company says that the woman failed to disclose that her daughter was on the policy, so the company has no obligation to cover the costs from her collision, which she says her car was totaled, a value upward of $25,000. Says obviously she filed this claim, never heard back from the company until she was handed papers, like until she was sued by them. Interesting. I mean, the woman's attorney is involved now too. Like I said, didn't even hear from the insurance company until they sued her. I guess a lot of people don't do that. They only put the drivers on that policy, but you need to include every single person
in your family, yeah.
that will be in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of that depends on the insurance company as well.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
It's the first time hearing about that. Let's see what I got for you. Let's look at this. Oh, this is kind of cool. Thanks to the success of Avatar, Fire and Ash, Zoe Saldana is now the highest grossing actor of all time with $16.8 billion in the box office throughout her career.
Hey, good for her.
Yeah, she surpasses Scarlett Johansson. She was number one, but now she's number two with $16.4 billion. And then they're both followed by Samuel L. Jackson at number three, Robert Downey Jr. number four, Chris Pratt number five. And then on the list as well, Tom Cruise, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel, Chris Evans, Dwayne Johnson.
I've not watched the Avatar movies.
No, I mean I saw the
first one because that was all the rage,
deal,
right? Yeah, it was
yeah.
a really big deal.
It's super long, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not my genre of movie, so.
Ooh. Yeah, mine neither.
Quite long. All right, that's Heather with the news, 97.1. The Seattle Seahawks said, be very, very careful if you're going to sell your tickets to our playoff game this week. You might not have the opportunity to renew. Mm-hmm. Don't sell too many. Where's the line? Some of you guys have gone through this as season ticket holders, but even if you haven't, where is the line? You buy a full season or a half season. How many can you sell before you get slapped on the wrist and they say no more? What do you think the line should be? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Alan in Monroe. Alan, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Doing all right.
So I've been a season ticket holder since 2017, and I got 6 tickets. Back in those days, I couldn't even give them away if I couldn't make the game. So there was a lot of times where I lost a lot of money not being able to go to the games. Well, with them doing a lot better in the most recent years, you can sell the tickets for pretty much, what you want. Well, for instance, with me, with the Lions, you're allowed to sell 50% of your tickets and pretty much be all right.
Okay.
As far as the playoff games, I don't really know because I tend to go to those.
Right.
But 50% of the tickets, you're normally all right. But here's one thing with the Lions. They don't like you transferring your tickets. They want you to sell them on Ticketmaster. They want to be able to collect that fee. So that's part of the thing, too. Like, so if I normally sell 4 tickets for every game, but 4 games a year, I have to bring friends and family that are willing to buy the tickets for normally what I pay for them and bring them in and they scan under me. You know what I mean? We all walk in a line and they all scan under my ticket.
But they pay you to go, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's you getting around the 50-50 rule.
Exactly. Well, no, essentially not because, I guess it is. But then also one thing that the Lions came up with last year is now they're willing to buy your tickets back from you.
Oh, because there's such a demand, it's an easy decision for them. That makes sense. Yes. If you know you got a wait list and you know that the seats are going for a lot, you'll go, hey.
Yep.
But you're turning down profit
on it as well.
Yeah, so that's the thing though.
They might give you more, but if let's say the ticket sales are down, they're going to give you less.
Of course,
for instance,
dynamic
for the
pricing.
Cowboys game last year, the Cowboys game this last year, I had to work. I ended up having to get rid of my tickets. I ended up having to take a loss on those tickets because the face value was $376 a ticket. I couldn't sell it on Ticketmaster for more than $300. I ended up selling it to a family friend for $200 a ticket
for what you could get.
You know, exactly.
So yeah, Alan,
it's
there's a lot of moving parts to this. Appreciate the phone call.
Yeah, I don't think you're in trouble at all if you have 8 games worth of season tickets and you transfer all of them to friends, family, whatever, and you don't actually go to a game. I don't think you're at risk at all because you're not posting them to any of the ticket broker sites.
Yeah, I think where this policy comes from, where Seattle's coming from, where the Lions are coming from, is they don't want people who abuse having the tickets to where it's a money-making side hustle for you, where you're not even a fan of.
They want to sell it to people that are going to the game.
Yeah, they don't want just people running a business under their nose. So where's the line? That guy said 50-50. That feels
probably about right. Yeah, I mean, if it follows the wording that Seattle used primarily for resale.
Yeah. Let's get to Mike in Canton. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Of course.
7-8 years ago, this wasn't even a question until they forced us to go digital. You could sell tickets before, and they didn't even know about it. So they actually use this data to see how much people are getting for their prices or for their tickets, and then they use that to set up their prices each year following that. So one guy said it, if you sell it with their tools, they're getting fees and stuff like that, but they're also using it to see how much people are actually getting.
Well, I believe
you could sell tickets beforehand with physical tickets, and nobody would even know it. So now they actually encourage it. They actually gave us the tool when they forced us to go digital. I mean, it's right there. It says sell or transfer.
Well, I know, I believe the Lions have cited like seeing the secondary market as part of the reason why tickets went up the last couple of years. So to your point, like they do pay attention to this stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're running a business.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
the bottom line is don't use one of their services to sell if you need to sell.
It's also a call to go back to analog physical
Yes,
tickets.
yes. I miss the paper ticket.
Do you?
Yeah, just because I like to have it as it's a souvenir.
Yeah.
Like a
Something to look back
screenshot
on.
and print it out.
I'm sure somebody has. Let's get to Keith in Oxford. Keith, good morning.
Hey, how are you this morning?
Good, Keith. How you doing?
I'm good. I don't agree with a team telling anybody to do with something they sold them at all. It's their product. It's like if I went to buy a car and the dealer looked at me and said, "When you're done with it, you have to sell it back to me." It's theirs. They paid for it. The only reason they're doing it is because they don't want to see opposing teams' fans in their stands, which is kind of childish. I mean, honestly, that's what I think about it.
Well, I don't know that when you buy a ticket, you have full ownership. I think you're leasing that seat. They still own the stadium. They still own the right to tell you, and they told you ahead of time that it was communicated prior to the season that you can't primarily use them for resale.
Keith, just another distinction here. You can sell every game you get.
Yeah.
You just are not guaranteed the right to renew.
But see, that's the problem. Why do they care?
Well, they get to
Our
determine
last caller
who.
even lined it out.
Yeah.
When you sell your ticket, that helps them dictate ticket prices for the following year, and that's a fact. So what do they care? And besides, like I said, yes, you're leasing a ticket for their stadium, but you're leasing that ticket for you. And if you want to sell your toy, you should be able to sell your toy whenever, however, and to whoever you want.
And you can, Keith, you can. But then when it comes time to do business at the next deal, they're a business that has the right to refuse service. That's where this really comes to.
That is correct. But the problem is this. What are you going to do to your fan base or people that want this? Because 95% of the people out there buy the tickets to go to the games.
Right.
That's a fact. There is a small group that probably does buy them to resell them to make money.
Yes, Keith, but
Who
what you're
cares?
saying...
What they do with it, it's their product.
Yeah, so I'm going to work with you on this, Keith, because I think you're making a good point. So let's say 90% of fans want to go to most of the games. This isn't going to impact 90% of fans. They're going to be just fine. They can sell a percentage of the games, but go to the majority and be fine and be unaffected. It's only going to hurt the people trying to run a scalping business.
Right.
And that's fine, but guess what? It's still... You're telling me that I'm going to buy your product, but you can only do what I tell you to do with it for this many times. No.
Well, if they told you ahead of time,
works. That's not how a free market works. It doesn't matter. That's not how a free market works.
Well, the free market, they can tell
not
you
how it works.
what they want you to do
John,
with it.
it's not how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free market on both sides.
Did you hear him?
It's not how it works in his mind.
It's not how it works.
Yeah. The free market only is advantageous to him.
Terms and conditions. We don't always love terms and conditions. We're just trying to hash this out and hear from people. 248-539-9797. We're going to wrap up this conversation next, and then we're going to get into something I think we're going to have a lot of fun with.
I do think so as well.
Shocking things you discover when you first start dating somebody. It's 97.1.
Hey, injury attorney David Femineo is the guy you want to call if you've ever been hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, we all want, is for all of us to be safe out there. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with all the tips that he's learned to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win, and that's where we all win. Learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
shocking things you discover when you first start dating somebody. We'll get to a viral story and some of your stories, but we wrap up the conversation about season tickets. The Seattle Seahawks put out a message to their fans. If you sell these playoff tickets, you might not get to renew next year.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to depend. Did you sell too many over the course of the season? And they want to make sure these tickets go to Seattle Seahawks fans. And John has described how that atmosphere is.
It's unbelievably loud. Loudest to me. That's the loudest stadium I've ever played in.
Yeah, second to none. Okay, let's get to Scott in Walled Lake. Scott, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I've been a season ticket holder for 20 years for the Red Wings, over 10 years for the Lions. I've gone seasons every game. I've gone where I've sold a few. But the interesting thing I had this year is I went to a Tigers game this year. I was sitting in the Tigers stand next to a ticket broker who was meeting with a rep from the Wings and the Lions and the Tigers that day, and he was buying tickets. So why is it okay for the clubs to sell to brokers, but they're giving the fans a hard time?
Well, it's interesting in regards to, not every game for the Tigers is a sellout. They want to try and put them out there as in many different forms as possible. So I think it's a little bit different than, hey, there's a wait list for the Lions, or if there was a wait list for the Wings or for the Pistons, then it would be for the Tigers.
Yeah, Scott, on surface, I don't love the idea that brokers are getting better deals than us. I just don't know what those deals entail. Like, are they obligated to buy? So that's why the team does it? Like, it's a guarantee?
Yeah.
Like, there's got to be a business reason that the team even would get into those type of arrangements.
Yeah, I don't really have an issue with that. Again, it's their product. They can do whatever the hell they want with it.
Yeah. So, like, for me, we've only sold one game in the season and a half that we've had tickets, and it was just one of those, it's a Sunday.
Can't go,
I'm
can't
working,
find anybody else.
Kelsey couldn't go. We couldn't find anybody else. It sucked, too. I really wanted to go. It was the Maple Leafs game. Like, those are marquee games. So we sold them for a little more than face, which I think is our right to do. But it's the only game we've sold since we've had them. And normally, if I can't go, because I don't like to go fall weekends.
Yeah.
Kelsey will go with her dad or a friend, or if she can't go because of work, I'll go with a buddy, or we'll find a way to go to most of these games. I think that's what I would emphasize. People who get season tickets get them because the vast majority of them want to go to all of or most of the games. And if they can't make them, I think there should be and there is a grace to sell a few.
Sure.
Where the line is where it gets interesting, and what happens with bigger games like playoff games. Because, again, Lions fans went through this last year. We had those conversations. Would you sell the Commanders game because, well, then you're going to be hosting the NFC title game.
Yeah, or not.
Or not. Anyway, 248-539-9797. So this story went viral. This TikTok went viral over the weekend, Heather.
Yeah, so there's a girl who is sharing her dating story with the world. And she kind of shared that she's been going on dates, met a guy, seemed to really hit it off. And the first time she went back to his place, she noticed that he didn't have any soap in his shower.
Oh, maybe he was just out.
And so, yeah,
That's what he
maybe.
said.
And just kind of said, okay, went on more dates. And then she continued to go back to his place and realized there's still no soap in the shower. And she did ask him, and he said, well, you really only need hot water to wash your body. You don't need soap. And she said, I think you need soap. So he went and got soap, told her, yes, I am now using soap. And she looked at the soap and undid the lid. It was like a body wash, and it still had the seal on it. And so he'd been lying about using soap. It wasn't washing with soap. And she basically was like, this is how my dating life is going. Just like nothing crazy, but just a discovery she made after going on several dates with this guy.
Did she say anything about like he repeatedly had a stank?
She didn't talk about his body odor. She just said that to her, you must wash with soap.
So it couldn't have been too stinky if she kept coming back to his place.
Right.
Yeah.
But goes without saying, you should be using a body wash or soap when you shower.
She say anything about deodorant or cologne or?
No, it was a quick little TikTok video.
Okay.
There might have been more hygiene issues, and that could be what you discover about somebody. Because you could meet somebody online. You go to a bar, a restaurant, go on several dates, right? You're hitting it off. But then the first time you go to their place is when you might discover, holy cow.
Something disgusting.
Shocking, gross,
different.
whatever.
And I always think of the hygiene, with men, like, they shave their beard and they leave all the beard hair in their sink or like on the counter without, that little cringe, like without cleaning it. Things like that you might discover about somebody, but I'm sure there's other shocking things you could find.
So this is where we need you guys. We'll bring some of our stories to the table, but we want to hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. Shocking, gross things you discover when you first started dating someone, and it starts to get a little more serious.
Yeah, and I want to know, was it a deal breaker? Or is it something that you just accepted?
Or you think, I can change this behavior?
Yeah. I mean, then it does go to, in terms of from a guy's perspective, how hot is she?
What are you willing to put up with?
Because you're willing to put up with more to a certain level. Guys,
true.
tell me if I'm wrong.
No, he's right.
I know
And
that
be honest,
you
it's
always
also-
roll your eyes when
No.
I say that, but it is a factor.
Okay, but
And
if
it
you
goes
like the
both ways.
person, whether they are hot or not, but you get along with them and you like them and you want a relationship with them,
You'll
you're
overlook
willing-
stuff.
You do. It doesn't
Sure.
matter. It just matters
All
if you
I'm
want to
saying
date
is that
them.
sometimes there's
Okay.
situations where you're willing to overlook more.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Based on how attracted to the person you are.
Yes.
Correct.
Which you
Yes.
could be
That's
attracted
maybe
to
a
them for
better way to
numerous
put it.
reasons.
Part of attraction is how hot are they? Could also be how they treat you and other things like that.
Yes.
But part
Could
of it
be,
is
yeah.
part of it is
That's down the road.
yeah. Anyway, so does anything immediately jump? Does anything immediately jump out for you? Because I had something, not that I discovered about Kelsey, but that she discovered about
The
me.
names have been changed to protect the innocent.
No, this involves her,
It does involve her.
but it's a thing she discovered about me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's not gross, but she was shocked that I only had 4 forks.
So you go on a couple dates.
Yeah.
She comes back to your place, and you're cooking dinner, you're making breakfast,
Yes.
and she opens your
The
drawer,
the silverware.
and there's only 4,
forks.
no other silverware at all. No,
I mean, there's like
spoons or
spoons and knives and stuff. But
Yeah.
the idea, I'm a single guy. I don't need
Right.
more than 4 forks. I'm going to use one when I eat, and then I'll rinse it or wash it and clean it. Or I don't need more than 4 forks as a single guy. So I'll still defend that to this day.
I guess it's strange that you don't have a complete set of silverware.
As in like 8 forks?
Well, how much? Did you only have 4 spoons too?
Yes, and,
Okay,
and
so
4
then-
butter knives.
okay.
And,
Oh, I guess that's
Got
fine.
that college starter set, didn't you?
exactly. When you're a bachelor, what
Yeah.
what,
What Bed Bath &
China?
Beyond? I could buy this set that has 8 pieces, or I could buy this one for half the price that only has 4. It's only me.
Right. I thought it was fine. The other thing that she kind of cringed at, I was using a 2-in-1, like shampoo and conditioner.
Oh, a lot of men do that. They also make like
This
a
doesn't apply to the
3-in-1.
Come on.
Wait. Say that again.
Like a 2-in-1 for
Oh,
your
like a,
shower. Yeah. Your shampoo
yeah.
and conditioner 2-in-1.
Lots of guys do that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
She's like, no, you should have separate.
It's because
Well,
women
that's
do.
because women have more hair generally.
Yes.
On their head.
Okay. Do you have a story?
Just
Have it other places too.
A lot of qualifiers here.
Now we're getting into some real shocking discoveries, John.
I do. And so I'll see if I can get to this quick before the break. There was this one girl that she was in classes with me at school, and we thought, hey, let's give this a shot. Let's go on a date. And so I'd never noticed this before, but while we're sitting there eating, I noticed that as I looked across, she had hair like peach fuzz on her lip, and it was a lot. And I thought, well, I wonder why I haven't seen this before. I'm like, I don't necessarily want to get involved with a girl that has a mustache.
97.1.
After a big and emotional win over the Hurricanes on Monday, the Red Wings had a splash of cold water last night as they fell 3-0 to the Boston Bruins on the road. The Wings continued their struggles in the second night of a back-to-back. They now have a 3-7 record in such games. That accounts for almost 50% of their losses this season. Last night marked just the third time this year, and the first time since November 20th, the Wings have been shut out in a game. They struggled on the attack as the game came to a close, only mustering 2 of their 24 shots on goal in the third period. Detroit is now off for 2 days until they face the San Jose Sharks on Friday. Michigan State basketball rolled past Indiana 81-60 last night. The 12th-ranked Spartans are now 15-2 this season. This year marks the 10th season since 2001 the Spartans have started at least 15-2 or better. Last night's win came on the shoulders of a 30-9 run in the final 12.5 minutes. While Tom Izzo was happy with the win, he's still looking for his team to unlock that piece that will help them take the next step. MSU returns to action on the road against Washington this Saturday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or go to Odyssey.com.
Shocking things you discover when you start dating somebody. We want your stories. 248-539-9797. This is coming up because, well, video went viral, and we have some of the sound. This was a woman explaining her dating situation. Yeah, so that was her shocking discovery.
Yeah.
John, yours involved a mustache?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. And maybe it's the first time I looked up. I'm not sure.
My goodness.
no.
But that's what I noticed is as we were sitting, across from each other eating dinner, I'm like, I don't
that was
know,
shocking.
like if it was shocking, yeah.
Okay, I'm looking for better stories than a little peach fuzz above her lip. Like, I want you to
Well, it was a
be
little
like,
more, yeah. I mean, it wasn't dark by any means, but I was looking at it going,
I mean, a lot of women have
anything
have
you could take care of that?
Well, anyway, I want the stories of like, hey, we're really hitting it off, right? And then I go back to her place or I go back to his place and I saw this. Like, I want I don't know, something very shocking. Like, okay, that
something a
was
little
shocking.
more than 4 forks.
Yeah, yes.
Hey, we're looking for you guys. Step it up.
People need to put on their thinking cap here and not be afraid to expose someone. You can call it anonymously. I mean, seriously.
Use a different name.
I mean, it could be anything. Like, okay, you really like this girl, and then you realize, oh my gosh, she's got a house full of cats, and they're peeing all over her apartment, or I don't know, or she's
just simply had a house full of cats, no matter where they're peeing,
or something about then that made you change how you were feeling about them.
Or she didn't know that Drano existed, because I ran into that once. First time I took a shower, this one place.
Yeah.
I had a flood in the shower because the drain was so clogged. That is absolutely disgusting to me.
With all her hair, probably.
Yeah.
So when you're using soap and stuff, and then it almost curls. Ugh.
Yeah.
Didn't know Drano existed. How about this one? Guys, this girl I started seeing moved in with me because she was in a bind. She rarely ate. One day I came home and she was on the couch dipping raw bacon in a cold can of collard greens. Raw bacon. John and Warren.
That's shocking.
That is shocking.
Whoa.
The raw bacon, I've never tried it.
For good reason.
For good reason, yeah. It does need to be a little bit cooked. But if you're using it as a dipping tool, like it's floppy, how are you going to get anything to it? Like you would have to like cut it and use a fork to be able to get everything else. Like I guess I'm getting lost in the weeds here, but
no, I suppose if you're going to think through it. Okay, what else we got here? It says, I don't shower every day. Showering every day is not necessary. My wife disagrees. Eddie, taking the kids to school.
I'm probably on the side of your wife.
I am. Yeah, you shower every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I did. I think we've had this topic before too, but like I know that there's people that don't like. They may shower, they may use soap on the rest of their body, other than your feet. But like the whole shampoo thing.
Oh, I can go quite a while without washing my hair.
Really?
I like max 4 days, 5 days.
Really?
Yeah. I don't wash my hair. Really? Okay, I've got a lot of hair and I've got unruly hair. It is kinky and curly and wavy if I don't blow dry it. Yeah. Blow drying my hair takes forever. I don't have the time. I just don't. Once I get a good blow dry, like I'm not.
Yeah, you're good for a couple days.
Good. Yes.
All right. That's one that I didn't realize when we're talking about soap in the shower. Yeah. Like hey, and again, dude's hairs.
Yes.
Yeah. It could be dry within 20 minutes. Within 20 seconds after I get out of the shower.
Guys, I had a girlfriend found out she had webbed toes. I didn't care. She was smoking hot. John is spot on. Men are far more willing to put up with stuff from an attractive woman compared to someone who's mid. I'm shocked that Heather seems surprised by this.
I'm not surprised. It's just
disappointed in the in the male individual.
Heather, if someone's dreamy, you'd put up with more, right?
Well, of course. I mean, whatever.
Thank you for admitting it out loud.
I understand what you're saying. I just do we have to keep saying it over and over?
Well, we'll get to some people's stories because they're playing along today. Jason in Detroit, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good. First thing I want to say, go Blue. I got to say that. Go Blue.
Yep.
But I was dating a lady, and when we was about to do the adult thing, she said that she wanted to let me know she only likes to have sex while she's on her menstruation.
Oh wow.
So I told her that is disgusting. And
plus it only limits you to 1 week a month.
and I haven't talked to her since, and you know what? She was smoking hot, and I was just in awe.
Is about right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Jason, I think you made the right decision.
Thank you very much. She probably was a vampire.
I wasn't expecting that phone call.
I was not either. This is what we asked for, though.
Yeah, but who wants to be limited to 1 week a month?
I hear you. Let's get to Mike and Clausen. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Mike and Clausen. Nice Clausen right there, John.
There you go. Go Trojans.
This is about 35 years back. I was in the military. Get one of these postcards around the holiday, from people who just mail in things. So I got a little pen pal going on. I meet this gal, wonderful gal. She was smoking hot. She was a cheerleader of a local college here, and we met up a few times. And I go back to her place, sitting on the couch. She goes in the other room, and a guy walks in the house, and it's her brother, and he's half dressed like a clown. He has half the stuff on, half the stuff off. Looks kind of serial killerish, and I'm like, okay. And she asked me if it shocks me, and I said, well, I wasn't expecting it. And then she goes into the bedroom and puts on a clown outfit, and she's a clown, and they have a clown business. And she asked me if I could get into that. And she was smoking hot. I couldn't, but nothing. I couldn't get over it. I tried. Trust me, I tried, but just couldn't get through it.
Mike, a little role play.
Mike, first of all, okay, what was it? Was it sexy clown? or
Clowns are never sexy, John.
Yeah, you think you can put that in your head. You think, well, yeah, maybe let's play a little role play. I can play
Sure.
this, maybe. Let's see. No, couldn't make it happen.
what was her clown name?
I can't remember. 35 years ago, I want to say
Oh.
Sandy or something like that. Maybe I remember
Chuckles.
correctly. Yeah, no, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, like Sandy or
Thank you.
a girl name or something like that. It was just,
Oh boy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Not so much. So, well, you guys take care, man.
Hey, thank you, Mike.
She's
a clown.
She's a literal clown. I clowns freak me out too. Although I would have to I would let that one play out just a little bit, just to see if she was sexy clown or
Creepy clown?
creepy clown, dumpy clown.
Clowns are not sexy ever.
Well, I don't think so until you see a sexy clown.
It's weird.
Side topic. Are clowns sexy? 248. What'd you talk about today on the show? Oh, we talked about if clowns are sexy or not.
That's a TBD.
Couple texts, and then I know we got some calls to get to. I dated a girl for about a year. She was an 8 or 9 out of 10.
Okay.
She
All right.
ended up moving in with me after 6 months.
Wow.
Come to find out, she never flushed the toilet after using it. Easily went to a 5 out of 10 and ended the relationship.
How do you not know that after a year of dating?
6 months.
Okay, 6 months. I mean, most likely she stayed at your place.
Spent the night.
Or you stayed at hers. You just make it think maybe it's like a one-off. Oh, she just forgot this time.
Right. I think I'd have to investigate that and just ask the question, like, why?
Yeah.
Just right there. You just flush it.
Yeah. I mean, if it was just a number one, okay, I'm not going to fret over that too much. But if every time she dropped a deuce, she's not going to flush the toilet, like, what's the point?
It's very confusing behavior.
It's
and
not
if
an
you never
outhouse.
flush, where does it all? It just all collects there? Like,
Yeah. Does
you
she
have to
just
flush eventually.
Yeah. Does she keep
Ugh.
stacking one on top of the other?
Ugh.
Shocking things you discover when you start dating someone. 97.1. Winter means snow eventually, and it's going to mean icy roads. It means serious injuries from car accidents, too. And if you're injured in a car accident, you need to call Lawrence Cagey. He'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries because Cagey is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. Cagey's won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. Cagey will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y. Visit KGCares.com. Getting back to the phone, some of your stories, shocking discoveries when you start dating someone. A woman went viral for telling the story of a man who didn't use soap in the shower repeatedly, even when confronted. Hot water's enough.
Mm-hmm.
And we've gotten some unbelievable stories. The clown one?
That was great. That one, I wasn't thinking clowns.
No, I don't think
It
most
shocked
people,
me.
that's why it was.
It was great.
It's obviously a deal breaker for him.
Did we gloss over to her brother was a clown?
Yeah.
Family of clowns?
Family of clowns.
What was the house like? Funhouse mirrors everywhere?
Yeah, I don't know.
How about this text? I'm curious about Clown Guy. When she reached down the front, did she have a horn behind her and would honk when she would squeeze when it would be squeezed? This would be so weird to date a clown.
Yeah, she's got the flower that squirts water.
Anyway, some more responses. Guys, I found out a girl I was dating for a few months was a felon. Problem? I'm a police officer.
Oh!
John in a police car.
You
What
can
was
do
the
a background
felony?
check right away.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah, what was I know it probably doesn't matter. It's still the felon,
It
but
didn't list what felony
Yeah.
it was. I had this girl that I wanted to be with for
Solicitation.
years. Oh, no. Girl I wanted to be with for years. We finally started hanging out, got to the bedroom, and I discovered she was a fan of the 70s grooming trend down there.
Oh.
We did enjoy that day, but never wanted to again. Let's get back to the people. Colin, Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1.
I'm glad you said Ann Arbor.
Colin, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
So I met this girl at the gym. We hit it off. After a couple dates, she invites me back to her place to spend the night. And I ask her if I can use her bathroom. And she goes, before you go in, I have to tell you something. And already I'm shooting off red flags.
Yep.
And she says, I have cats. And I went, okay, I love cats.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't tell me that she had rigged a piece of plywood with a hole in it so stray cats could come pee on her floor and get out of the cold.
She didn't even put a litter box in there. They just come pee on the floor.
She had a litter box, but I guess there was like 10 or 15 cats in there.
No.
And they weren't using the litter box. And she would brush her teeth in the kitchen. She wouldn't go in there. She just let them have their space.
Where did she pee?
I didn't ask. I did tell her. I
multiple
was straight up. I'm like, hey, this is a little weird for me. I got to get out of here. But yeah, she was a little crazy. I mean, she was great
You don't
other than
say.
that, but I just couldn't get over it.
Huh. That's
too much.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Guys,
Cat
I don't
lady.
know. Guys, I don't know what the big deal is. I've dated a bunch of clowns.
Yeah.
You knew we'd get one of those today. I met a radio host. When I went to his house, I found out he had a catio. Strange things you discover. How about Eric in a truck? Eric,
Ask me if I had friends.
Eric, what's up?
Hi, how you doing? Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I took about a year and a half to get a date with this girl. Finally got a date with her. We went out 3 or 4 times. She finally stayed the night at my house. I took her home the next morning. Came back. I took my comforter off the bed. Took my blanket off the bed to put it in the washer tub. And I went to take the other sheet off, and it was nothing but dead skin down at the end of the bed. It was so gross. Oh, it was terrible.
Dead skin. Like, did she shave her feet, her calluses in bed, or?
That's odd.
No, this just came off of her legs and feet, I guess. It looked like salt was shaking down at the end of my bed. It was so bad.
Did she have maybe she had a skin condition?
Yeah.
It might be, but
it was
use
enough.
some lotion or something, I
Yeah.
guess. I don't know. But it was terrible.
So you didn't call her back?
No, sir. No, I did not.
Oh.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Guys, I want to let John know his laugh is super contagious. Michael in Hillsdale.
Oh. Thanks, Mike.
I dated this girl for around 5 years. Our first night together, all she wanted to do was sniff my armpits. And not your ordinary sniffs. Strong sniffs.
What's that? Greg's doing it right now. The Saturday Night Live skit where
Mary Catherine Gallagher.
Yeah. She's got her arms in her armpits and then she sniffs her fingers. Yeah.
Who has an armpit fetish?
Come on.
I don't know.
I mean, the feet thing is weird enough.
Took 5 years though?
Let me read that again. I dated this girl around 5 years, and on our first night together, that's all
maybe
she
he
wanted
meant
to
around
do.
5 years ago and forgot a word.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Oh, I was going to
Maybe.
say, yeah.
Wow.
Because if it lasted 5 years, obviously he was okay with her sniffing in his pits.
Oh.
Interesting.
So what do you do? Like, oh my God, you just go running? I'm out.
Well,
Or do
Keep
you
your
play
arms
along
down?
to see where it goes?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Is she hot, John?
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's what he
yeah.
was thinking. So we're all thinking.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to explore that a little bit more.
How long's the sniffing going on for?
Okay.
Guys, I went on a few dates with a chick. On the third, she tells me she's a kleptomaniac and says it's okay because she only steals small things from big box stores, not mom and pop shops.
Hey, at least she's honest.
You said so positively.
On the bright side, she's not a liar.
I'm like reading these to see
Yeah.
how comfortable we are reading these on the air because
Yeah.
you got some good ones.
Right. Yeah. And so, I mean, I go with what they said on Twitch here in regards to the pit sniffer.
Okay.
I mean, is she hot? And that's not a deal breaker. I don't know that would necessarily be a deal breaker. It's weird. There's no question about that. I don't know. Maybe
There are much weirder fetishes. I mean, like that's. Could you get over an armpit sniffer?
Yeah, I mean, technically, especially for me, like women are always shorter anyway. You put your arm around them, your armpit's right there anyway.
Yeah, but that's not what he is saying. He is saying that this woman
She dove in.
purposefully, yeah, and not like a huge sniff. That's gross.
Jim, did you read the one about nipple hair?
Oh no!
Yeah, let's get to that one.
Yeah, you don't want to be flossing, that's for sure.
Back in the military days. John,
does the hotness matter on nipple hair?
There are other factors involved. I mean,
such as?
I don't know how to say this without getting fired.
Okay.
He's turning red.
Okay.
We just don't.
Say
Just
it.
stop.
I know what you're
I'm just going to read
Yes.
this and we'll keep moving. Back in the military days, met and dated a brunette, and after a great concert night, went back to my place, started to get it on, and noticed a few long hairs around her nipples. It was a turnoff I couldn't get over. She was hot, but I couldn't understand how she didn't notice. Tim in Clarkston.
I mean, you could pluck them as part of the process.
Let's just get to Heather with the news.
Awesome! Excellent! This news is brought to you by Gardner White. The Detroit Auto Show is returning this week. Yeah, obviously, we'll offer an opportunity to take a peek at cars of today, cars of tomorrow, and you can also go for a spin. So this year's show will feature a lineup of 40-plus vehicle brands, but it will have a little different feel than shows in the past. I actually was down at the auto show yesterday and can concur that it's probably been 6 to 7 years since I've worked the auto shows and have been to an auto show. And it definitely felt different. So, car companies are kind of like foregoing these big, glitzy model reveals, right? Concept
Cars too, right?
Yes, John. And there used to be like tons of journalists from all around the world going,
Right, yeah.
and
the big reveals.
it wasn't as glitz and glamour as I remember it being, because a lot of automakers are realizing, you know what, we can do our own reveal online. We're not going to be competing with all these other brands at the same time. And a lot of companies are doing that instead. But what's different now is that there's a lot more of these like track experiences where you can go and get a feel for what these vehicles feel like when you're driving in them or riding in them, at least. Last year, the show drew 275,000 attendees. So that's still huge. And there was a ton of people that were able to take a ride in these vehicles. More than 100,000 people partook in these track experiences. So pretty cool. So the show does start today, technically, with industry and media days today and tomorrow. Charity preview, January 16th. And then the public show is the 17th through the 25th. There's a guy running for governor in Florida who wants to make OnlyFans models pay for their sins. Did you hear about this?
No.
He's still laughing at messages.
I know.
I'm reading.
So his name is James Fishback, and he wants to see OnlyFans models, doing something more productive with their time. So he's proposing a 50% tax on income brought in by OnlyFans models who live in Florida. And he calls it a sin tax. And he says that it is meant to deter young women from selling their bodies online.
He doesn't sound very electable.
Yes. I wonder if he'll go after the adulterers and the speeders
yes.
and everyone committing sins. Yes. Tom Brady has taken some heat for starring in a new Pizza Hut commercial. It's a cute commercial, but people are saying, hold on, Tom Brady is representing pizza?
Right.
This
With
guy
his
who
lifestyle,
forever
who wouldn't eat a strawberry. He's going to tell me about pizza.
Exactly. So people are kind of saying, wait a minute, doesn't seem like the most believable or relatable pitch man for Pizza Hut. But he has said in the past that his strict diet has changed as he's gotten older, and that, yes, it is okay to partake in some pizza or bacon when he wants it. But he does say he's not going to eat the crappy pizza. He's going for the good stuff only, right?
Yeah, but I liken this like if John was going to endorse like vegetables. It just
Well, that's what people are saying, yeah.
Yeah, but I've never said that I've liked them.
Right.
So that would be a complete flip.
Yeah, I guess so. That's what I got, guys.
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next. So we don't have a team left in the playoffs, but I'm going to take a stab at who the city of Detroit is rooting for and rooting against. John likes to joke, you say you grew up here. See if I did a good job. Is this who we're rooting for and is this who we're rooting against? It's the DRI, the Detroit Rooting Index. It's 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because spots fill up in cold temps, and it's going to get cold next week. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. Find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Got some feedback to round out the hour. In the 9 o'clock hour, we'll get into your chance to win some Red Wing tickets and a Piston trade proposal. All right, on your rooting interest as a Detroit sports fan.
Okay.
Jim nailed the list. Never felt more hurt as a Detroit fan. Absolutely identical to how I would rank the remaining teams. Agree, Bills number 1, Great Lake City. And don't forget, Ralph Wilson was a Detroit native and lived in Grosse Pointe.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. A lot of texters pointing that out. Apparently, it's common knowledge. I'd like to see the Rams go all the way. That would show the Lions for the second time how not to waste an excellent quarterback, Bruno, in Roseville. That lesson's already been...
learned.
Yeah.
Or at least made.
Yeah. The point's been made. My wife thinks McVay is hot, and I hate Stafford more than Ben Johnson. Go Bears, Sean the mailman.
Sean sounds somewhat like a wife issue.
My wife has similar feelings for D'Amico Ryans.
Oh.
Coming tomorrow, Costa will do the ranking.
Or
maybe Heather, yeah.
NFL
the remaining
hot
coaches.
rankings.
That could be fun.
Of the 8 remaining coaches,
who's the hottest?
Let us know.
Are there many hot ones?
Don't ask us.
I don't even know who they are.
There's only 8 guys.
What's their age limit? Like, how are they old?
Well, Andy Reid is...
He's not left. We're going just with the 8 coaches,
I can't
right?
think of a...
Like, what are we
like
working
a complete like old dude on crutches out there, you know? I can't think of like a definite no right now.
Okay, that's kind of what I mean, yes, I'm not asking you to rate hotness, but like, if they're...
There's no Bill Belichick
Okay.
of this crew.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, Bill Belichick obviously has some game.
Yes, he does, John.
Apparently.
Famously.
Yeah.
Some of the other texts we got on early in the hour, we talked about shocking discoveries. When you first start dating somebody.
Uh-huh.
Met a girl on Tinder, went back to her place. She showed me her shrine and informed me she was a practicing witch. It didn't stop me from seeing her multiple times.
Huh.
It's interesting.
Sean Payton is probably definitely 8th, by the way.
That's it. That is interesting.
A witch.
Signed Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah. Well, again, we go back to the premise. You know, is she smoking hot? And, I mean,
he went back
does
more.
she wear the witch outfit?
Oh.
Could be.
If you're into it, yay.
More hot.
DeVell in Madison Heights. Years ago, my ex-wife and I were living in Indiana. I used to work midnights at a bumper manufacturing plant, and I would come home smelling like nickel and paint. My wife would not allow me to shower when I got home until she smelled me. For some reason, she loved the smell of the factory on my body. Hey, whatever floats your boat.
Working man. Yeah, I got a working man set.
This goes with the no soap. Met a guy who bragged he hadn't showered all summer. This was in August. He said, I have a pool. I go in it every day. The pool has chlorine. No need for soap.
Outdoor bathing.
There's a reason they have the little showers at the pool. You're going to wash
Well, there's
it
a
off
big difference
of you.
between a public pool and your own pool.
His poor skin, though.
Yeah.
Like, are you?
No, I mean, you still should shower. But
Oh, and it's so awful. Is he using lotion at all?
maybe it was a saltwater pool.
Maybe.
Could be.
I dated this girl who turned out to be an employee of the university I was the head coach at, signed Sharon Moore. Shocking discovery there.
Well said.
Anyway. Heather, you had some expectations going into that conversation.
Oh, these far surpassed. This is not what I was picturing at all. Like, I was just thinking like little things. Like, oh, I thought this woman was all put together. I showed up at her place and she's a slob.
Right.
But these were
Yeah.
These were great.
Yeah. Somebody won't load the dishwasher right or doesn't do dishes.
Right.
Yes.
Instead, we got clowns.
Yes,
and
we got
hair
clowns
in
and
weird
witches
places
and yeah.
John, if you're waiting for someone to load the dishwasher correctly, man, you're going to be waiting a long time.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to accept that most people just can't do it right. I'd rather do it myself.
Are you very particular? Like you have a system with your dishwasher?
Yes. When you have 5 children.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of dirty dishes. And so you need to make sure that it's loaded appropriately for maximum capacity and for cleanage.
Hey, at the very least, like goes with like.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say, I don't know if there's an inherently right way, but there's definitely
there is.
wrong ways.
There is a right way.
Could you please detail it for me?
Well, everyone's dishwasher's formatted a little bit differently with different racks.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Some hold more than others. Yeah.
Is your dishwasher hot?
Yeah.
Steamy.
Technically, your dishwasher can be hot.
Yeah.
It just depends on how well you're married.
Oh, John, no. No.
Wow, that's one of the oldest ones in the book.
Walked right into it. Where were we at? I don't know. Briefly, just tell me the best way to do a dishwasher, and then we'll move on.
Nah, it's a little too intricate. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Couple more. No, what is Tom? These are all signed Cindy and West Bloomfield.
Please read.
I didn't realize he had ear hair at first. I didn't realize he chews with his mouth open.
And talks with the same food spewing.
I didn't realize he wears his shirt backwards. And I'm sure that's only the tip of the iceberg.
Or wore opposite shoes.
That's the story. Like, we get dressed early in the morning, and it's possible like something's inside out or whatever. But shoes are formatted for each foot.
Well, he just I did it once. Remember?
Yeah, you wore a left of one kind and a right of another kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they weren't like left foot.
He wasn't wearing two left feet or two left shoes.
What story you don't know?
He probably did at some point.
Maybe.
I guess I just assumed. Anyway,
Did you know he one of my favorites? He shaved half his face
and then came into work.
Yes.
So I think I might have shared the story at that time. Like, it happened to me one time when I owned the gym up north, and I was going in for a 5 a.m. class, and I had the electric razor. The electric razor, after I got half of my face done, the battery died, and so I had to go in with half a face shaved.
That makes sense. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Not at that point. Plug it in, but the charger was at home.
Right.
Shave before I get in the car.
Oh no, maximize
That is what
time.
I'll do.
Yes, yeah. Well, moving forward, sure.
We have Red Wing tickets to give away in the 9 o'clock hour. We have tickets for every home game for the Centennial season. The next home game is Friday night. Macklin Celebrini and the San Jose Sharks. For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. If you want to win the tickets, be listening in the 9 o'clock hour when you hear the theme from Jaws.
Oh, all right.
Greg's getting creative back there. When you hear the Jaws theme, that's your cue to call in and win the pair of tickets for the Red Wing game Friday night against the San Jose Sharks. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. A Red Wings loss last night leads to a pair of off days for Detroit as they will return home to face the San Jose Sharks on Saturday. Michigan State Hoops won over Indiana last night, and now the Spartans will get ready to head to the West Coast for a 2-game road trip against Washington and Oregon, starting with the Huskies on Saturday. Speaking of West Coast trips, Wolverine fans will have to stay up late tonight if they want to see Michigan. U of M faces Washington as the Wolverines will try to bounce back from their first loss of the season on Saturday. It took a historic shooting effort for Wisconsin to defeat Michigan over the weekend. The good news tonight for the Wolverines is that 10-6 Washington is only shooting 32% from three-point land this year. Tonight's game tips off in Seattle at 10:30 p.m. local time. As we await news on the Lions' pursuit of a new offensive coordinator, another head coach is changing employers. Mike Tomlin, the previous longest tenured coach in the NFL, stepped down from his position with the Pittsburgh Steelers last night. Many believe he will now enter what should be a lucrative TV deal. Tomlin's departure marks the 9th NFL head coach this year to leave their team or be fired. 3 of those are in the AFC North. We also have some breaking news in the golf world today. Predictive online betting market Kalshi has announced it has signed its first professional athlete endorser in, you guessed it, Bryson DeChambeau. The LIV golfer was asked whether he'll pitch LIV on signing with Kalshi too, and he said, quote, "They have to. Come on, let's go," unquote. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Do you really want me to read these texts you just brought in?
Hey, Tom brought them in. They must be pre-approved.
So that means you can't get in trouble if you read them.
Yeah, you and Ron Burgundy.
I'm going to make John laugh, I think. Everybody's loving that. You're getting all these responses on text. People are loving you laughing, thanking you.
Your dishwasher humor. We are going to get into a Pistons trade proposal that John found, and I think is interesting. Feels kind of like a no-brainer. We'll get to it. Couple texts. What happens if your dishwasher breaks? Slap it on the butt and tell it to get back to the kitchen. Getting a glare from Heather. There's one more. John, how do you turn your dishwasher into a snowblower? You give her a shovel. He's going to be useless for a half hour now, so this probably wasn't a good idea.
I'm just thinking all the emails Jimmy's going to get later about all the inappropriate jokes. Come on, have a sense of humor.
Heather, do you want to talk Pistons trade while John's incapacitated?
Sure, let's do it.
On Twitch right now, they're debating on whether to date a clown or a witch.
248. That's our alternate question today. Maybe that'll be in the cookie jar this week.
Yes. Yeah. Would you rather?
Clown or witch?
Not sure about the witch. She got the broomstick.
Well, okay. I mean...
My God.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends. Like, there's a lot of factors involved. I think it would be better to date a witch than a clown because I just don't know if a clown can be that sexy. A witch certainly can be.
Yeah, clown, you got to do some work.
Could be.
Most witches have like huge noses with warts all over their face. You
Well,
know,
I mean,
green skin.
If you're looking at her face.
John. You really do want to get pulled into the boss's office. This is incredible.
Lights on or off?
He's on a heat check over here.
Half of what I'm laughing about, too, though, is the disgust every time I say something that Heather has.
I've thrown my pen like 10 times.
How about this? John, how do your daughters feel about your sense of humor? That's a text that just got sent in.
Yeah. They're very uncomfortable.
Okay, then.
Yes. Yeah, and that goes to like when your kids are old enough to start understanding your jokes. You have to obviously change some of your adult humor. But then they get old enough to understand them even more, and then they start joining in. So that's when it gets really uncomfortable.
So Michael Porter Jr.
Yes. Speaking about Pistons trade opportunities, the trade deadline is coming up at the beginning of February. I believe it's February 6th. And this one was floated out yesterday. Michael Porter Jr., it's not a new name that's been floated around as a possible trade target for the Detroit Pistons. And this one comes from CBS Sports, and the writer is Sam Quinn. And he proposes this. Pistons receive Michael Porter Jr. The Nets receive Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, 2028 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick. And when I originally read this, I'm like, no-brainer. And I also kind of think, well, maybe there might need to be more. If you throw in another first, it would probably be a 28 first round and a 30 first round. And, if that's what it takes to get it done, I'm fine with that too. Go ahead, set a couple of first round picks because I believe Michael Porter Jr. is under contract for another year. So it's not just this year that you would have him. Jaden Ivey is up after this year. Tobias Harris is up after this year. And it begs the question, what's the long-term plan for Jaden Ivey? And I don't even know if it matters what the long-term plan for Jaden Ivey is. It's what is best for this team and the opportunity that presents itself. That right now you're the number one team in the Eastern Conference. The one thing that this team could really use, especially when you get into the more half-court game of the NBA postseason, is shooting.
Pistons are a great defense. They're great points in the paint. Not a great three-point shooting team, specifically front court shooting and spacing, and that's Michael Porter Jr., 40% from three on 9 attempts a game. 5th most attempted threes, and he's doing it at a 40% clip. Yeah, he solves the biggest issue with this basketball team. And, guys, I know no one wants to upset the chemistry.
But this happens for other franchises at other times when they've got good chemistry, but they add so that they can win go further in the playoffs and win a championship.
And what are you giving up? Seriously, really? You're adding a player who can space the floor, play the front court, scoring 25 points per game. A true secondary scorer for Cade that rounds out your half-court offense, who will be here for 2 seasons or more. What are you giving up? You're giving up a pick that will be in the late first round, ideally 30, but let's call it 25. I'm not really worried about parting ways with that pick. And even if it was 2 firsts in the late first, no issue giving those up as a contender as the 1 seed in the East. How about the players? Tobias isn't expiring. You're literally 1-for-1 upgrading.
Yeah.
The only hesitation would be if you are convinced that Jaden Ivey's going to be a superstar. John, he comes off the bench and runs secondary offense. His shooting has been streaky. The last couple games he started, he didn't make a 3. I'm not anti-Jaden Ivey, but he's certainly not untouchable. So what is keeping me from making this trade? Ivey's a restricted free agent. Am I handing him a bag this offseason? I don't know. Why would I hold on to him any longer? This might be the last chance to cash out on some of his upside, and to do so, fill your biggest need, chase a championship. And it's not like this reckless move where I gave up Asar Thompson or Jalen Duren, things that were being discussed last summer. I'm not giving up Ron Holland. I'm not giving up key cornerstone pieces.
At least not in this version of the trade.
Right.
And if it takes more, then you start talking about some of those other pieces. And I think the only drawback would be, is this the best move that the Pistons could make? Because in the article, they talk about Lauri Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., and so the equation would go into, what are you giving up for a Lauri Markkanen? What are you giving up for a Jaren Jackson Jr. versus, and what are you getting back in terms of the player? Michael Porter Jr., Lauri Markkanen, or Jaren Jackson Jr. What are you giving up? What are you getting back? And what does that look like moving forward?
Yeah, the writer, Sam Quinn, says Michael Porter Jr. is the cleanest fit on the board by far. Should come at a lower cost than the big names they've been linked to, like Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr., but his all-around offense would fit in seamlessly. To get him, the Nets would get a first-round pick years in the future, plus the second, expiring contracts, and a former lottery pick with some upside in Jaden Ivey. He's been nudged out of the role, but before he got hurt, he was having a breakout season. Maybe the Nets can re-sign him in restricted free agency. I mean, that's why both sides would do this deal in his estimation. This is, again, an article, one move that every team in the East should make. Is this a move the Pistons should make? 248-539-9797.
Well, let me ask you this question, and Tom, I want your feedback on this as well. Is this enough? It kind of seems like it might be a little bit light. You get the salaries matching up, but would the Nets, could they demand more for Michael Porter Jr.?
And because if you Google him, I mean, other teams come up. The Warriors are a team that's going to pursue him. Yeah, there could be a bidding war.
Right, and so the question is always, if my reaction is, oh yeah, I do this in a heartbeat, well, are you giving up enough?
Right.
Is there enough in this trade to where the Nets would actually do it?
Right.
Versus just, hey, one that's heavily favored for Detroit.
The other stuff I've seen out there is that it would require more. And I think the other thing here, too, is the market will inflate his value, his return. Like, to me, this would at least be another first-round pick.
Right.
Which I would have no problem with. It might be another player, too. I've seen that float out there, like Ron Holland.
Right. And so that's when you start to make a trade. It most times is going to cause you to be a little uncomfortable. Would you be willing to part with a Ron Holland as a part of this to get Michael Porter Jr. for this year?
It becomes stickier. Like, again, the point on Porter, he's won an NBA championship. He's played in like 75 playoff games. You're getting experience, and you're getting shooting, and you're getting score. It's not like he's just a catch and shoot guy. He can create his own shot. He can generate offense at all 3 levels. This is the type of guy they should be pursuing. I don't know why anybody would hesitate to make this deal. Now, if you have to start throwing in more pieces,
yeah, then like you said, it gets a little bit sticky, and then you got to decide, well, what are we doing to the team long term?
But think about this too: when you get in the NBA playoffs, the Pistons are a surprisingly deep team, right? But typically, the way playoff basketball works is you don't run 10 guys; you're running 7 or 8, and in some cases, you're running really 6 dudes.
Right, but if you have 9 and it's part of the chemistry, like.
I know. But if you're only going to play
I
7.
know you want Cade out there more.
Yeah. And again, that's part of it. You're just going to lean on your stars more. There's the off days. But if I only need 8, I'm in a position to trade a little bit of my depth.
Sure.
Well, when you do this trade, too, Duncan Robinson's playing less.
Right.
So my thing is with Holland, are you willing to let him go? Because if I'm the Nets, I'm wanting something that I've got locked in player-wise for a couple years.
Well, I think
Ivy's...
Yeah, they'd have to like Ivy. Well, he's restricted. So their thought process would be, we're not letting him go anywhere else.
Right.
We're a bad team. We can roll the dice.
And they're willing to pay him.
Yeah.
So what young asset for the Pistons that's under control for a couple years would you be willing to give up?
So what's the list of guys we're talking about here?
Is it just Holland and Thompson?
Yeah, because I don't think you want to give up Jalen Duren unless...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're not doing that. I
No.
mean,
and not a cheap guy, but like I'm also not moving beef stew. Identity guy, front court shooting. Those things are premium. Rim protecting, one of the best rim defenders in the NBA.
It really comes down to Holland or Thompson.
Well, and I think you'd rank them Thompson's ahead of Holland.
But you have Holland for one more year.
Right.
It's a toughie. You hate giving up, man. You got if you want to get something, you got to give.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. It's like if my initial reaction is I'd do this in a heartbeat, then it doesn't feel like it feels like it's more one-sided in favor of the Pistons.
Yeah, my belief is there's a better deal out there for the Nets.
Right.
But this is the same league that had Luka get traded last year. I mean, you don't know what you're dealing with.
And just to add another layer to this, so this is a CBS article. Bleacher Report, Jake Fisher had the report that the Pistons have internally discussed Michael Porter Jr. So we're not just throwing names out to see what sticks. This has been a name that reportedly the Pistons are considering. Would you guys like to see this happen? It's 97-1. Michigan winters mean cold air, hot drinks, tougher bites, things that can mess up your teeth. You might have some dental issues. If it feels off, Brightside can take a look right away. Often same-day appointments, 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. If you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental, $35 new patient special. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. So I want to be clear. I'm not clamoring for the Pistons to make a move for the sake of making a move. They're a first-place team. They got a good thing going.
But they could be better.
But you could always be better. And when you put this trade proposal on our desk today, it's a no-brainer. CBS Sports, one trade every team should make in the East. The Pistons add Michael Porter Jr., give up Jaden Ivey, Tobias Harris, a first-round pick, and a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, even if it was 2 first-round picks, it's a no-brainer. Michael Porter Jr. gives you front court spacing. He gives you a big who can shoot 40% from 3 on 9 attempts. It's elite. He's an NBA champion. He's played over 70 playoff games. That matters too.
Experience is there.
And what am I giving up? He replaces Tobias Harris, and I lose Jaden Ivey, who's an expiring contract, who's playing off the bench anyway. This may be the last time to sell with any value on Jaden Ivey. I mean, what happens if he just is a bench guy? You could extend him. He could be part of this, but then you're going to pay him more money and you missed your chance to sell what you could on upside and you make yourself better. I don't care about the first round picks. I mean, it's the end of the first. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
So, John, this is a no-brainer for you. It's a no-brainer for me. What about for Pistons fans? 248-539-9797. Guys, the one thing to consider, what about Tobias' leadership? Does it alter the locker room at all?
I think we concern ourselves too much with team chemistry and locker room. I think that team chemistry, the locker room is set by JB and then by Cade Cunningham.
Cade, Stu, Duren.
Sure, but this is Cade's team.
My point, though, is you still have the nucleus of guys who are intense, competitive, who defend.
And, the guys that are left that want to win.
And by the way, that is the thing that creates chemistry. John, do you know of many teams that lose a lot that have great chemistry?
No.
Winning teams tend to have great chemistry. Mm-hmm. Moves that help you win more boost chemistry. And again, it's not like Michael Porter Jr. Did I miss something in his background? Is he like a scumbag, like noted bad person?
No. I think it all goes down to there's a lot of fans that have a soft place for Jaden Ivey.
Yeah. Well, because when they drafted him, it felt like such a great pick, and there's this thought that there's another gear, another level. You don't want to give up on a guy too soon. I don't know. I mean, the Michael Porter Jr. story, he clearly wanted to get paid and get more shots, and he's in Denver doing both. He could still be the number 2 option here. He's still going to get paid, and he could win. I don't know why he would look at Detroit and pout or be a bad teammate. And while he's not an elite defender, it's not like he's going to sit there and tie his shoes at the perimeter and let guys blow by him. He's a functional defender.
Right. And I mean, he's won an NBA championship. He knows what it looks like, feels like in all of that stuff. And so if he's going to go from the Nets to a team that is one that I don't know if they're favored to get to the NBA Finals.
Take a look. Go ahead.
But they're a team that is certainly amongst it. I think it's still Cleveland and New York. And the Pistons, simply because the Pistons haven't done it, but they've taken care of, they've split with Cleveland. They've won the game that they've played against the Knicks. You get into the postseason, yes, things change, but he could be going to a team that has the potential to play for a championship.
Odds to win the East. Knicks are 1, Pistons are 2.
Okay.
Followed by the Celtics, then the Cavs. Guys, the draft class coming in is one of the best. The Nets are trying to get hands on picks. They'll take anything for MPJ.
Well, so this one didn't include a pick from this year.
But even if it did.
Yeah. Again, if you're making a move that you believe will get you to picking 27, 28, 29, 30, like what are you giving up at that point?
Guys, I wouldn't move Asar Thompson or Ron Holland. We need more shooting for sure. Maybe we could throw in more seconds. Pry Dalton Connect away. He's young with upside. So this would be a different deal.
Right. And Dalton Connect is he shooting at the same rate or pace?
I got to pull up his numbers. No, I mean, Michael Porter Jr., fifth most attempts and 40% from three. There's not really a better option. You're not adding Steph Curry. So, no. I mean, this is as good as it gets from a who can shoot threes in volume and make them a lot. It's this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could bargain bin shop and add Dalton Connect from the Lakers, but I mean, it's a pretty steep step down. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. scoring 26 points per game. Dalton Connect is scoring 5 points per game.
Yeah, he's a 31% three-point shooter.
Right, and I know last year it was much better. He's obviously down this year, but you're getting the player this year.
Guys, how about this? Didn't the Pistons bring in Rasheed Wallace to an already good team? If anything, he helped chemistry and added toughness. Yes, bring in Michael Porter Jr. 248-539-9797. Guys, if that's all it takes, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I'd also call to see if Trey Murphy is available. I'd pay up to get him. He's younger, cheaper, and plays defense. Guys, Ivy and Tobias have given the Pistons next to nothing this season. Our first-round pick will be in the 20s, typically moved for a couple seconds. We'd be adding shooting and a secondary scorer without, in theory, giving up much of anything. Yeah, add an additional first and run with it. This guy's on board with us. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Clinton Township is now the first community in Michigan to attempt regulations on what authorities are calling or say is highly addictive and potentially dangerous. The substance, kratom. You've heard of it, right? We've talked about it here. This kratom, it's known as gas station heroin, and apparently it has similar effects to opioids, and it's very addictive. Deadly potential. But on Monday evening, the Board of Trustees voted to introduce and publish an ordinance that would prohibit retailers from selling kratom to anyone under the age of 21. Plus, it would also require retailers to post signage that clearly states the age restrictions and to verify customer identification before purchase. It's not a controlled substance in the U.S., and police have said that its use among young people is a big concern. And hopefully Clinton Township, hopes to be like the first township of many to do such a thing. I know in Warren, they also considered a ban, but that kind of like fizzled away. So Stephen A. Smith issued a brief apology after he made a little mistake. You know, when you talk all day and you're live on air, it is easy to make a mistake here or there. And he made a small mistake when he was talking on First Take on Tuesday. He was breaking down the Texans' playoff win over the Steelers. And instead of calling veteran Texans wide receiver Christian Kirk, he called him Charlie Kirk instead.
Yeah. That'd be tough. Especially since he does so much. Does he still have his podcast where he, delves into some political things?
Stuff? Yeah, he does.
And so, crossing the streams can get a little bit difficult at times.
Sure.
Well, yeah. Sorry. Probably a bad analogy.
I would have gone with wires crossed. Might have been a better analogy to use.
It's different.
But, John, how many times this year did we screw up Bryce Underwood and Bryce Young?
Yes, I did it frequently. And
Very
so,
easy to do.
It happens.
Okay, listen to this. Well, Bo Bichette is one of MLB's top free agents, and while he mulls over deals this winter, he's already getting some interesting offers besides big money. So last week, there was a steakhouse that offered him free steak for life if he decides to remain a Blue Jay and resign there. So that's a pretty big offer.
Yeah.
Free steak for life. But that's not the only company that's kind of getting in on things. PETA has decided to insert themselves as well because let's save the cows.
Blue Jays.
No, it's all about the steak. Not about the Blue Jays. They don't want them eating steak for life. They want to protect the cows, and instead they have a counteroffer. They will give him a lifetime supply of Viagra instead. So It's all in good fun. It's a joke, but in their press release, they talked about the negative health effects of eating too much
red meat.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Actually, it'd be the complete opposite. Not with the Viagra, but with eating too much a high cholesterol food, you can have some
supposed
issues.
to make you limp?
In the bedroom. So instead, they're going to give him Viagra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boba Fett's 27 years old. I don't think he's really
Yeah,
thinking that.
probably not a concern of his.
No,
at this
probably
point.
not.
Probably not. We'll make it a cookie jar question. What would you rather have, steak for life or Viagra for life? 248.
Let's see. Baltimore Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti was right in the middle of this scheduled press conference on Tuesday afternoon when he was informed about Mike Tomlin, right? About him stepping down as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. And this is how he reacted.
He was
Well done.
incredible at
Yeah.
the podium yesterday. I mean,
Well done.
He was talking about, I want to win a couple Super Bowls and then get out, sell the team. He was super honest, transparent, open,
Yeah.
lucid. It was great.
You know, speaking of the Tomlin stepping down, the Pittsburgh Steelers since 1969 have had 3 head coaches.
Yes, famously.
There have been 6 popes in that same time frame. That's bizarre.
Twice as many popes as Steeler head coaches.
Yes.
Have you guys ever seen snow fleas?
I've heard of them, but I don't think I've ever seen them.
I don't think I have either, but maybe you might have if you're outside on a warmer winter day and the snow is starting to melt, but you see what kind of looks like almost like pepper jumping on the snow.
Yeah.
Those are snow fleas, but they're not actually fleas at all. So you don't have anything to be worried about. Their technical name is, let's see, what is their technical name? Something about spring and now
Jumping peppers.
Yeah, sure. My eyes are really springtail. There you go. They don't bite. They don't feed on people or pets. They don't carry any diseases. They're just these little jumping insects. I guess they're related to insects. They're not really insects, but they're bugs.
Yeah.
And apparently they're always there.
Yeah.
So
Tom,
think
that's maybe
about
what we
that.
got in the office.
Snow fleas.
Have you noticed the
Oh
little,
my
the little
gosh.
gnats?
Those are not
Yeah.
snow fleas. Those are from all of our new plants.
Oh.
Right?
Yes.
And I had one flying in my face at like 5:15 this morning. I'm like, seriously?
We have a greenhouse here, so we have little bugs.
Yes. Yes.
Greenhouse.
There's a lot of trees here, right?
Yes. There's a lot of greenage.
Yeah, Jimmy's the horticulturist.
He walks around with the little the watering cup.
Yes. Yes.
He does. He takes good care of the plants.
It's Heather with the news. Keep listening. Your chance to win Red Wing tickets this hour. Coming up next, you have an NFL team that is. You tell us, is it fair or foul the way they want to handle their tickets? It's 97.1. 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We're hanging out. Thanks for spending some of your day with us. Got Gov and Greg behind the glass. And John, there's this story from Seattle, and people here probably have an opinion on it, so we'll throw it out there. The Seattle Seahawks released a statement ahead of their playoff game this week, and it's sent to some of their season ticket holders. It says, our records indicate that your seats for the upcoming divisional round playoffs are currently posted for resale. As communicated prior to the season, 2026 renewal eligibility may be impacted if it's determined your season tickets, including playoff games, were used primarily for resale purposes. To avoid any impact to your renewal eligibility, we ask that you remove your resale listing and ensure your tickets are used by another 12th man. We encourage you to distribute your tickets directly to friends, family, neighbors, community groups that will help us pack Lumen Field with blue and green. So it's launched this big debate because you have people saying, they're my tickets. I bought them. I can sell them if I want. To which the team says, you can, but we can refuse to renew you for the upcoming season. The key phrase is primarily for resale. Where do you draw the line in the sand?
Well, they let you know ahead of time. When you signed on the dotted line for your season tickets, this was probably in the very tiny small print, but it was there. And so you know ahead of time that this is part of the agreement that you are entering into. So I think that the team already has taken care of everything that they need to do.
Oh, from a legal standpoint, this is just not a what can they do? It's how should this be handled? Because on one hand, I look at this and say, you should not be running a business under their nose. You shouldn't be using this as a side hustle where you buy season tickets and sell them all off to make a tidy profit. At the same time, I get the average fan saying, you keep raising prices. I need to sell a couple games just to stay above water. I want to go to most of the games. Where it gets messy is a playoff game, because we were in this spot a year ago.
Yeah.
Hey, if I sell the Commanders game, then I can use that money to go to the NFC title game, because we're going to beat the Commanders. We're going to disco on their ass. Double digits. Come on. So if I sell the Commander game, I'm selling a playoff game. That's sacrilegious. That's not a good fan thing to do. Times are tough, man. If I'm going to sell one so I can go to the NFC title game, Seattle fans may be considering that right now, and then they get hit with this email going, hey, tisk tisk, you might not be allowed to buy season tickets anymore.
But in terms of the legal standing, it also says we're used primarily for resale purposes. Now, does that mean every playoff game?
I don't know.
Or does it, I think you could argue that if we had 9 home games and I went to 6 of them but sold 3,
you should be fine.
I would think you'd be fine.
If you go to 2/3 of the games, it should be no issues.
Now, if you're selling all your tickets, then I think you have a major issue.
Yeah, and I think the team has a right to that point. Go, dude,
they
come
do,
on.
But I also think that there should be we had one caller call in and say he had a traumatic brain injury, wasn't able to go for a year, and they took his tickets away because he had put them all on secondary market. In that case, you should at least listen to why didn't you go to games? Can you provide us some evidence of this is why I didn't go? I physically couldn't, but I didn't want to lose, since there is a wait list, my spot in line.
I think it's tough. I don't know how the team should handle that, but I think what they'd want you to do is, hey, do you have a friend or a family member that can buy them off of you?
Yes.
So you keep your name in the queue.
And you just transfer them versus posting them on a third-party ticket seller site.
Yeah, because they've talked about this. Teams have mentioned this. If we see, hey, face is 200, but you're making 3, and you do it for every game, why are we getting cut out of our own market?
Right, and I don't think they're missing out on tons and tons of money. I think their thought process is we don't want cottage industries to crop up with selling our tickets.
Right.
We actually want our fans to go. And in this case, I've played in Seattle. I played there for regular season games, and I played there for a playoff game. It is absolutely the loudest place that I've ever been. And Ray Brown was my guard at the time. He was literally, he would get the play from the quarterback, probably from the center, relay it to the guard, and then he would relay it to me, and he would be shouting it. His face mask was literally pressed against the side of my helmet, shouting into my ear hole, and I still couldn't hear him. Like, it is a huge advantage in Seattle to have their fans completely run the opponents out of the stadium. It was so loud, we were running downfield, and it felt like I was running through sound waves, like it was actually weighing me down. That's how loud it was.
Like almost like wind?
Like it was a weight. It felt like a weight, like I was running against a weight. Now, obviously, everybody else is in the same environment as well.
Yeah, but they're used to it. So in a way, is it almost like Denver plays in the altitude and you get used to playing in the elevation? Seattle's used to it being loud? Or
I never had that issue in Denver, so
okay.
I don't really buy into that.
I'm just environmental factors that you're used to playing in it every week.
Yeah.
So Seattle wants to preserve their home field advantage. That's a huge part of this, too. They don't want to see Niner fans, who famously travel well, especially up and down the West Coast, gobbling up blocks of tickets and going, what the hell happened? We're the 1 seed.
They want to keep a home field advantage a home field advantage. So I don't really have an issue with this because they warned you ahead of time.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. If you're a season ticket holder for one of our local teams, or you just have a thought on this as a fan sitting on the sideline, how should this be handled? Because there are a lot of people online I saw mad at this saying, I bought the tickets. I can sell every last one of them.
Right. And there's this thought that I own that seat. No, you're leasing that seat from the franchise.
And to be clear, I don't believe they're stopping you from selling tickets to this game. They gave you your season tickets. They released them to your account. They're yours to do with. You can transfer. You can sell them. You can sit on them and do nothing. But they're going to flag you for next year because you're not guaranteed the right to renew season tickets forever and ever and ever. They're a business that can refuse service, and this is one of the areas that they draw that line in the sand.
Yeah.
Like I could just speak for myself. I've only sold one game in the 2 years, and it's because normally one of us can go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it's like a weekend and I'm watching football, Kelsey will go with her dad or a friend. Or if she can't make a game because of work, I'll take a buddy. We'll find a way. But there was a Sunday against the Leafs, and it kills me because I would have loved to go Wings Leafs. That's a great environment. And it was a Sunday. Well, I couldn't go. She couldn't go. We sold him. We marked him a little up because it's a rivalry, made a couple bucks. It's the only game we've sold in the time we've had the tickets.
Yeah.
Because, again, I think people generally who get season tickets are people who
want to go
to the games.
And it's we had one caller talk about, and I think he's spot on in regards to 90 or 95% of people that buy season tickets, they actually want to go to the games. It's that small faction of individuals that are buying them and never go to a game, but they just simply sell their tickets.
Yeah, this really only screws over scalpers.
Yes.
As long as it's...
If that's what they're buying the tickets for.
Yeah. Couple of responses. Digital tickets have made this so much tougher. Not all teams make it easy to transfer tickets to a friend. I wish I could have paper tickets to give when I can't go.
I've never run into an issue of transferring tickets.
Me neither.
It's there's a button right there that says transfer.
Yeah, whether it's concert tickets, football tickets,
and all you need
baseball,
is a
hockey,
cell phone or an email, and boom, they're off.
And you can add it to your wallet, and it's easy. It says, guys, go back to printed tickets with the statement non-transferable. Also include face value. We're not going backwards.
No.
Lions fan in Illinois. I've been debating season tickets. I'm not sure if I could go to every game. I don't know if it's explicit. If it's just majority, you go to majority, you're fine.
Yeah.
But that's, I guess, what we're asking is what should that line be?
And when you buy the tickets, ask the question.
Yeah.
Hey, I live out of state. I can come if there's 9 home games. I can go to 6 of them, but I'm going to have to sell 3. Am I at jeopardy of losing them in the years to come?
Yeah. All right, let us know what you guys think. We'll wrap with it. 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients and his family already know. Dr. B, he's had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. And when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board-certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Yeah, Talbot didn't even play poorly. It just Wings slow start, and then they had no gas left in that third period.
Yep.
That's fourth game in 6 days. It's a back-to-back with travel after an emotional OT game. I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but there are scheduled losses, and that's one of them.
Yeah. I mean, and I know we were super excited about their game on, was Monday night, but we were excited about the Knicks win for the Pistons. And they followed up with a couple more wins, but it's not like we think they're going to win out.
No.
Same thing with the Red Wings.
No, and again, just yesterday, I'm excited, more in than out, but understand there's so much more hockey that has to be played. There is a layoff coming up with the Olympic break. There's a trade deadline. There's that month that has been a problem for this team, third month of the year. So they're going to have some bumps along the way. They're going to have to hold on here. We have a winner for our Red Wing tickets Friday night. San Jose Sharks are in town. Macklin Celebrini. Alan in Livonia is our winner. For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. Alan heard the Jaws theme. He knew to call in, and he got his tickets. We'll have tickets for every home game for the Centennial season. We brought up season tickets for the Seattle Seahawks because they sent out that message to their fans saying, hey, if you be careful selling these playoff tickets, might not get renewed. How do you feel about it? Let's get to Bruce in Clinton Township. Bruce, you're on 97.1.
Thank you for having me on, and I'm really glad I get to voice this on the air. I was a season ticket holder going back to the Silverdome, and I would get the tickets every year, and I had several people at work. We would divide them up and did that for years. So when this policy came out, it was right around the time I fell and I broke my ankle. I called my rep, and I told him the story. I divide the tickets up, and I said the few games that I do go to, I'm not going to be able to go because I'm having ankle surgery. He was very empathetic. He was nice. I'm sorry that happened to you. He said, please buy your tickets, which I did. I purchased them. 2 weeks later, I get an email, and they took them away. And I was the most loyal, dedicated Lions fan you'll ever find. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I was really grateful that they did not make the playoffs this year because of the way they've treated their fans. And I was the most loyal person you're ever going to find. And for them to treat me that way, I just found it was really reprehensible.
Did you call your ticket rep back?
Yes, I called them back and I said, look, we talked and I told you, I split these tickets up between the people I work with. And I said the few games I could go to, I said I'm not able to go because I'm going to be having ankle surgery. And
what was the response?
He was very callous. What's that?
He said he was callous?
Very callous, very cold. Too bad. We ruled on it, and that's the end of it. And hung up. And I'm telling you, nobody in this world was more of a loyal Lions fan than myself. And now I just think that they got a little bit of success, and that's the way they turn on their fans. And I think that is emblematic through the whole organization, and that's why I really feel they will never make it to the top of the mountain because it's an organizational thing, and the way I was treated was reprehensible.
Yeah, well, Bruce, sorry that happened to you. I don't know. I don't think that's a very common practice. I don't know what happened. If his
story is true, that shouldn't happen that way.
I don't know what happened. There sounds like I'd love to hear his ticket reps side of that as well.
Because that sounds so ludicrous.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen that way.
Well, especially if you're not posting them, if you're just transferring them amongst friends, because that's one of the things that
the Seahawks said, go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Find a home for the tickets.
Distribute your tickets, which basically means transfer them because you can't, there's no paper ticket. You can't just hand them a ticket. So directly to friends, family members, neighbors, or community groups that will help us pack Lumen Field with blue and green.
Yeah. Which I think is kind of understood. Like
universal. Yeah.
Yeah. That's, look, for the Lions, they raised tickets the last couple of years, and we did topics on it and took calls on it, and it clearly the ire of a loyal fan base was felt.
Right, but on the flip side,
they didn't raise them this year.
They didn't raise them this year.
Right. And Sheila's statement, I thought was pretty forthright.
Yeah, I thought it was
put out yesterday.
Yeah, It was, they acknowledged the expectations. They fell short, and that they were going to do everything they could to get back to where they should be competing for a championship.
Was the phrase, they don't need drastic changes? which I would agree with. I don't think they need drastic changes. I think they need targeted changes, right? Like very specific changes, not like reshift and shape the organization, but how about a center and a guard? You know what I mean? Like, there's some stuff that they're going to have to do, and I don't think she's running from it with the statement she put out yesterday.
No, not at all. And I think they've identified internally some things that they want to do differently, and we'll see what that looks like in practice throughout the offseason.
Head over to Sears, get a garden center.
Yeah, maybe Brad could be our horticulturist. Get some extra reps watering the garden.
It's possible.
Because that is at the top of our list. By the way, did you notice Mike McDaniel? We've been watching this saga. Was in town. He left town.
Oh, they let him leave?
They let him leave. They didn't hire him as the OC, John.
Where else is he? Is it been reported that he is going? I know he's interviewing for some head jobs. Any other OC jobs?
Not that I've seen. The question will be, Philly officially fired their OC yesterday. Is that I mean, they should make that phone call too, just the same way we're saying make that phone call.
Sure.
Yeah, and then this is such a crazy coaching cycle. I don't know if we say this every year, but this feels like more. You had the Tomlin stuff yesterday too.
Well, it feels like more because you had a coach that was in one spot for 18 years in John Harbaugh. You had another one that was in a spot for 19 years in Mike Tomlin, happened to be in the same division. And both of those teams are now looking for head coaches. And John Harbaugh is reportedly interviewing at different spots. He's going to coach again, and it sounds like Tomlin is going to take at least a year.
Yeah, have you seen it's been phrased, John Harbaugh is interviewing teams. They're not interviewing him.
Yes.
And I'd be interesting if Tomlin did want to coach this year. I mean, how teams would view him. There's also talk that he's going to do TV potentially.
Right. If the wrinkle that he would have is teams would have to give up compensation to the Pittsburgh Steelers because he's still under contract for 2 more years, and he stepped away.
Yeah, they didn't fire him.
Yeah, and they have a team option for 27, which I am assuming they would now pick up.
Yeah, but I would imagine teams would be like, yeah, okay, we'll give up the compensation. This is a guy who's had 19 straight winning seasons.
Correct.
He's a culture changer and all that. And
we're just saying this is one of the more wild
it's just crazy
coaching cycles.
I mean, there are, 8 jobs or 9 jobs open?
Yeah. I think 9 after yesterday.
I think it was 9, yeah.
Think about it. Over a 2-year span, it's like half the league.
The crazier thing is to realize that I guess there have been 10 coaching jobs open in a season like 3 times, and it's recent, I think it's 2022.
Right.
Wow.
Hired to be fired, man.
Right. And I think with everyone wanting instant gratification, that's going to be more common than not with the coaching turnover.
That's how it is. It's nuts.
Would you rather date a clown or a witch?
Witch.
Okay.
Oh, did you hear our conversation?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I hear clown and I'm like, forget it.
We had a guy call in. It was a surprise that he found out he was dating someone who was a clown, and it was just a no-go.
Oh, it is a no-go. Yeah. There's no point. Clowns are the worst.
And as Heather contends, clowns can never be sexy, so you're just not going to overcome that.
Yep.
No. And mimes are even worse.
You got Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Thanks for the morning show for fine work every day. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Doug.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Feeling good today?
You know.
Mid?
I don't know. I wouldn't say good. I wouldn't say bad.
No?
Just getting the day started. We'll see how things go.
Yeah? You have high hopes for the day?
I always have high hopes for the day.
Do you?
Yes.
New day. You never know what's going to go down.
That's right.
Yeah.
Every day is a new day.
This could be the day.
Today could be the day.
Today could be the day.
For whatever you want it to be.
For whatever you want it to be. Today could be the day. I guess we got snow on the way.
Well, it was, I heard some freezing rain for periods this morning when I was at the house getting ready, and then that just turned over to rain, and then it stopped when I came in. But
Worst of the worst, freezing rain.
yeah, freezing rain's no good. But fortunately, the temperature was well above 32, so it wasn't presenting an issue.
Yeah.
But you don't want that to become an issue.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So, Gator household, Tuesday night. Exciting, fast-paced single life.
Well, it wasn't crime fighting last night.
No crime fighting.
No. I'm reluctant to say. So watch the Red Wings, obviously, and that was no good.
Lethargic.
Yeah.
Very predictable.
But sometimes...
Uh-oh, is this what did they make you flip to?
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's something came on, and I'm like, oh, and it's right at the beginning, and I don't know. I had recently thought of this movie the other night, and then here sure enough, it comes out, and I'm like, oh boy. And then I said to myself, well, I have to watch the beginning and find out why.
What? Find out.
Because when I saw this movie in a theater, this is embarrassing to say.
I can't wait. I love public embarrassment, especially yours.
When I saw this movie in a theater back in 2008, within 5 minutes of the movie.
5 minutes of it starting.
Yes.
The first 5 minutes of the movie.
I was an emotional wreck.
Oh, really?
It hit me so hard, and I'm not sure why. And I don't know why I was thinking about this literally like 3 days ago. I'm like, why did I get...
So something happened in the first 5 minutes of this movie.
Yeah, and I don't know what. It was just ruined. And so I'm like, okay, well, here it is. 17, 18 years later now. Let's go ahead and try to watch. And I've seen bits and pieces of this movie during the duration in between. And every time I watch it, I do get emotional watching. I'm like, why? And so I'm watching again last night, and yeah, early on again, boom. And I'm like, there's nothing like really major that should. And then I'm thinking back to my life in 2008. Was there something going on in my life personally where maybe something in a movie struck me and it just got me? And I still can't really figure it out. And I had the same reaction. And then I kept going back to the movie, and I'm like, oh my God. And I'm just a wreck for over 2 hours.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
So
and it's going to sound, when I say the movie.
Well, and you said it's 18 years old. So it's not Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru getting smoked in Star Wars at the beginning of Star Wars.
Wow.
It's not that, huh?
Spoiler alert. No, it was not that.
What is it? Jarrell and Superman?
Wow.
When they send their kid off, it's not that.
It was not it's not a science fiction movie.
Okay.
Although it has
minutes.
It has an incredibly interesting concept of the movie, but it's not, it's definitely not a science fiction.
First 5 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think I've seen this movie?
No, I don't think you've seen this movie, and I would recommend it because I think it's a great movie.
All right, let's go. Let's embarrass yourself publicly. First 5 minutes of what movie?
The Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Yeah, I didn't see this movie. So what happens in the first 5 minutes?
I mean, the movie sets up, there's a whole motif about time moving backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that there's this big clock that's built in New Orleans back in after World War I, and the guy had lost his son. The guy who built the clock was blind, and he was a famous clockmaker, and he had lost his son in the war. So when they unveil the clock's going backwards. And everybody's like, whoa, it's backwards. And he's like, yes, I designed it that way because we want to go back in time to a time where blank didn't happen, this didn't happen, this didn't happen. He goes, and I would still have my son back. So already it's like, okay. And then it's also at the same time, it's going back and forth to like modern time. And the backdrop of the current part of the movie is Hurricane Katrina. So that's a whole other thing with the tragedy with that. So, and then there's, and the woman who's telling the story of her life is dealing with cancer. So it's like all these things are going on. It's just a storm, a perfect storm of emotional distress. And then the movie starts, and I think it's a really interesting concept in a movie.
So you were an emotional wreck.
I was an emotional wreck.
First 5 minutes.
You haven't seen it?
No.
Do you know what the concept of the movie is?
No.
It's about being born as like an elderly man and going back through time, and your life is getting younger.
You're getting younger.
So he's a baby, but he looks like he's an old man. And he's dropped off at like an orphanage. Not even an orphanage. It's like an old folks house. Old folks home. It's really, I think it's a wildly interesting concept to see what life is like to go backwards.
You know, it's funny because you mentioned at different stages in your life how things, like what was going on in your life that
like,
got
what
you.
happened in 2008?
I'll never forget when I went from when my wife and I were married, we had our first child, and I was trying to rock him to sleep, and there was a movie on, and he was, I'm sitting there with my baby boy, and I'm watching Mr. Holland's Opus, which I had seen before. And you get to the scene where he puts together music for his deaf son, but he does it with light and beats, so the deaf people could feel the beats and see the lights as they coordinated to try and
Cole, I believe.
Yes, and he starts singing. Then he signs the song "Beautiful Boy." I start bawling. I start crying. I'd seen the movie before. That scene didn't touch me at all. But in that point of my life, as a parent, all of a sudden I am crying uncontrollably, and I'm going, and I'm literally going, where is this coming from? But it's funny because it's whatever stage you are in your life. Like, I don't think, when I'm just kind of getting going into the college life and I see Bachelor Party and I'm like, yeah. Now I see Bachelor Party and I'm like kind of detached from it. But when you're when you're 20 and you see Bachelor Party, you're like, let's roll.
Yeah.
Hangover at different points. Probably a little bit more. I wasn't at that age. I guess Hangover still did appeal to me, but probably not quite the same as when you're just getting set to go up. But okay, Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Destroyed for over 2 hours.
Were you?
Yeah.
So you watched the movie. The Red Wings were so bad. That's what they made you flip.
I kept flipping back, and but I absolutely the majority of the time was watching the movie, which is. I don't know if it's supposed to be sad.
Kang, have you seen this movie?
Certainly are.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Is it supposed to be sad?
I mean, I wasn't crying.
There you go. Here we go.
Maybe you're a big Cate Blanchett fan. I don't know.
I do like Cate Blanchett.
Yeah, see?
But, it was interesting. It's her and Brad Pitt. And then the movie afterwards was Babel, which is also her and Brad Pitt. And also a really good movie.
Man, you are a big Cate Blanchett fan.
I don't mind Cate Blanchett.
This is coming out.
Yes,
We're discovering something about Gator.
You'd rather cry than watch Red Wings last night. That's what happened, right?
I mean, look.
Cry watching something that's worth crying over, or cry watching the Red Wings not being able to score a single goal?
If you'd asked me what are the odds of the Red Wings getting shut out the night after an emotional overtime game, and with the added addition of the emotion of the Sergei Fedorov ceremony, which the players clearly got into, if you were to tell me they were going to get shut out the next night on the road at Boston, I would say, yep.
Yeah, I could say that. Yeah.
I mean, we predicted it yesterday. And it sucked because they were in the game. It just, as the longer it went, you're like, they're going to be running on fumes by the time this thing is done. You know what they need? They need a nap. Give them a nap. Give them a good nap. No reason to freak out over that loss, but
they'll be all right.
Scheduling, there are times in the schedule you can see something coming in. That was one of them. 248-539-9797. We got open lines here on Karsch and Anderson as per usual.
Am I getting destroyed, King?
I mean, some people are saying you probably shouldn't share that stuff on the air. It's Metro Detroit. And now the West Side. Hello, Rockwood.
Well, everybody knows now.
Grand
Don't worry.
Rapids.
But
Hey.
do you want to go back and retape the first segment so people don't hear it?
No, I'm okay.
All right,
I'm
okay.
fine with things I can admit to it. That's all right.
It's a shame, Scott.
I'm a sensitive young man.
Yes, you are,
And I'm
you're
not ashamed of it.
And you're not. You're honest. Honest with it. You're just being honest with the audience.
I'm just being honest. I'm not going to lie to the people out there. I can't do that.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. Get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots and everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM, and then you choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Gator got emotional watching Return of Benjamin Button.
It's the curious case of Benjamin Button.
Benjamin Button Strikes Back, whatever it is. And he got...
Really?
The Wrath of Benjamin Button.
Full Metal Benjamin Button. Whatever it was, he watched it last night and got Did you get emotional again?
Yes.
Did you? Now I got to see the first 5 minutes of this
It's
movie.
not. I don't even think it's. You got to watch the movie's a great movie. We watch the whole movie.
Yeah.
And if you're not crying by the end of it, then you have no soul, like Kang.
Okay. Pete in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Pete.
Hey, how you? I'm with you, Gator. I mean, that movie hit me with the orphanage and everything, but I ugly cried to Field of Dreams.
Oh yeah.
You know, one play catch dad.
Yeah. Hey, Dad, want to have a catch? It's over with. Yeah.
Oh my god. At the end of that, but the movies get me like that. I'm with you. Like I've got a son too, Doug, and so he's 21 now. But when he was younger,
You got a really bad connection, Pete. We can barely hear you. I don't know if you have us on speaker, but yeah, movies like they can get you. Don't get me wrong.
That's better.
Much better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Field of Dreams. At least you can feel like a man if you're crying during Field of Dreams. It's about baseball, right?
Yeah.
Benjamin Button. I'm not sure
other
if
movies too. I'm trying to think. Like Contact gets me.
Contact is great. The end of the the whole end of it. Don't want to ruin it for people, but yeah.
Yeah,
great.
when she's talking there, but I mean, this is what it does. Is like sports is like that too. You know, when I see some pumped up stuff for beginning of a game and all the hype they have, those montages. I mean, I'm like teary eyed.
The ball is
Seriously,
tipped.
great stuff.
There you are. You're running for your life.
Well, that's ridiculous.
You're a shooting.
Yeah, Gator, this guy cries at everything.
Gator, we admit to this stuff. We're men. We're sensitive to the needs. So
There you
go.
go. Yeah, that a boy. Step up. Thanks, Pete. Hey, everybody's got their thing. I'm seriously not making fun of you. I don't know anything about the movie. You're the one that said you were embarrassed about it.
I feel most normal people, if they saw the whole movie, that they would have a reaction of some kind emotionally if you watch the whole movie.
Kang, did you ever cry at a movie?
Yeah, when I was a kid. My girl. Macaulay Culkin died. Sorry, spoiler alert.
Wow, just give it away.
Was that like 30 years old?
Is that it?
40.
That's all you got?
It's the one I can remember most. Is that one got me?
Why do I feel like you have a whole
Did you see-
catalog?
Yeah, I know.
Gator. What do you mean? Do you?
No, I don't think there's a whole catalog, but I think there are movies I remember when. But again, some of them I can explain like maybe in a time in my life where something was going on. But there are scenes, some scenes that just get me.
Well, the one thing that the caller said about sports and how like sports can the montages get him. I'm going to give you one word that gets me every time.
Moist.
Load.
No, that makes me cry.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The word is Rinaldi.
Oh, because Tom Rinaldi.
Tom Rinaldi and all his.
Yeah, I mean that
he
stuff's like
invariably
all
has-
right.
Yeah, and you know it's coming, and you're like, this is going to be emotional, and invariably somebody wasn't feeling well, and they went for a checkup, and you're like,
Who was the guy used to do the show on ESPN? Had the interviews. Kind of a funny looking guy, but they used him in Jerry Maguire at the end of Jerry Maguire. I don't know when the receiver he's like, I promised I wasn't going to cry, but he always got people to cry.
Oh,
during
Roy
the interview.
Firestone.
Roy Firestone.
Yeah.
Like, watching some of that stuff when they ask the personal stuff and they get into it. And it's like, you see what's personal to other people
Yep.
and you got to feel for them.
Yep. No, I think my cry to College Game Day ratio is about 1 to 2. Like I think out of every other episode of College Game Day, Rinaldi gets me. I got see on Fox now. Whatever Pete. Whenever Rinaldi comes on my TV, I am susceptible. 248-539-9797. All right, so after our show yesterday, there was news in the National Football League that Mike Tomlin was stepping down as a head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
Kind of caught me off guard, but what has been well documented are his postseason failings. 7 straight postseason losses, 5 straight by double digits. So 7 in a row, but the last 5 were all by double digits. And, ESPN in their coverage of this, like you could see they were kind of scrambling. Like they got on the ESPN Pittsburgh reporter and she was talking about all the things that she learned before this news came out, but it was like, no, nobody really knew. And then all of a sudden, and then they started playing phone calls from, I think the radio station is KDKA in Pittsburgh. And they just played.
Oldest radio stations in the country.
Is it? Am I right? Is that their sports station?
It's a station there, yeah.
They played, I think it was 3 straight callers of Steeler fans calling up celebrating this. Like they were ecstatic. And I'm in such a careful what you wish for kind of place because Tomlin makes the playoffs every year. And Ken, you brought up the point today that he's a victim of his own success. And I'm not going to steal your thunder because it was a great point.
No, I was just saying, like, there was some of those teams didn't even deserve to make the playoffs, yet somehow he was able to get them into the playoffs.
Like this one.
Yeah, exactly. And then ultimately lose, which adds on to his losing record in the playoffs and how many straight playoff losses they have with maybe certain teams that were never going to win a playoff game. So maybe overachieving led to people thinking he underachieved and, like you said, a victim of his own success, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, you hosted a playoff game because you won a crappy division. Like, you weren't better than Houston. And how many wins did Houston have this year? You weren't better than them. You got to host that playoff game, and you got housed at home, and it sucks. Had they lost on the road, I don't know if Steeler fans would be as upset, but they're still going to be because people, it's what have you done for me lately? And yes, 19 straight years of winning football, but only one Super Bowl.
Yep.
So that fans want something more. It's similar to Baltimore, right?
Yep.
John Harbaugh did a hell of a job at Baltimore. But fans want something more. And at some point in time, things get stale. Okay, it's nice to make the playoffs, but if you're making the playoffs and you have no shot of winning at all, it's like, what's the point? You know?
He said, I mean, his record is unbelievable. If you just look at, I'm looking at their season by season, and they have a category for what happened in the playoffs. Almost all of them are filled up because he always took teams to the playoffs.
Yeah, they were able to account. I mean, what they've done in their history is amazing with the 3 head coaches in 60 years of football or whatever it is.
There's been more Popes the last 60 years than there have been Steeler coaches.
It's like 6-3, yes, or something like that. So
I love that stuff.
But they didn't do him any favors either because we've always complimented the Steelers over the years like they just draft really well, right? Because they're not having to go and draft the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since Ben Roethlisberger left, or when his career started to decline, they probably needed a quarterback, and they just couldn't get the guy that made sense. Whether I don't know how many quarterbacks they've drafted in the first round. I'm guessing it's not many. And obviously that's, first round quarterbacks have a much higher success rate than the non-first round quarterbacks. So I don't think they did him any favors by just kind of cobbling together a team that was adequate, but no chance of being great.
Well, it was funny because I heard Jeff Saturday yesterday on ESPN. He was talking about the Steelers getting bounced in the playoffs, and he made the comment that Aaron Rodgers did exactly what they asked him to do. He was an average quarterback, and that's exactly what they asked him to do. And I'm like, so the team was building around the idea that we're going to try and win with an average quarterback. I have so much respect for Mike Tomlin, but Gator, it brings us to a topic on whether or not you out there, are you Mike Tomlin? And what I mean by that, he got hired in 2007. Who still has the same job they had in 2007? Do you have the same job right now that you had in 2007? What do you do? How do you continue to do it? Do you like it? And how much has it changed? Is anybody else, do you in your line of work have the longevity of Mike Tomlin? Gator, do you have the longevity of Mike Tomlin?
I plead the fifth. Given that we started doing this show together in January of 2007.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Are you Mike Tomlin? Do you still have the same job at 2007? How's it changed? You still like it? How you get it done? I mean, I'm intrigued by this because he's getting hailed for his longevity. How many people out there have that kind of longevity?
What is also interesting for us to ask the question, being in that position,
Yeah.
and how much change we've seen
Dude.
over the last 18, 19 years.
Yeah. This business has changed a lot.
A lot.
Yep. I don't know how much we've changed. We at the
There are
beginning
things-
we
there are
were
things-
forced.
yeah.
At the beginning we were forced to change by Bigby. If you ever heard us tell
Right.
stories about Bigby, who was running the station for a while, he came in, ruled with an iron fist. We battled him every day after the show, and eventually we just capitulated. And quite frankly, the ratings went up.
Well, the show
we did it his
the
way.
show has definitely changed.
Yeah. But we're intrigued to know if you are Mike Tomlin. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Are you Mike Tomlin? Have you had the same job since 2007 and you still like it? How's it changed? How have you gotten it done for so long? It is It's kind of hard to imagine how long he's been in the game, and that is a game where people do not last. I've been at the post office since 2004. I love it. I drive around all day putting paper in a box, listening to music, podcasts, and the ticket. That is from Sean, the mailman.
Well, thank you, Sean.
Hello, Sean. I've been at my job for 29 and a half years. I started in 1996. By the way, Gator, I'm 59 years old, in case you wanted to know. That's from Brad in a car.
Always relevant.
Not the same job, but crazy that he's been coaching the Steelers since my sophomore year in high school. I'm 34 years old. My wife is a nurse at the same hospital for 36 years. That's from John in a truck. Wow. Are you, Tomlin, 248-539-9797? John, you're on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how are you today?
What's up?
So, yeah, I have had the exact same job. I work for a major motorcycle manufacturer, and I'm the one that sells all the bikes to the dealers.
And
so, has it... Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you said you've been doing it for how long?
Since June of 2007.
Okay, so you're right along that timeline. How has it changed?
It used to just be about selling some motorcycles, and now it's about every other ticky-tacky thing that revolves around the industry. I still love it because I am an enthusiast, and I love jet skis and motorcycles and everything I sell, but it is morphed. The technology's changed a ton. I mean, for one, right now I'm listening to you on Odyssey doing my job up in Ludington.
There you go.
So, nice. I mean, before I would never, and I never even thought about using Odyssey till I didn't want to miss draft, the NFL draft. So, same thing happens at work. You just learn to adapt and keep on keeping on.
Yeah, and you say it now, it's all about all the ticky-tack little stuff, huh?
Well, yeah, like I said, it used to just be about selling motorcycles, and now it's about, extended service contracts and the time that, it takes dealers to respond to a email lead, and just everything that used to never exist and to me is still mildly irrelevant.
Yeah, interesting. John, thank you for sharing, and enjoy Ludington. Scott is next. Hi, Scott.
Hi, I'm an automotive engineer. I work for a supplier that makes parts. My job is to basically, I've been 34 years doing the same job for engine parts, transmission parts. And how the job has changed is 10 years ago, now we've got electric vehicles. There's no engine, there's no transmission. Now what do we work on? So that was a big change in what we had to do. So kept doing the job because technology changes. So different parts that we're working on, different technology there, and then just the shift and change in the automobiles and how they're put together. So it's kept it interesting for us.
So you're saying that all the changes are what makes it actually more doable for you?
Yes.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because it's not the same old.
Yeah, there's evolution of the products, evolution of the process, evolution of the overall industry, and how things are done.
Interesting. Yeah, cool. Thank you for sharing, Scott. 248-539-9797. Are you Mike Tomlin? What do we mean by that? You've had the same job since 2007. You still like it. How does it change? How has it changed? Et cetera, et cetera. It's incredible longevity in the NFL and a ton of respect from afar. Respect from afar for what that guy accomplished. Feedback coming in. There's a reason fans in Pittsburgh are celebrating while us in Detroit are questioning this whole situation. Fans in Pittsburgh actually have an expectation for their team, while us here haven't had a sniff of that level of success, so we don't have any expectations. I don't know that that's completely true. I think, look, I've gotten to the point where I've been around, when you have a one-and-done postseason, one-and-done postseasons are unforgiving. One-and-done postseasons introduce a greater element of randomness. When you get into postseasons where there's 7-game series, that feels to me like a greater measurement of who is the better team. One and done in any sport, I feel like the goal should be to get yourself in the mix to win it all. Because in a one-and-done postseason, anything really can happen. And I think Tomlin is been a little bit of a victim of that, and that, you know, he's and as Kang said, he's taken non-playoff worthy teams to the playoffs. His ability to get just consistently win and have a winning record gets him to the postseason. And then, you know, they get there, and because he got there, there's an expectation, and they don't live up to it because he overachieved in the regular season, et cetera, et cetera. But hey, look, my expectation for the Lions is I want them to be in the Super Bowl mix every year. I want to feel like they have a chance to win it all. And not, you know, hey, if these 35 things go right, they could win it all. But like, they're talked about as one of the legitimate contenders by everybody. And they have been the last few years. And that's been nice. Now, eventually, I guess, and the idea being if you were in the mix long enough, you're gonna mess around and win one. But I think that's what I consider a realistic expectation for your team.
I think that just getting in the NFL, I think that's fine for teams that are struggling. You know, hey, you finally get into the playoffs, that gives you hope, then you can build off of that. But if you're not making real changes and you're not really improving, and that team is like stagnant at, you know, now that we have a 17-game schedule, it's a 9-8 team or a 10-6 team, but you know, there's nothing really going on there other than you're good enough to make the playoffs, but there's no way you're going to advance. I can see why things go awry, and like what happened in Pittsburgh, where Tomlin might want to step down, and you know what, he's tired of it. He's tired of hearing his name being on the hot seat or whatever, and just move away from it. And it sounds like he wants to step down and not take a head coaching job this cycle, and, you know, sit on the sidelines and do TV or whatever for a year at least, and then maybe get back into it, or he doesn't have to. I mean, he's had a hell of an NFL career as a coach, one of the greatest of all time, because of that consistency. I mean, think about that. 19 straight years where you've had a winning record. That's insane. In the NFL, all the changeover you've got, you know, with salary caps and everything else and injuries, and they've just endured it all, and it's really been impressive. But in the end, if your team was built just to get into the playoffs, that's not good enough. You have to take another step to it. And I understand why this has happened there. And I get why some Steeler fans might be celebrating a little much. I would celebrate the career that Mike Tomlin had, and I would be excited about the future, because change is always kind of exciting. You may not love it, but it's exciting and it's exhilarating to go through a change and to see, okay, how are we going to be different this next time around? And, you know, with the Lions, kind of bring it back here, it's different because the Lions were in a trajectory going up and up and up and up. And then this year, boom, legs cut out from underneath you. You don't make the playoffs. And like, whoa, what happened here? And now that it's obvious the team has to make these moves to become better, so you don't get stale. You don't get stagnant. You don't just become good enough to make the playoffs. You have to be good enough to win a Super Bowl.
248-539-9797. Mike in Shelby Township here next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
So I'm 57 right now, and I started with a landscape company when I was 14, and I currently own it now. So, yeah, 43 years at the same place.
How much has it changed?
Well, you know, I've seen guys come and go. I don't know, probably 300-400 fellow workers, equipment. You know, when we first started out, equipment-wise, you didn't have Bobcats and things like that back then. I would say probably mostly, you know, equipment, way employees are treated now. Just generally, how the industry's just gotten better over the years, and now, you know, in these more affluent suburbs, you see, you know, a lot of people going to landscape companies, and it just, you know, changed overall from top to bottom.
And you still like it?
When I was working. Oh, yeah, I love it. Yeah, I love it. People in this industry are great people, down-to-earth people, and that's why I'm still in it.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, Mike. Good luck to you. 248-539-9797. Are you Mike Tomlin? Coming up today at 10:50, something happened last night we always talk about the guardrails of reality, trying to keep this talk show on the on the reality highway and not crash through those guardrails. I think we're going to test the guardrails today with something that we need to talk about. They might be getting pushed here a little bit, but it's time to start talking about whether or not Detroit can do this. We will get to that today at 10:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Kind of a predictable loss for the Red Wings last night. Michigan State was in a dogfight with Indiana. Jeremy Fears kept them in it, and then the Spartans took over late to run away and hide from a good Indiana team. That's a good win. For MSU's playing very well right now. We got Michigan basketball tonight on the road at Washington, a 10:40 tip Those are always awesome in the middle of the week. I don't know how many people stay up for that one. Gator, look, we try to be realistic here as best we can, and we don't always accomplish that. But I think something that needs to get talked about is what happened last night in Milwaukee. And it's not really the first time we have seen, and there's been some expression from Giannis Antetokounmpo that he is not happy. But the Bucks got booed at halftime. And in the second half, he gets the basketball on the baseline, drives to the hoop, makes a bucket, gets fouled, falls on his butt. And there's a baseline camera that zooms in on him, and you can hear him crystal clear start yelling, boo, back to the fans, and gives them the double thumbs down. And then after the game said some things about basically, if you're not with me, I'm against you. You know, is there accessibility to Giannis Antetokounmpo? Is it gotten to the point in Milwaukee that a player of that caliber can get traded? And again, I don't know if this is realistic talk. I don't. If I'm in Milwaukee, if I'm doing this talk show in Milwaukee, it's probably not something I'm even considering unless somebody moves the sun and the moon to get him. And it kind of like we talk about with Scooble. And so when you start getting into those kinds of talks, then you question, all right, should Detroit be involved here? Are you ready to move said sun and moon to go get Giannis and pair him essentially with Cade to try and make a run at the NBA championship this year?
I think the moment you have heat with the fans, and there's no like mea culpa involved, I think it becomes an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Like if a player in Detroit said this, I play basketball for my teammates. I play basketball for myself and my family. When people don't believe in me, I don't tend to be with them. I tend to do what I'm here to do, what I'm good at. It won't change home or away. But yeah, I've never been part of something like that before, and I don't think it's fair. I don't. But everybody has their opinion to do what they want to do. I'm not going to tell them what to do or how they should act when we don't play hard or when we lose games or when we're not where we're supposed to be. I don't think anybody has the right to tell me how I should act on a basketball court after I've been here 13 years and I'm basically the all-time leader in everything. Giannis is an amazing player, one of the best players we've ever seen. But when you start to bark back at the fans a little bit, the relationship gets fractured, and I think it's the writings on the wall that you're going to have to go. Because if you don't, I mean, not acknowledging the fans is kind of a thing, right? I think you kind of have to, even if you're just playing the game, put a brave face forward and say, yeah, it's too bad. I hate to let the fans down. Fans will love you for it, right?
Yep.
But when you say something like what he said, it can be construed as selfish and whatever. And although it may be factual, people don't want to hear that. People didn't want to hear that Prince Fielder had more to think about than just baseball, right?
No.
And they were done with him. He's got to go. And whether it's right or wrong is just what happens. Should the Pistons get involved? I think the Pistons should always have a plan to improve their team, and they would have to think to themselves, okay, how far would we be willing to go to get Giannis Antetokounmpo? And it's not easy because you'd have to part with a lot. There's hurt to it. You can't just make this trade. I don't think we're going to see another Luka Doncic trade. It's that one side.
You don't expect somebody to do something that is widely considered as being moronic.
Right.
Huh.
Even if you're guaranteed to have the top pick in the draft. Yeah, I think it's going to have to work. It'd be a really difficult trade to pull off, and yet there'd be a bunch of teams lined up trying to make it happen, and then you're going to find out what, in fact, his worth is on the open market. Can the Pistons match something that makes sense, that doesn't hurt them too much, that actually, when it's all said and done, that it's a net win to have Cade and Giannis play together, although it may cost you Jalen Duren, and Jaden Ivey, and first-round picks, and Ron Holland or whatever. I mean, because that's what you have to look at.
Because if you think about this, if we are doing the show in Milwaukee and we're having a legitimate talk about trading the all-time franchise player who's still averaging nearly 30 a game, and he's under contract for the next couple of years, what are we asking for? We're not get him out of town no matter what.
Right.
We're not, let's just go get some draft picks and build for the future. Right? We need to have our doors kind of blown off. And so do the conversations, I mean, Tobias is included because of his contract and to a degree position redundancy if you get Giannis. Now you got to sweeten the pot. And like, so are we talking, would Ivy, Holland, and 2 first-round picks get it done? I don't know that it does.
That doesn't. I can't imagine.
What about Asar Thompson?
If you throw Asar with Holland and Ivy and draft capital, I think it gets a conversation going. But if I'm Milwaukee, I'm saying it starts with Duren and Ivy and one of your 2 young guys, Thompson or Holland, and then first-round picks.
Would you rather spend the money on Giannis or Duren? I mean, Duren's not going to get a Giannis type contract, but
Duren has obviously there's a tremendous impact that Duren has on this team. But is it Giannis? No, he's not. Of course, he's not Giannis. But
if you get rid of Asar, Tobias, Duren, and Holland or Ivy, you are cutting out 3 starters. You're cutting out like the future. Like some critical parts of the future.
But you would have 2 superstars.
And you would have 2 superstars, and you'd have pieces, right? You would hang on to Holland or Ivy, but you probably then...
We're seeing a lot of Sasser and Dennis Jenkins.
Yeah, you're bumping... I mean, if your Sar, Tobias, and Duren are gone in a trade like this, you got Cade, you got Duncan Robinson, you got Ron Holland at the 3, you got Beef Stew and Giannis as your bigs, and I mean it's a good team, but it feels like a complete revamp.
Well,
it's like a different team, a totally different team than what they have right now. And I don't know. It feels to me like it's so extreme that it would be a complete reset as to what this team is and what they might be. And there's no saying that it would work. I don't know if I want to take this chance to uproot so much of the core to get Giannis. As great a player as he is. Am I crazy here? First of all, Kang, I want you to sound off on this. I mean, are we going too far?
I think when a name like Giannis Antetokounmpo becomes possibly available, you always got to look at it. If the Pistons were bad, you do everything in your power to make this trade. The problem is not a problem really, but they're good. They're the number 1 seed in the East, and you're upsetting the entire apple cart here if you do something like this. Like trading a guy like Duren and Asar Thompson or Holland, those are culture fit guys. Those are core young guys that helped built this team to where they are right now. It sounds crazy. I don't think I would do it, but because they're good. It's not like they're bad and need this full reset. They're actually good, so you don't need to do this.
They're on pace to win close to 60 games.
But the name and the player is so damn good. It's intriguing. You have to look at it. And I look at it. Now that I look at it, I probably wouldn't do it, and it would take a ton. I mean, you might be looking at 4 first unprotected picks, including the young guys that we mentioned. And then if you trade like Tobias Harris and Jalen Duren, you have no one on your front court. Right. And Giannis can do only so much, but Duren's a big body in the middle that's playing like an all-star this year, and that's a big part of the reason why they're in first.
Yeah, teams are willing to part with first-round picks if they're good teams because those are picks in the mid to late 20s.
Yeah, you're going for it.
Okay, whatever. You're not drafting an impact player typically at 27 in the draft. You can get one, but it's not typical that it happens. So that's what you're willing to give up the draft capital, but you can only do it. You have to, because the way the NBA rules are set up, it's like every other year you're giving up that pick.
What they're doing right now is working, right? It is working.
Yes.
And it's got a present and it's got a future. To put together a realistic trade to get Giannis, who it might be a situation where he's got to move out of Milwaukee. You have to reinvent who you are now and sacrifice the future. Is that something you would want to do? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on a Wednesday on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan basketball hits the road tonight to take on the Washington Huskies. The Wolverines are favored by 12.5 points on FanDuel for tonight's game, despite coming off their first loss of the season on Saturday. If you want to catch Michigan tonight, you'll have to stay up late as the game tips at 10:30 p.m. local time. Mike Tomlin was the longest tenured coach in the NFL at 19 years, but for now, that is no more as he resigned from his position with the Pittsburgh Steelers last night. That now marks 9 head coaching vacancies in the NFL this season. In other NFL coaching news, John Harbaugh will be in the Big Apple today to interview in person with the New York Giants. The Giants are the first and only team thus far that Harbaugh has interviewed with in person. And Bryson DeChambeau has signed to be the online predictive market Kalshi's first athlete endorser. DeChambeau was asked by Front Office Sports his plans for the future and whether he wants to keep playing on tour or if YouTube golf alone was sustainable. It sounds like Bryson is staying with LIV, but he made sure to let you know he could survive on YouTube golf alone. This news comes a day after Brooks Koepka left LIV and was reinstated on the PGA Tour. Also in golf this morning, Dustin Johnson said he signed a multi-year extension with LIV. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so when you got a elite NBA player, elite player in any sport that might suddenly be available or more available now than ever, you inquire if it makes sense for you. You start thinking about it, and I would imagine that Trajan Langdon and the powers that be down there at LCA or the Pistons practice facility are having discussions about whether or not they should go after Giannis Antetokounmpo after last night's blow up with the fans in Milwaukee. A Milwaukee Bucks team that is now in 17-23 team. They have lost 3 of 4. Giannis is still a 30-point per game player, $55 million player who's under contract this year and next year. And you'd have to move a lot of the roster and the core to get him, right? And then the question becomes, is it worth it? Is it worth it to basically go back to square one as to who are we? Because Cade and Giannis together sounds great with filling in other parts. You know, suddenly you might have a greater role for Ron Holland. Does Beef Stew become a starter? You know that he's going to be expected to do more. Do you have to give up Duran or Asar and with Ivy? And multiple first-round picks and Tobias. Now you've completely reinvented who you are. You don't know who you are. But you got Cade and Giannis together. Now the job isn't to collect superstar players. The job is to win the NBA title. There is a formula that says, though, you have to collect superstar players to win the NBA title. Except it feels like if you're the Pistons. Now the Pistons had Isaiah Thomas, and the going-to-work Pistons never really had an established superstar, an elite level superstar. They had a bunch of great players, but never anybody that would have been on the cover of NBA 2K, right?
No. And that's one of the great appeals of that team is it was you look at the word team in the dictionary and it'll show the going to work Pistons.
Yep.
Everybody had their role. They pulled their own weight. They supported each other. There was no barking or finger pointing going on. Those guys all did what they had to do, and it was a phenomenal way of getting things across. And it was not the NBA way, and it is not the NBA way now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's totally unique and totally different.
248-539-9797. Is it something that you would pursue? Feedback coming in. Hard pass gutting this team for the sake of having 2 stars. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, it's 2 superstars. Different than having stars. I mean, Giannis is on a whole other level.
Yep.
And Cade is getting to that level. And when you look at teams that win the NBA championship, they have guys like that. Are the Pistons building to that? I mean, I think Duran is a ways away from becoming a superstar, but is he the most likely next superstar on the Pistons?
Probably. Some people would argue Asar. I know we got that Ron Holland cult out there. The people.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are great, but how many times have we seen those guys go off for 30 and 10?
Yeah, right.
You just don't.
Regularly.
Yeah, and I mean, Duran's able to get there, but we haven't seen those guys do it.
The amount it would take to get him, it would leave this team pretty much only him and Cade and a bunch of random role players. Anyone else of substance would be included in that trade. That's from an unnamed texter.
Would be interesting to see, and look, just for the sake of argument and thinking about it, of what other players then get an opportunity to play because everybody else has been traded. Mm-hmm. You know, people that are in the Mackey, the Sasser camp, not Mackey Sasser camp, I went baseball. But people are in the Sasser camp, or people that are in the Jenkins camp, or anybody else that you want to see more of. You know, that okay, they get that chance. How good are they really? You know, when the roles have changed and now you're getting 25, 30 minutes a game as opposed to getting 10 or 15.
Yeah, I mean, you'd get to see your guy if you're in that camp.
You want more Javonte Green?
At this point, no. I think he's being used perfectly. And, you know, as I predicted from day one, I think he's being used perfectly. And, you know, it doesn't feel like a team that's not getting the most out of its roster. That's one of the most likable things about it. But the question is the most out of its roster enough to cut down nets? Let's see. What else do we got here coming in to the inbox? There's no trades that really interest me for the Pistons. I think they're all set, honestly. But if Giannis Antetokounmpo is available and the Pistons are able to acquire him somehow while keeping the core intact, do it immediately. So if you can get him without gutting your team, do it immediately.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to give something to get something. You can't just. I guess it depends on what you think your core is. You know, if you could, let's say, for instance, you take, who do you want to take off the table? Jalen Duren or Asar Thompson? Who do you want to take off the table?
Duren.
Okay. So can you get a deal done while offering Asar Thompson, Ron Holland, Jaden Ivey, and picks and Tobias Harris?
I mean, what you've done there is basically say, have our wings.
Right.
All of them. All of our young wings.
You can have anybody you want, just not Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren. Is that effectively what you're saying?
Kind of.
I mean, yeah, if Duren's off the table and I get to keep Duren, I'm seriously weighing this out. Like, Giannis he's in the prime of his career. Have you seen what he's done the last few years? This guy doesn't stop. 29, 30 a game every night. He's physical. The main thing about him, though, unfortunately, with the Pistons, he doesn't shoot the three. And they are looking for a three-point shooter outside of Duncan Robinson right now, and Giannis does not provide that at all. But if I get to keep Duren, keep Cade, I have Giannis, that's my big three. And, of course, you're losing some of the young guys, but then that's where the other guys step up, right?
It's gone.
Chaz Lanier, let's see what you got.
His relationship.
Tolu Smith, hello. Jaden Akins, welcome to the NBA.
His relationship with the fans in Milwaukee has gone from bad to worse in the last 24 hours. Do you try to get involved if you're Trajan Langdon? With a young team like the Pistons, you don't fast-track a young team to skip steps, especially when you still don't know what you have yet. MPJ is much cheaper, meaning Michael Porter Jr. Yes, he is. And that talk is starting to heat up, by the way.
Yeah, and that talk is going to have a lot of teams interested because he puts up great numbers, and the Pistons would not be the only suitor for that player.
Yeah, because his contract's only like 2 more years, too, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like a long-term hold on him.
Yeah, for the rest of this year and all of next year, if I'm not mistaken.
We have superstars. Y'all just ain't realized it yet. Like Golden State, leave them alone. That is the Pistons. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, who?
I mean, do they have potential superstars? We have acknowledged that.
I think of potential good players. I don't look at Asar Thompson and say that's a potential superstar.
Well, I think Jalen Duren could be, but
Duren might be.
But he says y'all have them. You think they currently have multiple superstars in their current, what they are right now? Or do you, now let's be clear here, because we've acknowledged that they've got guys that could be superstars. But he's saying we haven't realized it yet.
Yeah, the big thing with this whole discussion is that if you were to make the deal, any deal with Milwaukee to acquire Giannis, if you do that, your team is completely different. It's not Pistons basketball as we've become accustomed to it this year. It's not. It's because you've gotten rid of so many in the cast of characters, so many guys in the culture who bought into it to turn this thing around, to go from the laughing stock of the NBA to being respectable last year with trying to make a playoff run and actually getting to the playoffs, to this year where now you're the leader in the Eastern Conference. That's a nice trajectory. Like, there's a huge part of me, the majority of me actually, that says I'm not rocking the boat here. I'm not going to make a move to totally displace where this team is at right now. You may end up, and maybe you end up regretting it because Giannis is a superstar, and some people are saying, dude, you got to go for it with that. Okay, I got it. But the other thing is, the way this team is set up right now, they could win 60 games. And if I just add a piece like Michael Porter Jr., that doesn't cost me near as much as what Giannis would cost me, I can still keep the culture of this team, the culture fit of this team, and I'm adding a guy who scores 25, 27 points a game.
Speaking of Michael Porter Jr., there is fresh reporting on the possibility of him being dealt. And yeah, Detroit's name is included in all said reporting. We'll get to that today at 11:24.
We have fresh Shams?
It's not Shams. No, it's not fresh Shams. I wish it was fresh Shams. But we have fresh Jake Fisher. And
not fresh Mel. We know it's not fresh Mel.
Fresh Evan Sidery.
Oh.
We'll get to that today at 11:24 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're ready to warm up the winter with hot deals like a 3-year lease on a 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $239 a month with $19.99 down. You heard it, $239. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through Ally Bank, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends February 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Fun with Vegas odds in the noon hour. Got things that all have the same odds. Which would you play if forced to? 248-539-9797. We go to Irving in Ann Arbor on 97.1. What's up, Irving?
I don't think they should break up the team, man. I mean, I like where the team is right now. The chemistry is good. And let me ask you something. What's going on with the Malik Beasley? What's the deal with his situation?
There's no update. Unfortunately, there's no update.
Yeah, there's still an investigation into it, and until that.
I mean, this thing has been going on for a long time, and the federal government already said he didn't have anything to do with it.
Well,
and then what was his 3-point average shooting percentage last year, too?
It was over 40%, if I'm not mistaken. Like
so that would take care of not drafting somebody.
That would take care of a lot of issues, but unfortunately, he has his issues, and he's not going to come to the NBA until those issues are resolved.
Yeah, the latest update, the NBA continues to investigate him.
That don't make no sense, man. It's been way too long. How long did it take for an investigation?
But here's the thing: if they've got evidence and they're sifting through the evidence, they want to make sure. So,
Urban, I hear you. It is frustrating, and yet at the end of the day, I don't know how long an investigation like this is supposed to take, and I don't know why it's taking so long. Is there information that they are trying to get that they can't get?
Yeah, but let me ask you this. The federal government said there was nothing there. Wouldn't that be a higher investigation with the federal government than with the NBA?
I don't know if the federal government said there was nothing there. I think the federal government said they were not going to, he was not the target of an investigation. But I have to go back and look at the wording because if I recall correctly, the wording didn't exactly clear him. It basically said that it's not going to go any further.
Check the wording on
Here,
that.
while Beasley is mentioned earlier in federal inquiries involving other players, he has not been charged and is not currently a target of federal prosecution. That is the latest from Deadspin. Not being charged and not currently a target of federal prosecution doesn't mean that the league has cleared him. But
I don't know how long it's been. It's been what, since September?
I don't know, but that's not a Pistons thing. That's an NBA thing.
It's the league thing, I know, but I'm saying it's been how many months is that? September, October, November, December. This is January. That's 4 months.
Well, a lot going on. A lot going on in the world.
Hey, Irvin, to be honest, I have no idea why. We have no idea why it's taking so long. None.
I think Piston fans need to get over Malik Beasley. Like, seriously, that's a word, zero-buddy has signed him. Not even Europe, Tel Aviv, Asia. He's not signed by anybody. It's not just the Pistons that could use a three-point shooter, by the way. Everyone in the league could use a three-point shooter. Just move on, I think, at this point. Until we find out more news or whatever, I think Pistons men need to leave it alone. And by the way, the last time I saw Malik Beasley, he turned over the ball with a chance to tie the game against the Knicks. He had a terrible series, too. That's the last thing I remember about Malik Beasley.
King, you're kind of...
We have a first-place team.
I know, you're spitting fire over there. That sounded like it was personal and vindictive.
Well, I'm kind of like, I guess I'm over the Beasley calls. Like, why are we calling about Beasley?
Yeah.
Because that's the easy button to go to know that that's a guy who wants to be in the Pistons.
He wants to be anywhere, I think.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's come out and said he really wants to be back with the Pistons. And remember, he said that was the only team he was going to sign with and all this. And
yeah, until that gets cleared up, it feels like it's a non-starter. Because you point out, somebody would have signed him. Brian in Detroit. What's up, Brian?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Afternoon, whatever.
Hi, Brian.
Fellas, I'm asking all three of y'all, Kane, Gator, and Doug, are these Pistons right now good enough to win the championship?
I think they might be.
So I think they're good enough to win the East. And I feel comfortable saying that. Are they good enough to win the championship? Well, I haven't played Oklahoma City yet.
I don't think they will beat Oklahoma. They can't beat Oklahoma City in the series. And I think the worst thing that could happen with just like OKC, all the draft pick and all the stuff that they have, what if they end up with Giannis? Then the party over for real. You would be this team, they can grow, get better. Go ahead.
Let's be clear on something, Brian. You might be right, but that doesn't mean they can't in the next few years. Right?
Oklahoma's just as young as the Pistons are.
If you make
and they champions.
Yes, they are. But That doesn't mean the Pistons don't have as high a ceiling as Oklahoma City.
They don't.
Oh, well, they might.
Okay, well, we could disagree on that. But what I'm thinking is, fellas, you can't let OKC go add another great player. The team has already won the championship. Pistons are good. They're in first place. We talk about they play hard and the chemistry and all that. In the playoffs, everybody play hard.
Well, the thing is that, Brian, what would Oklahoma City have to give up to get Giannis? Right?
They got 3,000 first-round picks.
Well, yeah, but first-round picks at the end of the first round don't matter.
Yeah.
First-round picks that are in the lottery, those matter.
True.
So, I mean, you'd have to talk about players, and they'd be in the same situation the Pistons would be. How much are you willing to give up, and is it too much when you disrupt
it makes
what
even
you
less
have?
sense for them, doesn't it?
I just think that OKC ceiling is a lot higher than the Pistons, and I just don't think the Pistons, just to compare them to OKC, is just foolishness. They're not good as the OKC, and if they have to run into them, with this Pistons team against that OKC team right now, they're not beating OKC.
Not in 25 in 2026, probably not. But that doesn't mean they can't do it in 2027, 2028, because the Pistons can get better with other moves.
Well, or they can get better just by another year experience for Jalen Duren. Do you think he's going to take another step towards superstardom? Do you think that Asar Thompson can take that jump to be a guy who's threatening to score 20 points every single night? That Ron Holland is one of those guys. I mean, that's where you're looking at the improvement there, let alone that you can sign free agents or you can still make trades that aren't going to totally disrupt your roster. But that being said, yeah, OKC's a better team right now. Mm-hmm. They're playing in a tougher conference, and they're thriving in that tougher conference. But Pistons playing awfully well right now and gives everybody hope that this is a team that can be built to last because it is a young core.
Okay, and maybe one of the ways that they can level up, if you will, is reporting that's coming out today. Evan Sidery of Kalshi, which is a regulated exchange and prediction market that you can trade on outcomes of real-world events. He covers the NBA, and he's not the only one reporting this, but he reported today via social media the Pistons are willing to discuss Jaden Ivey and potential framework during trade season. Ivey, an upcoming restricted free agent, is playing a career-low minutes in Detroit, is viewed as a team to monitor, Detroit is viewed as a team to monitor for Michael Porter Jr., who can offer the Nets Tobias Harris and Ivey. The Warriors and Pistons continue to be mentioned as strong favorites to trade for Michael Porter Jr. The Nets will be able to fetch at least a first-round pick and top prospect in any deal involving Porter. Porter's viewed as one of the best available wings in the marketplace. Then Jake Fisher reported, and this was linked on Hoops Hype, I think Michael Porter Jr. makes total sense for Detroit. I've not been told yet that Detroit has called on Michael Porter Jr., but I have been told that they have at least discussed him internally, and I think that makes a ton of sense because as good as the Pistons are leading the Eastern Conference wire to wire here, they do not have a bona fide second scorer behind Cade Cunningham, and Michael Porter Jr. could be that guy. He's not an Anthony Davis or Lauri Markkanen who's going to cost you an arm and a leg in years and draft capital and also be on the books for $50, $60 million moving forward. He's only at 38 right now. I don't think he's in a position to be commanding 50 or 60 million going forward. So, I mean, look, there are others reporting this, and I think this talk is starting to get serious. And that you don't have to gut the core to get Michael Porter Jr., and you're talking about a 40% three-point shooter who's shooting 9 threes a game and is averaging 25 points a game. Maybe not as elite on the defensive end as some of what the Pistons are accustomed to, but give a little to get a little, it might make them more balanced, and that could be the move. That could be the move that I think a lot of people would have no problem with because you don't have to gut your core.
Right.
And could that one be really in the works here?
Look, I like Jaden Ivey a lot, but the Pistons aren't using him right now. And for whatever reason, maybe because he's not healthy enough to get back to playing 30 minutes a game. And if that's the case, okay. But they're doing fine with him coming off the bench and playing the role that he's playing right now. If you were to remove him but add Michael Porter Jr. to the mix and take away Tobias Harris too, I think that you're not gutting this team by doing that.
No.
Now, if it costs you another step, if the asking price then is Ron Holland or Asar Thompson to go with it, then you're going to have pause. But if it's those two players in draft capital, I think I'll speak for myself, but yeah, I'll sign off on that.
Yeah, I probably would too. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Giannis, Michael Porter Jr. Giannis may be a bit of a stretch, but let's face it, as it stands right now, things appear to have gone from bad to worse in Milwaukee. You got to at least investigate it, right? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Do you remember last week I told you I've got something pending that I wasn't looking forward to?
I think so.
I told you either Thursday or Friday that Saturday we had an appointment.
Oh, right. Yes.
To go to a cell phone store, get some new phones, and change carriers. My experience is historically going to the cell phone store with any kind of activation of new phones or changing carriers. I think that's a quick way to burn hours. I don't think I've had one quick trip to a cell phone store. Kang used to manage a cell phone store, and you found this to be somewhat hard to believe.
Yeah, especially nowadays. Like nowadays, a lot of times activating phone, they'll let the customer do it at home. You just got to, call a number or whatever. The phones put next to each other. They swap information, whatever, transfers, and done. I don't know what your particular details on yours is. It sounds like it's a little more different.
Yeah, I mean, look, it involves, again, switching carriers and getting new phones.
While trying to keep the same
The
number.
switching the carrier part is a little different than just switching phones, for sure.
And so I had blocked off a good portion of time. Now, I want to state it had nothing to do with the individuals there working with us. Because you add in variables like, here come mom and dad, you got the kids, you get somebody that they can't remember a password, and you got to, go, you need that password to be able to do it. You got to call the old provider and get their transfer pin and all this stuff. Saturday, it was 1 hour and 51 minutes, which felt like a win. But by Sunday, stuff needed to get addressed. Went back to the store on Sunday and was basically told you're going to have to come back Monday. So came back Monday. Mondays was 2.5 hours. I think we're all set. There's one more pending move, and that is we had to send a new phone off to our kid. And it went as expected. And again, it had nothing to do with the effort of the people of the store because they're doing everything they can. I just find it to be excruciatingly long and boring, and I hate going to cell phone stores. I wish the phones would never become obsolete. Like you get one, you can use it, you know how to use it, no complaints, and eventually it becomes obsolete.
I'm just curious about this. Do your parents want like the most up to date?
No,
Okay.
and that was part of the issue.
So that's because you want they want to be, for lack of a better term,
they're happy
dumbed
with like
down,
their
more
iPhone
simple.
6. Their first generation.
Before Tomlin became the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach.
Kind of, yeah, because they
The
know how to
iPhone came
use
out,
it.
yeah.
And we got them free new ones, and this is part of it. You get free new ones, and they have them, and they're like, we hate these, and then we're going to get the old ones reactivated. So some of it's on us, too. But
Yeah. Because when I got my mom a new phone last year, that was the same thing. Like I didn't want to confuse it too much. Just I want is pretty basic, just a nice screen. She wants to be able to take pictures, play a couple games on the phone, text, but have the ability to go on the internet, but all that internet stuff doesn't necessarily have to be there for her.
Yep. But anytime there's even so much as any kind of you need the upgrade or the system needs to be redone and you move to the next iOS or whatever it is, things on your phone change and suddenly you're like, wait, where do I hold on? I used to go right here for this. My thumb knows where to go and now it's not there.
Yeah.
This app has changed. I mean, I had a software update for my laptop last night, and I'm dreading going home and turning on my computer and seeing what it looks like because it just. And I think sometimes they do stuff just to do it. You know what I mean? They're like the engineers have come up with some new way to text, and I'm like, I don't need a new way to text. But anyway, it's. I think we're all good now. I think it was only 3 trips, and I think it was only roughly 5.5 hours. And then, was it 1.5 to it? It was about 5 hours total.
A long time.
Yeah. Okay. Scott Anderson, the feedback's still coming in here on this Pistons talk. Personally, I don't think the Pistons will make a big move at the trade deadline because they're literally the number 1 seed in the East and can't mess it up. Well, are you saying they don't want to mess it up, or are you saying they can't possibly mess this up? Because we just went through a baseball season where we never said the Detroit Tigers are the best team in baseball. We never said they're the best team in the American League. We used the term they're acting like it. But we were hoping that they were exactly that. But instead, they were just acting like it. And it turned out to be our fears. I don't know if our fears, but we were being somewhat, or I would say, realistic about what they were. And at this point, I mean, the Pistons are, with each passing day and week and month, it's looking more and more authentic. I think the one fear that I have, and caller Brian brought it up, and I think it's legitimate, and we've acknowledged it, is the Pistons are such a effort basketball team that what happens when everybody's giving that effort? What happens when veteran teams that aren't as concerned about home court and are just trying to get there, when they go full throttle, try hard? Do the Pistons' superpower, regular season superpower, get nullified in the postseason because everybody goes there? 248-539-9797. Next text from an unnamed texter. I would not make the Giannis trade. You would have to gut your team for an aging superstar that is starting to get hurt a lot. Nothing personal. I really like Giannis. That's actually from Will. My apologies. Kevin in Evan said, as much as I would love to have Giannis, I don't see the trade-off worth it, especially when we have JD playing as well as he is. Yeah, it'd be good to see him get back healthy tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, he hasn't played a little bit here, but yeah, I like the direction where he's taken his game. You know, he's becoming a guy who can knock down a intermediate shot and makes free throws, and obviously anything around the rim, he's stuffing it.
Yeah, he's really been awesome to see develop here, and I guess we'll find out. We'll find out very soon if how good they can be when they get all their guys back, because they've amazingly overcome a lot of injuries, and the depth guys have come through. ESPN did a story about who should be starters and who should be on the All-Star teams, and no surprise, Cade is listed as a should-be starter. The locks to be a reserve, Jalen Duren is listed as a reserve lock. And they write, while Duren might not have the same counting stars as some players behind him on the list, his two-man chemistry with Cunningham and his improvement as a defender have been massive to Detroit's rapid rise. The franchise deserves a second All-Star this season. Jalen Duren should be a lock, according to ESPN.
I think he has a real chance to be, because the league usually for All-Star games, they reward winning teams. You could be a great player averaging 30 points a game, but if your team is in last place, you're probably not going to make the All-Star team. But if your team is in first place and you're a big part of that reason why, you're like, quote unquote, the second fiddle, obviously Cade's going to go. Yeah, I think Jalen Duren's got a real shot at the All-Star game this year.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Juan. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Juan.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Juan.
All right. I just want to talk about the Pistons. And actually, to be honest, when Michael Porter was talking about being traded with Denver last year, I was super anti, because I just feel like he didn't give enough effort for Denver. But this Michael Porter I see this year for Brooklyn, I don't know what got into him. Maybe he needed a new identity, but he's balling. So with that point, if you look at the Pistons' history, right, when they traded for Rasheed Wallace, they was like top of the Eastern Conference. When they traded for Mark Aguirre back in the day, they was like one of the best records still in the East. And as soon as they made that not-so-huge trades, in my opinion, which was Mark Aguirre and Rasheed, they was big because Rasheed was who he was and Mark Aguirre led the league in scoring before. But as soon as they made those trades, them guys went and won a ring right after that. So, yeah, I would prefer Giannis, but I know he's going to cost so many different players, and that might mess up our chemistry. So I'm not too bad on the Michael Porter. If they can get Michael Porter for like Tobias and Jaden Ivey, that might not be bad. It could put us over the hump a little bit more.
I got to be honest, Juan. I find myself a little bit stunned that they could get Michael Porter for Tobias and Jaden Ivey, or Tobias and Ron Holland. I feel like that almost sounds too good to be true to me.
Yeah, that's true. But Brooklyn, and they gave up Cam Johnson, but they didn't give Denver a whole bunch for Michael Porter Jr., so maybe they go on a straight rebuild, which to me, honestly, they should do.
Well, they want to free up salary, too.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. Kay is next on 97.1. What's up, Kay?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Well, listen, I've followed Pistons my whole life. I love your show.
Thank you.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. These guys have chemistry. They love each other and playing together. I wouldn't trade for anybody, especially Giannis.
You wouldn't make the Michael Porter trade?
Nope. I would keep everybody where they're at. They're having a ball, and they love each other.
But do you
Why
think
mess it up?
all that might be true, but is it good enough? Is it the best version of what this team could be?
Absolutely. They all believe in themselves, too. I wouldn't change a thing.
Interesting. Okay, Kate. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Got some NFL stuff we'll get to today at 12:02. Another edition of Fun with Vegas Odds at 12:30. And interesting, I want to talk about that letter that Sheila Ford Ham sent out yesterday. We'll get to that today at 12:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So one day after Mike McDaniel interviews for the offensive coordinator position of the Detroit Lions, he is listed as is it a 1-to-1 favorite to go to Cleveland as a head coach?
Yes, he's plus 100.
You know, I was reading some stuff last night where there was sort of this feeling that he wasn't going to get a head coaching position this cycle. I feel like with the additional maybe surprises in the last week, like Baltimore and Pittsburgh, I don't know if there's a chance in hell he's not going to get a head coaching position this cycle. I feel like it's highly, highly probable. I mean, hey, look, I love it if he didn't, but it feels to me like that's just probably not going to be in the cards.
I think McDaniel is going to be a head coach as well. But if he's not, then it absolutely opens the door.
Love what they've done to position themselves to be, hey, it didn't work out. But
right, and with Philadelphia getting rid of their offensive coordinator, well, that's an interesting job over there in Philly as well.
Yeah,
a team that has a better offensive line, has a superstar running back like the Lions do. They've got great receivers like the Lions do. It's a similar thing. Do you want to work with Jalen Hurts or do you want to work with Jared Goff if he doesn't get a head coaching gig?
Yeah, and the only thing with that is, Gators, you might be there for 1 year only, good or bad.
Well, yeah, because Philly's gone through 5 coordinators in 5 years.
Yeah, and then 2 of them good because they got head coaching jobs after, and 2 of them bad because they just were not good enough. So,
Detroit News did a story about who their OC could be, and they listed more than Mike McDaniel as far as candidates are concerned.
Well, they got an interview with somebody today.
Who are they talking to?
Mike Kafka.
Oh, the dude from the Giants.
Yeah, the interim coach for the Giants who was calling plays and called plays against the Lions, and the Lions win over the Giants in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
I also find it interesting. The two candidates they've interviewed for the offensive coordinator job are from two teams. Were the Giants in town for the was it Giants in joint practices with the Dolphins?
It was the Dolphins. Wasn't the Colts? I don't remember.
I think it was the Colts. I forget who the other team was. Why do I
Might have
think
been
it was
the
the
Giants. It might have been the Giants. Was it Kane? Do you remember with the two teams that came in for joint practices, the Dolphins and Giants?
I do not remember.
I can't remember.
Well, they played them in the preseason,
Yeah,
right?
definitely. No, they played him during the
They played
regular,
in the regular
season.
season. Yeah. Late in the year, and it was.
He called up the Jameis Winston throwback pass on us.
Was it the Texans?
Maybe it was Texas.
Yeah.
I forget. Whatever. Strike that. But nonetheless, they obviously played each other in the regular season, and Lions did a great job offensively against the Giants, racking up all those yards, and that was a big Jahmyr Gibbs game. I think that's when he had 219 on the ground. But the Giants, if I'm not mistaken, then they put up well over 400 yards in offense against the Lions.
Yeah, Jameis had a great game. The other names on the list, T. Martin is one of them, who would be coming from the Ravens, and I'm not sure I would want somebody who worked with he was the quarterback coach with the Ravens, and I'm like, it doesn't mean it can't be done, but is there any comps between what the Ravens are doing with Lamar and what the Lions would do with Goff? Does that make any sense?
No, I don't think it does.
Yeah. Jake Peetz is the passing game coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks. And he was 2 years with Nick Saban at Alabama as an analyst. And then he put in some years with the Rams and McVay. And I know you don't love McVay, but that's the tree that Jared Goff fell off of. And what they've done this year offensively with Sam Darnold, not particularly a mobile quarterback, and where he's got that team, that's an interesting one that I think warrants further inspection. I'd be intrigued to see how far that gets. Do you have any thoughts on Pete?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
He was a guy with the quarterback coach with the passing game coordinator with the Seahawks.
Yeah, I'm not interested in quarterback coaches. I'm
not a passing game coordinator.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in offensive coordinators, head coaches that know how to call plays, to be coordinators. I don't want to take a chance on who the next young stud is going to be. I want the guy who's done it. I want some experience.
Well, what he helped contribute to was one of the top scoring offenses in the NFL this year. Their passing game was top 10 in the NFL. But look, if he's never called plays before and you have no interest in him, that's fine. I'm not as opposed to it because it just feels to me like we know what this offense can do. I don't know that it takes a ton of experience there, but
look, all of us, with my opinion on it, that's just what I want. It doesn't mean
a wizard, dude.
It doesn't mean that I wouldn't go ahead and interview guys. Go ahead and interview everybody, right? But my guess is the one that I would want is going to be somebody who's got experience doing it. Now, when the Lions interview these guys, whoever they hire is going to be somebody that blows them away, or it's going to be somebody who they're like, they just start smiling and nodding at each other going, yep, this guy fits exactly what we're looking for. And I'll have no idea what that is because I'm not part of those interviews. But I'll guarantee that's exactly what they're going to say once they make a hire. Is it, if it's Dan Campbell doing the talking in a press conference, Brad and I there was a moment during the interview, we just looked at each other and we're like, this is the guy. Mm-hmm. He's our guy. He absolutely buys into what we're selling and what we want to do as a team, and it's a perfect fit for us. That's what they're going to say.
It's probably how it works.
It should be how it works.
Sitting in those interviews, and it just becomes obvious who that they want. Now, McDaniel, look, we can hope that there's a complete and total, for some reason somebody like bails on him, and then there's what about Stefanski? What about bringing in Kevin Stefanski to be your OC, the fired head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
I'm open to it. He's another guy that everybody says is a great offensive mind, and yet I don't know if the Browns were ever thought of as being a great offensive team, but things got derailed there when they gave up their entire future to get Deshaun Watson, and then he got hurt.
and then they start scrambling. So then he's working with rookie quarterbacks and, a 60-year veteran or whatever. So it was kind of difficult to gauge what he did there, but he is highly thought of. Again, bring him in, absolutely. And it would seem that that's a guy that, at least on paper, has an awful lot of cachet, has a resume that apparently people really like enough to give him another chance as a head coach. There are some people that think that the Browns are crazy not to hang on to him as head coach. So, yeah, look at that very seriously.
So I like that because he's experienced. When he was the offensive coordinator in Minnesota 5 years ago, they had one of the top offenses in the NFL. That is something that you had to like. There's your experience, Gator. That would be your guy with experience that could, make a ton of sense. The name that I mentioned at the beginning of this whole thing was Zach Robinson, the offensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons when Raheem Morris got let go. I've heard no rumors about him. Let me do a quick Google search and see if he's interviewing anywhere, because that's a guy that has a ton of experience dating back to having worked in LA when Jared Goff was there. And I think that's an important part, is being able to know what you're getting, and, a guy that knows what he's got in Goff, and Goff knows and trusts him, which just because they work together doesn't mean he knows and trusts him. Zach Robinson is interviewing with the Buccaneers as a possibility for their open offensive coordinator spot. So there's that. Meantime, is there anybody from we haven't really looked at who might be left over from the gutted Pittsburgh Steelers staff. If it gets gutted, I guess.
Yeah, I thought I just saw that their offensive coordinator is Arthur Smith. He's interviewing for other jobs. So there's that.
There's an experienced guy.
Yeah, I mean, there are other guys that haven't been around for a couple of years, but you're like Mike McCarthy. Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
If he doesn't get a head coaching job. I think there's a lot of names for offensive coordinator, and the Lions are getting ahead of it already, starting with their interview process. So, and I'm also curious to see what happens with the Lions, if anything, when the new head coaches get hired throughout the league, because there are 9 head coach openings, which means there are 9 new staffs that are going to be assembled.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of these coaches going to try to, pilfer off the Lions coaching tree and take one of their assistants and then elevate them to a coordinator position? Is that possible? Are we going to get ready to lose somebody?
I mean, they might. I don't really have a ton of those concerns because of the season that they just had. I mean, that might be a little bit narrow-minded and short-sighted, but let's face it. Everybody was looking at the Dan Campbell tree leading up to last year when both coordinators got plucked, and then the coordinators started taking guys off the staff. They come back with a new staff this year, and they don't exactly light the world on fire. I don't know how coveted a Lions assistant is right now.
Well, the offensive line coach was coveted enough last year to garner an interview for an offensive coordinator position with Seattle.
Oh, that's true.
So does he get another interview, or is he going to get plucked off the staff to become somebody's offensive coordinator?
So according to the ESPN reporter that covers the Tennessee Titans, at this hour, Mike McDaniel is in their facility. And they are talking with Mike McDaniel later, and this is from Teron Davenport, who covers the Titans for ESPN. The team will conduct a virtual interview with Steelers OC Arthur Smith later today. Smith was the OC for the Titans during their run to the AFC Championship game in 2019 and the AFC South title in 2020. I think Arthur Smith would be a fine hire.
So our old cohort, John Lund, who I used to do the morning show with back in 2006 and 2005, he works out west, and he had an updated best worst list of NFL head coaching jobs, and he put them in order. Titans job he has is number 2, and it's interesting why. You got a quarterback in place, the 4th overall pick, $97 million in cap space, among other things.
Well, that makes 2 of your radio partners, because remember when Kang did that question last week, what job would you want the most? For me, it was Tennessee, for all of the resources. They got an extra draft pick. They got all the cap space. They got a star in the defensive line. They got a young quarterback in place that has a ton of promise. I like that job personally, but hey, man, there's a reason Vrabel wasn't there anymore, and you got to wonder if ownership gets in the way. But it's Carson Anderson. All right, with the surprising news that Tomlin was let go yesterday, it got us to thinking about something here in the office. We will get to that at 12:02 on 97.1.
Michigan basketball suffered its first loss of the season last weekend against Wisconsin, but the Wolverines have a chance to redeem themselves tonight when they take on the Washington Huskies out in Seattle. Washington is also coming off a loss to Ohio State as well. Tonight's game starts at 10:30 Eastern Time. In NFL coaching news, former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski interviewed with the Miami Dolphins today. And, of course, former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh will be in New York today to visit the Giants in person. And we have found a very strange and sad story today relating to a former Western Michigan football player. Shane Beal, who played 2 seasons with the New York Giants, has apparently been missing for 7 months. His sister posted to Facebook this week seemingly asking for help in finding her brother. Beal's missing persons profile states he was last seen July 13th when he dropped off his girlfriend at home. He was supposed to take her car to work, but instead went to Virginia Beach. He spoke to his girlfriend and told her he'd head back to town, but that didn't happen, and he hasn't been heard from since. His missing persons profile says he, quote, did not bring anything with him aside from the clothes he was wearing, a pair of slides, and his wallet that contained his banking card and driver's license, unquote. It also says the vehicle was found with his shoes and socks on the floor on the front passenger seat, along with some sand on the floor. Beal's sister wrote on Facebook on Monday, quote, tomorrow makes it 7 months since we've last heard or seen from my brother. We've done everything we could on our end to piece things together, and at this point we're in desperate need of support on all ends. He played 3 seasons with the Broncos from 2015 to 2017, was also with the New York Giants in 2019 and 2021. Also out of the Tennessee Titans camp today, Mike McDaniel is reportedly in the building.
All right, as we predicted yesterday, and not a huge surprise, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Kind of a lethargic Red Wing game last night. Had Gator flipping around, and you eventually ended up on.
All right.
Curious Case of Benjamin Button, which evokes some emotion in our guy Scott here.
A lot.
That's okay. Well, it's quite all right, my friend. We all have that movie that hits us at a moment in time where you get a little teary-eyed, and for you, it's the first 5 minutes of Curious Case of Benjamin
Button. That's the whole
Button.
damn movie, but I found out 5 minutes into it.
Did you enjoy it? If the whole movie hits you that way, is it enjoyable?
Because it makes you think. You start to question, well, why am I reacting like this? And then you start to dissect what's going on, and really enjoyed the concept of the movie of a guy who ages backwards. I think it's wildly interesting.
Okay, cool.
You know,
hey, for me,
seeing a 13-year-old kid start to experience dementia. You know, it's weird. Start the world as a baby and the world as a baby. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah.
Great. It was really inventive way to look at things.
But 3-0 game in Boston.
No, that didn't help.
Did you see Casper take the puck off the face mask, off the shield?
I did not.
The puck goes into the corner, and it I don't know who it was for Boston, just turned to flip it out of the zone directly into Casper's shield. This is probably late second period, I think.
To get under the shield? Into
No,
the face,
it hit him. It hit him square. I went back and watched it. I rewound. It hit him square in the shield. He goes down like a ton of bricks. But it was just this weird moment in the game. Something caught my eye, and it didn't really. I don't think they even mentioned it. They might have, because after I reversed it, then I fast forwarded it to catch up with real time. So they might have mentioned it at some point in the interim, but yeah, he took a puck right off the shield and went down. And so at first you didn't know if it, hit him in the exposed part of the face, which, I mean, hockey was Sherratt a couple nights ago, got the Panther defenseman in the face with his stick. I don't know why they just don't do full cages, I guess, or full bubbles.
Well, right. Or there's a lot of things that I don't understand with hockey, with the players, and with the sport itself. Like if everybody's got these shields and then you're still allowing fighting in hockey, let them take the damn helmets off.
Right.
Don't penalize them further because they're taking their helmet off, so that they're protecting the hands of their fellow, players.
Yeah. No, let me break my hand. I guess it's concussions. They don't want people to get concussions. They'd rather have them break their hands on helmets.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 did some Piston talk with, wonder if Giannis might be moving towards available with the most recent blow up with the fans last night. He gave the fans a thumbs down. He actively booed them. You could hear him on camera booing the fans after he had an and one. The Michael Porter Jr. rumors are picking up steam as we're moving in on 3 weeks away from the NBA trade deadline. Pistons with some much needed time off, back in action tomorrow against Phoenix. Michigan State pulled away and hid from Indiana last night in what was an otherwise tightly contested game. But in the end, they just made it look easy with the way that they finished that game, winning by 20. I think it was like 53-53, and they won 81-60. I have to see maybe it was 51-51.
It was something like that. I saw at one point it was like 55-53 Michigan State, and knowing that Michigan State won it 81-60, like they scored 7 the rest of the way, and Michigan State just took over. Yeah, it was a great game from Fears. Yeah, with 26 and 25 and 10 assists, and I think it was Carson Cooper had like 16 and 10. And the team can get after it. It's a good basketball team where different guys step up each night, but it would certainly make you feel better if one guy every night was there, and Fears can be that guy.
With 13-11 to go in the ball game, they were tied at 51. Indiana scored 9 points the rest of the way.
Oh.
All right. So one of the surprising developments yesterday was Mike Tomlin stepping down as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And look, his struggles in the postseason have been well documented. We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. I would say, Scott, that he is a guy that I had nothing but respect for. I had envy of the fan base and the team and the organization that had him. From afar, I just felt like he was everything you want in a coach. And I think everybody's got a guy like that in sports. I'm not a Steeler fan, and I don't even actively root for them. But I just had nothing but respect for Mike Tomlin. I love Mike Tomlin. But with no affiliation to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like none. But who in sports currently do you look at and just have nothing but admiration for? Plays for another team. You're not a fan of that team. You don't even really root for that team. It's like, that guy is awesome. Does it the right way. It could be a player, it could be a coach, it could be a general manager. Who in sports is your Tomlin? Because for me, Tomlin's my Tomlin.
Tomlin's your Tomlin.
He's the guy that I felt like, was what you want in a head coach, and I love the guy. But I never once sat down and said, all right, I'm going to watch the Steelers and I'll watch Tomlin coach. I watched Steeler games, but it wasn't like appointment viewing, but every time I saw him, I loved him.
Yeah, Vrabel might be that guy.
Yeah.
He's just a great coach. I'm really warming up to Cignetti.
Yeah.
Because of what he's done in Indiana in 2 years, and he hasn't done it by having, a roster chock full of 5-star recruits. Although, get ready, because that might happen in the future. But
sure.
Until that happens, what he's done in 2 seasons is incredible with whatever it is now, a 26 or 27-2 record in 2 years, and now he's playing for a national championship.
Cignetti's a good call. Cignetti is interesting in that when he first popped on the scene, shot off his mouth, which can rub fans the wrong way. But and it seemed ultra cocky, the Google me line, which when you back it up, man.
Yeah, it comes off that way, and then now I'm looking back at it, and I'm like, I don't necessarily know if he was a jerk or a canoe about it. I think that's just part of his. It's confidence rather than being an arrogant ass. You know what I mean? Like, it might be something different there. Like, there's more to it than just a one-liner of Google me. I mean, he says it with sheer confidence and not like, I don't know if it's boastfulness necessarily, even though it kind of is. I think that's kind of why I'm leaning towards liking the guy a lot.
Is that right?
Yeah, because it's more confidence than it is cockiness.
248-539-9797. Who would be on your list of guys that you just have always couldn't help but you like, I love that dude. I think that guy's awesome, even though you had no rooting affiliation with that team. Because Tomlin was number one for me.
You know what else is for me? Hockey coach John Cooper.
Oh, really?
With Tampa. I just think he does things the way you should do things. Mm-hmm. He gets the most out of his team. You know, he's been to the Stanley Cup finals a number of times. He won the Stanley Cup. And it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of noise coming out of there of like hockey players upset with how things have gone. Coaches in the NHL, it's almost like they have a shelf life. Like, you can't, if you're successful, it's a short shelf life. Maybe it works for a few years, then you got to move on to the next team. Like Mike Keenan was always moving on to the next team.
Right.
We see it here in Detroit. Mike Babcock was moving on to the next team. And there are plenty of other guys, Ken Hitchcock and other guys in the league that have done that. But John Cooper stayed. He's been there for a long, long time now, and he's built up this great reputation. He seems like a great guy. You know, and coaches off of his tree have gotten head coaching gigs elsewhere, and it hasn't worked out for those guys, but darn it, he's got the tree that people are willing to try to pluck from.
Who you got, people? 248-539-9797. We'll talk to you next. 97.1. You admire them from afar, the way I admired Mike Tomlin. 248-539-9797. You're not a fan of the team. You just think that guy, whether it's a coach, a player, could be a general manager. Who do you have like that sports crush on where you're like, that guy's awesome? 248-539-9797. Danny in St. Clair Shores, you're on 97.1. Hi, Danny.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good to talk to you guys.
How you doing, sir?
Good. I kind of stole my thunder. I got a player and a coach. Definitely John Cooper. What he does for Tampa year in and year out. And, you listen to podcasts, read articles. He just seems like an all-around great guy. And just his teams are always great. And then player, I always find myself checking Denver Nuggets box scores. I mean, what the Joker does is phenomenal. The guy's a walking triple-double. He can pass like Sabonis back in the day. He's just special. I don't catch a lot of Nuggets games. They're on a little too late for my taste, but I'll wake up and I check Nuggets box scores just to see his stats.
Yeah, he's a hell of a player, and one of the best things about it is that he is probably the highest ratio of doesn't look like a player to being an absolute baller of all time.
Couldn't have said it any better. Appreciate you guys. Keep being great.
It's funny, I was listening to a Ryan Russillo podcast, and I can't remember who he was talking to. Somebody with the Nuggets, and they said there was a lot of selling that had to be done based on how unathletic he looked.
Right.
Like they were like, the guy just makes plays. Yeah, but look at him. Yeah, but watch him play.
Yeah, but
look at him.
Yeah, well, he just scored 40.
Yeah.
Had 12 assists and 18 rebounds. What are you doing? Yeah, but look at him. Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Mike Tomlin is Sean Payton, just consistent winning. That's from Scott. From Ben in Macomb Township, Jalen Hurts questionably lost his starting job at Alabama. Never said a word. Glad he was on a Super Bowl winner. Class act.
Yeah, he's one of the guys that just wins, just gets it done, and yet this is a season that Philadelphia fans are like, what the hell happened there? And then they fire the offensive coordinator again.
Mm-hmm.
So see if he bounces back. But he's had that kind of career. Just kept proving himself.
Let's go to Matt next on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Good. I got two quick ones and then two that I want to mention, but I'm not going to because somebody's going to take them for sure. But two coaches, both Michigan State guys, and these are guys I wish ill on their teams. There's no affiliation. I'm a Michigan fan, can't stand Spartans, but D'Antonio and Izzo, I mean, put aside how D'Antonio left the program at State, you look at those guys and there's a long list of coaches you wish you had that were like those two, right? So
they have, I mean, the best football and basketball coach in school history.
Yep. And then for nostalgia's sake, because of the week that it is with Fedorov, man, Joe Sakic. I mean, when the Avalanche, I don't think I've ever, other than Ohio State, I don't think I've ever hated a team more than that Avalanche team right there. And
but you can't hate Sakic.
He never seemed like he fit with that group. And I think I heard something on one of the documentaries where Red Wings were like, you don't mess with 19. Do whatever you want, do whoever you want over there. But 19 is safe. He was like the other Iserman.
I forget which podcast it was I saw it on. I think it was they were talking about Sean Avery when he was with the Red Wings, and Sean Avery was talking smack to Joe Sakic all the time. And I forget if it was Steve Yzerman or it was somebody else on the Red Wings that took Avery aside and said, shut up. You leave Sakic alone. And because he's that well respected. He was that kind of guy.
You got nothing but respect for this out-of-towner, no affiliation with the team. For me, that guy was Mike Tomlin for years and years and years. He steps down as a Steelers head coach. Now reports that he's not interested in coaching, at least for a while. He's going to be out of the game, wants to spend time with family. Good for him. You do you. But, man, I had a ton of respect for him. Mark writes in, Justin Jefferson is my guy. I love that guy.
Yeah, I agree. He's great.
Those Netflix documentaries, Receiver, made me really like Devontae Adams and Justin Jefferson more than I ever expected I would.
Yeah, when the guy said Sakic, it started to get me thinking. The other one I really like was Ray Bork. Huge Ray Bork fan.
Brian in House says, for me, it's Sidney Crosby. Yeah, hot take from a Detroit fan, I know, but he's the standard in the NHL for class and how you're supposed to do everything. As he's gotten older, he's become great with the media. He does more for the Pittsburgh community than any of us will ever know. Sid is the standard bearer.
He's great and continues to be great, and playing in an era where there aren't enforcers that are out there to protect you. Throughout his entire career, he's basically played in the enforcerless era, and teams have taken advantage of him, and he just continues to get out there and put up more than a point per game throughout his career. He's had to miss a lot of time because of that, because he's gotten concussed. But, I mean, tell me this. Would you not want to have Sidney Crosby on this team right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard for me to shake the Red Wings standing at center ice while they continue to celebrate and celebrate and celebrate, and eventually the Red Wings giving up. I did not like that.
Waiting in line at the Joe.
And I don't know the degree of culpability that falls on the captain there and Sidney Crosby, but it felt like it was a long time they made the Red Wings stand there in what had to be a bitter moment for the Red Wings. And they tried to do the right thing, the thing that everybody does. And Pittsburgh just continued to celebrate and celebrate down in that corner. And I was like, I didn't blame the Red Wings for giving up. But Paul Maurice, coach of the Florida Panthers, he'll make you want to run through a wall for him. That's from Oliver in a car.
Yep, another good one.
I have the utmost respect for the job Sam Presti has done and continues to do in small market OKC. That's from Chuck. Yep. Oklahoma City went through a stretch where they were just purging and purging and purging, then drafting and trading very well. And the next thing you know, they got, as a caller said earlier, 30,000 first-round picks and a talented young roster good enough to win it all. They have really built it the right way. Unnamed texter, I'm a lifelong U of M fan, but had nothing respect for Izzo. Lane Kiffin, he's willing to do what's best for him. That's from an unnamed texter. Well, he is that.
Hey, might be the exact opposite of what you're looking at. Is he a little selfish?
I mean,
I mean, that's what he said in the text, right?
Yeah. And he has
That's
respect
exactly what
for
he
him.
said. Yeah, he respected that.
I don't know if I respect that.
Well, he didn't say for you to respect him.
These are facts.
Yep. Well, different set of standards there, I guess.
Is that a selfish guy saying, I like that guy? He's selfish. I like that guy. He's a real ass. I like him.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Well,
He looks out for numero uno.
mm-hmm.
Doesn't care who he steps on and who he ruins along the way. Yeah, I don't know if I would put in Lane Kiffin anywhere near this list for me. 248-539-9797. Guys you've admired from afar. Who would you put on that list? In the meantime, we await news on the Detroit Lions and their offensive coordinator situation. Dan Campbell said it was the first thing he had to take care of. It is a lot of interviews going on this week. Mike McDaniel in Tennessee today after being in Detroit yesterday. We cross our fingers, but when another job comes open yesterday, do you think the Ravens have any regret moving on from John Harbaugh, considering the fact that Tomlin stepped down? And is that like the biggest nemesis for the Ravens in that division? You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you're saying. And again, I think both situations are real similar. One team decided to fire the coach, and the other team had the coach just walk away. And in both situations, I think maybe it just got stale. I'm more surprised with the Ravens firing John Harbaugh than I am, I guess, that Tomlin's going to walk away. Tomlin was in a hot seat, it seemed like, and they just weren't going anywhere with what they had. They're going to have to totally retool at quarterback because Aaron Rodgers is not the answer. And I think they got a lot of pieces they got to figure out on that team. Whereas Baltimore, it's just like, hey, that's a really good team. They missed a field goal that would have put them into the playoffs, and I think Baltimore-Houston game would have been a lot more interesting than a Pittsburgh-Houston game. But nonetheless, both coaches are gone. Do I think that they regret that? I think they may just regret that they fired him to begin with because he's a heck of a coach.
Yeah, I mean, you never go back. You don't go back, but when you fire your guy and everybody else wants him, and then his biggest nemesis in the division steps down, you have to ask yourself, Now, the goal, I guess, isn't to win the division.
No,
the goal is to win the Super Bowl.
Exactly. And you got to find the next coach who's going to come in and be able to motivate the players, motivate that team to go above and beyond where they've been. Get over that hump. Why is it Lamar Jackson can't advance that team in the playoffs. It's not just on the quarterback, but I mean, the quarterback is the face of the team. He's a MVP caliber talent every single season. What do you do to get him over the hump? There's got to be somebody bringing in new energy, because maybe the message, like I said, got old and stale with Harbaugh. You knew what you were getting year in and year out, but if the team got a little lackadaisical with that and just relaxed on it, then time to move on.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up. In the meantime, Fun with Vegas odds today at 12:35 here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass. Kenny on phones, 248-539-9797. Tomlin retires. Who are guys that you just had nothing but respect for from afar? You don't have a rooting interest in their team, but you just see him, and that dude does it the right way. Feedback coming in. An unnamed texter says, Fernando Mendoza. Every time I hear him speak, I think that kid was raised right and how proud I would be as his parents. Jacob in Minnesota says, Kirk Ferentz is the last of a dying breed of a coach who stays with a team for over 20 years.
It might be.
Let's go to Nick on a cell here on 97.1. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how you doing? So back in the day and stuff like that, I mean, I think we all picked up the newspaper. You know, we didn't have SportsCenter like that, but Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire back in the day, watching that home run chase. But then also right now I follow Terry Francona as a coach. You idolize him, just the moves that he makes and all the bubble gum he chews, right?
Francona is, I agree with Francona. That's one of those guys, you know, you got nothing against him, and he just seems to do it the right way and get his teams playing at a high level all the time. Like, there's not a whole lot to dislike with Francona, except that maybe he's managing the team that you despise.
Right, absolutely.
But it's not because of him. It's just because of the history you have with that organization.
Exactly.
Interesting that you cited two players that are in baseball that are actually rather controversial from the steroid scandal.
Right. Well, I mean, but that saved baseball back then. To me, that whole era saved baseball from the strike. From the strike that was. You know, it got more attendance. It got kids wanting to go play baseball again.
It did. It definitely had that impact. They, you know, I guess there's mixed feelings on those guys. And for all the saving that they did, I feel like they're getting ready to do their best to kill it again 1 year from now.
Yeah, that's
true. With a looming work stoppage.
I have a weird one, guys, and it's not like this guy needs any, sympathy or respect from others, but I'm going to go with Arch Manning. Okay, here's why. Highly recruited freshman, hasn't transferred yet. I want to see someone start a school, highly recruited, recruit, stay with the school the entire time. That's it.
What?
It's all I want, man.
Crazy talk.
It's crazy talk, right? But the fact that he came there, didn't start right away, didn't even start till this past year. And I know NIL and all this money he gets, I get it, okay? But he still could have gone somewhere else and got that money, and he didn't.
He
and
did
I just respect that.
And wait his turn.
Yes, he did that. And guess what? He might not even go pro this year because he wants to get better. I don't know. That sounds crazy. But
look, the Arch Manning that I saw didn't look like a guy who was overrated.
No, he got better as the season went on, and the best game he played may have been the last game he played.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, a true sophomore?
No, he's a junior.
Oh, he is a junior.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
He'll be a junior? He's a junior, right?
No, I think he sat for 2 years.
Yeah.
He sat for 2 years.
That's what it's crazy.
Yeah.
A freshman quarterback, that highly recruited out of high school, sat for 2 years.
Yep. Backed up Quinn Ewers. Let's see. Eric Spoelstra, from video coordinator to the Heat head coach and U.S. national coach, all without ever playing 1 minute in the NBA. That's from John in Lake Orion.
Spoelstra doing it without LeBron, gives him legitimacy, right?
Yep. I have a ton of respect and love for Andy Reid going back to his time in Philly. 248-539-9797. Chris in Commerce. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. How you doing?
What's up?
Good. Yeah, one guy, I hate the team, Tampa Bay, but John Cooper, class act, great motivator, great coach.
This is turning into a John Cooper appreciation segment. It's the third time his name has come up. No, it's okay.
Really? Yeah.
The John Cooper from Tampa Bay. Different John Cooper.
Yeah. I thought Stevie was going to go get him. But I am happy with Todd McClellan, but I thought he was going to go get John Cooper.
Yeah. Understand.
A lot of love for him. Gator, are you ready for Fun with Vegas Odds?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Here's what we do. We find things that have the exact same odds, and if you're forced to bet one of them, which would you bet? Gator, we'll start with things that are 2-1.
Okay.
So all 2-1. If you're forced to bet one of these, which would you bet? 2-1 that Michael Porter Jr.'s next team is the Pistons. 2-1 that Travis Green, the head coach at Ottawa, is the next NHL coach fired. It's 2-1 that John Harbaugh will be the next head coach of the New York Giants. It's 2-1 that the Kansas City Royals will win the American League Central. And it's 2-1 that the Carolina Hurricanes will finish with the most points in the Eastern Conference. All those things, 2-1.
Look at
Which
you
would you
starting
play?
off strong here. I like it. I'd go with John Harbaugh to the Giants. It seems like there's a lot of smoke there. I think the Giants are committed to trying to make him their guy, and they've got certainly, it's New York City. You got money to go ahead and spend on that coach, and I think they might just outbid everybody else for him. I'm going to go John Harbaugh to the Giants.
Kang, out of all those things that are 2-1, which would you go with?
I'm sticking with the coach theme too, but not that one, Gator. I've got Ottawa's coach Green getting canned. I mean, hockey coaches just get fired all the time, and that's a safer bet to me than all the other ones you put out there.
I think you're right. I think Ottawa is a huge disappointment, and I think the Ottawa Senators moving on from Coach Green is the most likely of the 2-1s, but I guess at 2-1, all of them have a really good shot.
Yeah, I know my puck, man.
Next up, these things are all 11-1.
Kind of feel like I want to parlay some of those 2-1s. It's good crowd.
The parlay bet. It's all you, my friend.
Do them all, Gator.
Get better odds.
Yeah, that's how they sucker you in.
Oh, is it? I didn't realize that.
These things are 11-1. The Tigers win the American League, 11-1. The Washington Capitals win the Eastern Conference, 11-1. Nebraska basketball reaches the Final Four, 11-1. The Orlando Magic win the East, 11-1. And the Mariners win the World Series, 11-1. Which of these 11-1 bets would you make?
Boy. I'm going to go with Nebraska getting to the Final Four. It's a scrappy team that probably gets overlooked by a lot of people. Tigers winning the American League, I think that's awful tough to get to the World Series based on what they've done this offseason. I don't buy it. If it were the Mariners to win the American League, I'd go for it. But to win the World Series, no, I don't see that. I'm going to go with Nebraska getting to the Final Four. And I don't feel great about it.
Well, they're all 11-1. Yeah. Kang?
I got to go with the Mariners, led by a young pitcher named Logan Evans. That's right. Doug Karsh, our co-host here on the Middays, will be torn during the American League Championship Series because they'll be going against the Mariners and Tigers. But then the Mariners will win, then you won't be torn anymore. You'll be rooting for the Mariners.
Bold-ass prediction here.
Look at you.
January 14th.
Yeah, I just want a jersey from him, that's all. Can you make that happen, Doug?
He did that. I probably could. He for his crew. Well, I'll tell that story later. he did something awesome for him and my son and his buddies. I'm going to go with Nebraska to the Final Four. I agree. I think they're legit, Gator. So I'm on board with the Cornhuskers. They won at Assembly Hall the other day. They beat Michigan State. Nebraska is something. All right. These things are all 16-1. 16-1. Michigan State wins the Big Ten in basketball, 16-1. Kevin Stefanski, the next head coach with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 16-1. Jeff Blashill from the Blackhawks, the next NHL head coach fired, 16-1. John Harbaugh, the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, 16-1. And Braden Smith from Purdue wins the Wooden Award for the best player in college basketball, 16-1. Which of these would you play?
I like these better than the 11-1.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I mean, Michigan State could win a Big Ten championship. I mean, they've done that with teams that haven't been as good as you thought they were.
They've done it with worse teams.
Yeah, and actually, this is a pretty good Michigan State team. I'm going to go with. Now, is it Blashill be the next coach fired, or just Blashill gets fired?
Next NHL head coach fired.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to go with Braden Smith winning the Wooden Award. He's a guy that really pads a stat sheet, and that people like to look at that. Purdue's a good basketball team. I think he's won Big Ten Player of the Week like 3 times already this year. I'll go with him.
Kang?
You guys know I know puck, right? So
Yeah.
I got to stick with the, you know what, it's 16-1, but someone's getting fired in the NHL, okay? So that and Ottawa's coach, I'm going to cash in on one of these two. I'm going Blashill.
Hedging his bet.
I actually agree with one of you. And again, it's Gator. Braden Smith is averaging 9.8 assists a game and is shooting over 40% from three. He is so much fun to watch. So I'll take Braden Smith from Purdue being named the Wooden Award winner as my 16-1 pick. There it is. Fun with Vegas odds. All right. Lions ownership sent out a letter yesterday. Something in there that sparked a conversation here at the station. We will get to that today at 12:50. Also, I'll tell you a couple cool Logan stories straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so my nephew, two things. He's got this crew that my oldest son is involved with. There's like 5 of them. I think there's 5 of them. And they text about sports all the time. And they do like every guy does. The guys just give each other hell constantly, ripping on each other, including the one major league pitcher in the group, right? And my nephew for Christmas brought back game-worn jerseys and signed them and made a little note to each of his friends. But it was like, okay, this is the my jersey I wore at Yankee Stadium. Here's my first win. His debut jersey he kept.
But his first win he gave away?
I think he gave away his first win. They were all jerseys that had some significance. And he kept the jerseys. Then they held a draft. They each drew a number. And the boys got to pick which jersey. And then he made a personalized message to him, which was just an awesome idea.
Was the message written on the jersey or was the message written on a note?
It was written on the number.
So actually, that's really cool.
Yep. And I thought that's creative and awesome. And for his close-knit group of friends.
Yeah, because that's cool on a bunch of fronts. And to me, what's cool about that, and Kang's probably going to disagree with this because of the collectability of it, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I'm not looking to sell, right? Yep. So if I get something that's personalized to me, somebody says, to Gator blank or whatever, I think it's awesome. Or to Scott, best wishes, whatever. I always appreciated that as opposed to just buying something for the collectability of it. Now, it's not to say I haven't done that. I've done that with a couple of things too, but there are things that I kind of cherish because they were personalized. Like Kirk Gibson signed something to me years ago. It was great, and I cherish that. So I think it's really cool because these are his friends.
Yep,
and guys he knows, guys he grew up with, and that'd be really cool.
So it was a road Mariners jersey, and in the number, he wrote, signed it and wrote a special message, which I just thought was really, really cool.
That is cool.
And a cool gift. The other thing, though, is guys being guys. Did you happen to watch the Manning cast the other night?
I don't think I did, no.
Okay, so Eli said, I got you a gift, Peyton. And there was this big...
They cracked me up.
They are funny. It was
laughing.
It was like this big, wrapped, tall package that he started to open up, and you could tell it was framed. And in the middle, there were a bunch of, couldn't really see it at first, but they looked like a bunch of little squares in the frame. In the middle, there was a plaque, and the plaque said, NFL record, 28 interceptions, Peyton Manning rookie season.
Yep.
And it was the football card from that year of every player that picked him off. So he got him a framed poster of every player that picked him off, which reminded me that Logan's crew, my son and his friends, when he came home for Christmas, they were all going to go get jerseys
of the players
of every player that hit a bomb off.
Sure.
So there would have been 2 Jazz Chisholms. There would have been so we should do that for Christmas. That's just what guys do to each other. Is even though one of them is a successful major league pitcher and he's awesome, and I'm fired up for him, super proud of him. But his friends, what do? They still do what guys do to their friends. They give them a hard time.
That's cool.
Even though they're all just completely.
I love what Eli did to Peyton. That's
Isn't that
that's
hysterical?
savage. It's great.
It is savage, and Peyton was dying laughing.
The things they do on that show, the Manning cast, I think it can be a hard watch sometimes. There's a lot of them talking over each other and talking over a guest because there's a delay. But there's also a lot of stuff like football stuff that's interesting. But when they're joking on each other, it is funny. It is really when Eli's making fun of Peyton's forehead, and they've got that picture, the caricature they drew, and it's just his giant forehead that they have it framed in the background of it. It's hysterical.
Okay, yesterday Sheila Ford Ham sent out a letter to Detroit Lions season ticket holders, and I thought these types of things aren't unique, and it's not particularly long, so I'll read it. But what she said it sparked a conversation here at the station. But here's what she wrote. I want to start by thanking you for your commitment to our team and support you show throughout the season. I'm always blown away by the energy you create inside Ford Field and the advantage you give our team every time we run out of the tunnel. I also want to acknowledge that our results on the field this season were not what any of us envisioned, and frankly, we're not good enough. While we do not believe it's time for drastic change, this is an opportunity for us to refocus, evolve, and move forward. I'm proud of the roster we built and the 36 wins we've accumulated over the last 3 seasons. That success doesn't happen by accident, but it also does not guarantee future success. It is incumbent upon us to continue growing towards our ultimate goal of bringing a championship to all of you in the city of Detroit. I can assure you we are committed to looking at everything we do to ensure we're performing at the highest level. Through conversations with Rod, Brad, and Dan, we are aligned with this thinking and have already started meetings to address how to move forward. We're excited for what 2026 will bring and some of the new elements we will introduce for all of you, our most loyal fans. Thank you again for your commitment. Go Lions, Sheila Ham. Good.
That's pretty well written.
Good.
Pretty well stated.
So,
fans would like to see the not good enough, not up to their standard, what they wanted, but also keeping people in check. And it doesn't mean we're rebuilding. We just
we're not satisfied, and we're not going to pretend like we're satisfied, and we're going to...
Doesn't guarantee future success.
While we do not believe in it, it's time for a drastic change. It's an opportunity for us to refocus, evolve, and move forward. Do you think anybody will have an issue with we do not believe it's time for a drastic change? I mean, I know I don't. I
don't think it's time for a drastic change. I think it's time for some changes, and there are going to be changes. Obviously, they're changing the offensive coordinator. That's a change. They may or may not change the defensive coordinator. Those would be big changes. Not drastic, but big changes. You're never going to make everybody happy, right? I mean, we've taken the calls. There are some people that don't want Brad Holmes to continue to, be the general manager of this team. There are some people that have said they don't like Dan Campbell as head coach of this team. And
if we get a particularly hostile caller regarding Campbell or Holmes, we always ask, well, would you fire him? And some people say no. And that's, I think it's an important line of delineation.
Yes.
Others say yes.
But I think it's a very small, very, very, very small percentage on both of those people.
I agree.
So I think this is a well-crafted statement, well-crafted letter, and I agree with everything she said in it.
Yeah. With that said, this sentence, it is incumbent upon us to continue growing towards our ultimate goal of bringing a championship to all of you in the city of Detroit. I want to focus on that. What is that continue to grow move that is possible that would be the biggest leap forward towards bringing that ultimate goal? Okay, so what is it that if they do it this offseason, you think, yep, that's it? That's the continue to grow move that I needed to see that leads me to believe they're going to bring a championship to Detroit. 248-539-9797.
I mean, to me, it's a statement rather than the one move, but it would be more than one move. But it's a statement. That is, you have to improve the offensive line. And I think there was an admission last week from Brad Holmes about that, and taking a serious look at the guys they have in house, and even he admitted there was an article today in the Free Press about it where he had said last week that they're not under any illusions thinking that someone like Giovanni Manu or Corby Sorsdahl, they can step right in and do the job. That they think that that's not realistic based on where they're at right now. So good. That means because he basically said until they see what's going on in OTAs or in mini camps, but that's going to happen after the draft. So until then, you've got free agency in the draft to assess that and address that. And I think they will with center and tackle specifically. They have to address both of those positions.
Something I didn't expect here. I looked down at Twitch, and Depth313 says, I disagree, Doug. She should have outlined the whole offseason plan in this letter. Is that sarcasm, or do you think that's probably sarcasm?
That might be sarcasm.
Coyboy1 says, yada, yada, yada. Thug Aim says, her letter should have just said, we're good. I expect hostility towards the letter. Yeah, some snark coming about the letter. I think it's getting Tyler Linderbaum, and I don't know how ridiculous that is, but if they get him, that'll come at a significant cost.
Well, if I'm going to be the new head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, my first move is to secure Tyler Linderbaum.
Yep.
But that's one of the moves that you have to look at. If it's out there, find a way to get him. But they have to find a way to get a center and find a way to get a tackle. Even if Taylor Decker comes back, I think you have to look at that position and say, we need to find somebody. Because you're losing Dan Skipper too. And if you're already reticent that Giovanni Manu or Corey Sorsdahl are not answers for starting positions for this team, then okay, find somebody else that's going to be a better backup that does have the ability to start.
248-539-9797. We just read the letter that Sheila Hamp wrote to season ticket holders. One, if you got one, what's your reaction to it? What did you think? The other one is the line, it's incumbent upon us to continue growing towards our ultimate goal of bringing a championship to all of you in the city of Detroit. I mean, this is fancy words for we're going to make a move. We're going to make some moves. What is that continue to grow move that is possible that would signify to you that's the biggest leap you can make in an offseason to ultimately, indeed, bringing that championship to Detroit? Let's go to Paul in Clinton Township here on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Now, as I told, the call screener, allow me to, read into something here, okay? To me, a drastic change, which she said they're not going to make, is the GM or the coach. I mean, what else could it be other than the quarterback? And, I mean, they're kind of locked into him. But to me, she said, we're not willing to make a drastic change, meaning replace the GM or the coach. She said it in a manner where I think it is a very subtle shot across both of their bows, or maybe one of them, and they may know who it is, but a shot across the bow to say, hey, we're good with, but this can't happen again. I mean, that's how I kind of read the comment a little bit. She said, we're disappointed, but we're not going to make a drastic change now. I mean, now I'm kind of paraphrasing the words. I don't know.
it's
if
okay.
I see where you're at. I mean, because it's like, okay, one time we can let slip one season. We can't let this be the norm. We're building this to build it to the championship, and if you're not in the playoffs, then you're not building towards a championship.
Yeah, like I personally think this season, for Brad Holmes in particular, who I'm a huge fan of.
Real quick here, Paul. We're up against it. Real quick.
I think it cut 1 year off his hot seat window. He went from a hot seat next year to next year is it. I mean, in terms of you have to fix the team, make the playoffs.
248-539-9797, open lines. How did you interpret that letter? And what do you think that all-in-one move is? 97.1.
The last time Michigan basketball hit the hardwood, the Wolverines lost at home 91-88 for their first defeat of the season. Tonight, they have an opportunity to bounce back with a road game against the Washington Huskies out in Seattle. Washington's 10-6 this year and 2-3 in Big Ten play. The Huskies enter tonight off a win after they took down Ohio State over the weekend. Tonight's game gets started out on the West Coast at 10:30 p.m. In other Michigan news, the football team had one key addition and subtraction in the transfer portal today. First, running back Justice Haynes signed with Georgia Tech, cementing his departure from Ann Arbor. Haynes led the Big Ten in rushing before a season-ending injury last year. Michigan did shore up the defensive side of the ball, though, getting a commitment from Utah cornerback Smith Snowden, who was ranked as the 43rd best player in the portal. And checking in with the NFL coaching carousel, Mike Tomlin stepped down from his position with the Steelers yesterday. He was a top candidate for any of the other 8 coaching vacancies in the NFL, but Steelers owner Art Rooney II said today, quote, Mike indicated that he did not anticipate coaching in the future, wanted to spend time with his family. Right now, coaching again does not seem to be on his radar, unquote. And Mike McDaniel interviewed for the Lions offensive coordinator position yesterday. Today, he's in Tennessee to interview for their head coaching opening. He's also lined up to see the Ravens and Falcons later this week. The same goes for John Harbaugh, who's visiting the Giants in New York today, and the Dolphins also completed an interview with Kevin Stefanski this morning. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Look, this is interesting. Some of the reaction we've gotten to this letter that Sheila Ford Hamp penned to season ticket holders. Hey, it wasn't good enough, but we're not making drastic changes, but we will do what we think is necessary to bring a championship to Detroit. So there's a couple things we want. Is your interpretation of the letter, which we read on the air last hour, and we'll do it again for people who missed it. And also, what is that move? When she says we'll continue to grow to get that championship, continue to grow is, okay, we're going to go out and we're going to do something that we think puts us over the top. That's continued growth. That's what that's code for. So what would that move be? Would it be Mike McDaniel? Would it be Brian Flores? If they went out and got one of or both of two well-respected, highly coveted coordinators.
Which move of those two do you think puts him on a better path?
Flores.
I agree. So, I guess because they already have a defensive coordinator in place and they don't want to, shame him by doing it publicly right now. But at some point, I feel like the Lions should get in touch with Brian Flores.
Okay, let's think about this from Brian Flores' perspective.
Who's getting head coaching interviews?
He's getting head coaching interviews, but his contract is up as defensive coordinator. So he has, I think he's done one defensive coordinator interview. Didn't we read? I can't remember where it was yesterday.
He had done one.
But would you want to coordinate the Lions defense, or would you rather just stay and be the coordinator for Minnesota?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to stay in Minnesota because I don't think Minnesota's on any path to win a Super Bowl.
No.
So that's.
But what about their personnel defensively? Would you rather work with that group or what Detroit has? It's hard to know what Detroit has.
I tend to think I'd rather work with Detroit. You've got a linebacker who's all-pro linebacker. You've got an all-pro defensive end, and you've got, if they can get healthy, 2 potentially all-pro safeties to work with. And it's a team that can make a run at a championship. Harrison Smith is retiring, right, from Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So that is changing a little bit there. But more importantly, I don't think Minnesota's going anywhere. It's not to say Detroit's got the best job. Other teams, I imagine, would be, if they're interviewing Brian Flores, there'd be some teams that are in contention for a championship that might be in better shape than the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at Minnesota's defense and I'm going, okay, this guy had a top 3 scoring defense, top 10 total defense. Why do you want to take over a defense that ranks nowhere near that?
Because you can turn them into that same defense. And if it's a better team, then you can win a championship.
If you can do it, you probably have a better path to a championship, given their offense, yes. But you're taking on a massive project when you kind of got it dialed in now. Look, I'd love it. Don't get me wrong.
Unless you don't think it's a massive project.
Well,
you're watching from afar, maybe not even that afar, because you play them twice a year, and you've seen what they do defensively. If you're like, I swear to God, man, if they would run this defense instead, they'd be so much better off. But I'm glad they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Do you guys think Ben Johnson would have had a great season here with this year's offensive line? Please answer. I do not.
No, I don't think he would have. And it's not because he's, number one on my list of people that I don't like in the NFL right now, but I don't think he would have. He did.
I think he's been on the list.
He's on the list for sure. But no, I don't think he would have done anything, helped them out. I mean, maybe there might be some plays for sure that that would have been more successful, but by and large, I don't think it would look that different.
Kane, do you think Ben Johnson would have made a difference with this year's offense?
I think he would have made a difference. Now, was that difference good enough to get him to the Super Bowl? Probably not. I think the offensive line issues were that big. But I do think they probably would have won a game or two that would have put him over the top to get him into the dance at least. I think, John Morton, he got taken, his ability to call plays was taken away from him early. Dan Campbell, and it wasn't like they were averaging 16 points a game either. He just did not like the flow. He didn't like what he saw. He knows how it's supposed to look. He said it, right? And basically it wasn't what he wanted to see, so he took over the play calling. I think Ben Johnson would have been the play caller the entire year. They would have won a game or two more and would have gotten the playoffs. Now, the Super Bowl, like I said, I think the offensive line issues were too much to overcome, but I think Ben Johnson would have gotten the playoffs.
Next text. Even when we have Frank here and had a good offensive line, it wasn't enough. The other defensive end would help our secondary and put us over the top. Just my opinion. That's from Toeman Mike. So your all-in move that will show their continuing growth is to get an end opposite of Hutch. Is that lack of belief in Al-Quadin Muhammad? Is it concern that he's not coming back? Is it that people just aren't impressed with Al-Quadin Muhammad?
It could be a couple of things. I mean, Al-Quadin Muhammad had a great season with 11 sacks when you look at it just as numbers. But if you look at how many games did he have sacks in, it's, I think it was 7. So that's more than half the season that you're not getting to the quarterback. And look, there's other numbers. I guess you could do a deeper dive and look at it. But I think based off
the pressures is how you do in run support.
But based off the number that it's 11 for the quarterback sacks, I think Al-Quadin Muhammad is going to get paid this offseason. And you have to ask yourself, if you're the Lions, can we get more consistent effort from him for that price? Because he's going to likely command a $15 million a year salary. He's not going to get Trey Hendrickson money. But is he in a better situation than Jalen Phillips when it comes to what he's going to get paid in the offseason?
He might be. I mean, honestly,
he was a hell of a lot more productive than Jalen Phillips was with Philadelphia.
It's crazy because if you go out and sign an edge opposite of Hutch, I think it's too much of an ask to ask for a guy who's top 10, top 11 in the NFL in sacks. That's what Al-Quadin Muhammad was. He finished tied for 11th with Jeffrey Simmons with 11 quarterback sacks. And again, we all know this. Sacks are not the only stat that matters.
No, but it's an important one.
Yep.
And I'd love to see the Lions sign him and bring him back.
Out of all the guys in the top 15, he had far and away the fewest sacks plus tackle for losses. So, which are just as valuable.
Yes, but I'm also guessing he probably had fewer plays.
He might have had fewer snaps. He might have had fewer snaps, but I mean, to get that kind of production out of whoever it is would be great. A big move here would be to get good coordinators. That's from an unnamed texter. I think the biggest thing this team could do is to get 2 players who are a veteran presence on the defense. 2 guys that have been there and done that. Well, it could, and I suspect they will. Like there's, they go after free agents specifically for need, and they use the draft just to replenish talent in the organization.
Well, and this year is going to be an interesting year. Is going to be where they look beyond Alex Anzalone, veteran player who may not be on this team. DJ Reader, veteran player, may not be on this team. Those are 2 positions right away that I think that and Marcus Davenport not going to be here. Not that he played a huge role, but another veteran. Do they need to go out and get more adults in the room that have been there and done that, or that are hungry to win that championship?
You're a Lions fan. If you're a season ticket holder, you got this in your inbox yesterday. I want to start by thanking, this is from Sheila Hamp. I want to start by thanking you for your commitment to our team and the support you showed throughout the season. I'm always blown away by the energy you create inside Ford Field and the advantage you give our team every time we run out of the tunnel. Also want to acknowledge that our results on the field were not what we envisioned and frankly not good enough. While we do not believe it's time for drastic change, this is an opportunity to refocus, evolve, and move forward. I'm proud of the roster we have built and the 36 wins we've accumulated over the last 3 seasons. The success, however, doesn't happen by accident. It also doesn't guarantee future success. It is incumbent upon us to continue growing towards our ultimate goal of bringing a championship to all of you, the city of Detroit. I can assure you we're committed to looking at everything we do to ensure we're performing at the highest level. Through our conversations with Rod, Brad, and Dan, we're all aligned with this thinking and have already started meeting to address how to move forward. We're excited for what 2026 will bring and some of the new elements we'll introduce to all of you, our most loyal fans. Thank you again for your commitment. Go Lions, Sheila Hamp. How did you interpret that when you got it or when you hear it here? And what is that move that will, quote, continue growing towards the ultimate goal of bringing a championship that you want to see? The one thing that will indicate that that is the case for you. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Are you kicking off the new year by trying to save money with ice cold showers? Well, me neither. And this is why I called the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen pipe or a broken furnace derail your New Year's goals before January's even over. Their local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can focus on starting the year warm and stress-free. Whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Now through 6 episodes of Pluribus.
Look at you.
Rounding the corner, headed for home. Doug might actually finish a TV series.
Any chance that once you finish that, you're going to start on Benjamin Button?
I've got a list of movies I want to watch. That was not on it, but maybe I'll add it based upon your. See, I don't want to be depressed though. I feel like you're making me watch a movie that evoked emotion.
It's
and made
reflective. I don't know if it's depressing. Part of it is, but also some stuff is kind of uplifting, and
Is it?
Yeah, I think for you, being a father and having raised three children into adulthood at this point, I think you can reflect on that and be proud of it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
And I do believe you have a soul, unlike Kang.
Because Kang didn't cry during Benjamin Button.
Man, how bad were the Wings playing last night, man? That made you switch and wanted to cry.
2008 when I saw it. I would rather watch something that makes me cry than watch this hockey game.
You are, jeez, man.
When I saw the movie in 2008, the Red Wings were on their way to the Stanley Cup.
Oh, that's true.
I still cried then. It's all right.
Yeah, well.
I'm all right.
Yes, you are. Next up, Mark in Beverly Hills. An all-in move would be a willingness to find stars and studs to fill holes outside of your own. So you want to go outside the organization. Mark says go get a free agent or trade for a guy. No drastic, not dumping a quarterback. One thing to show commitment to a championship is getting a top offensive coordinator. Addressing the O-line is a given. And if they don't, that will be confirmation that they're running a business and not a championship sports team. Well, look, I mean, given the things that Brad Holmes said, it's pretty clear they're going to try. Brad Holmes made no bones about it. He does not. He does not think they have in-house answers. Wasn't that pretty clear in the messaging last week?
I think so. Yeah. But the question is, when you go out of house, how much can they spend?
Yeah, because they're over the cap right now. They got to restructure some contracts.
Replacing a player that, let's just throw a number, it grades at 70, and you're replacing that player with a player that grades at 71 isn't going to instill a whole lot of confidence. It's getting difference makers.
All right, if you want to keep talking Lions, you can. Yesterday, Nolan Arenado got traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Third baseman, yep.
Yep. A player that had been connected to Detroit, but I don't know if he was only speculation where writers saw a team in need and thought that Detroit might be interested. Alex Bregman, another third baseman, signs this week with the Cubs. What is your level of disappointment in seeing these moves happen? And we just don't really seem to be a player here in Detroit.
It's getting higher and higher. Like, last year's offseason moves were really pretty disappointing with the pitching staff, what they did. Getting Gleyber Torres was a little bit of an eyebrow raise. Like, okay, that's kind of cool. Bringing him back this year is bittersweet because I think he's a pretty good second baseman, and if he's going to stay healthy, then I really like it. But he got hurt towards the end of the season, or the second half of the season wasn't the same because of dealing with lingering injuries, and they would have had money freed up to go get somebody. And did that move because it was a player option for that second year, and he opted back in with the Tigers. Did that prevent the Tigers from going out and getting and bidding on Alex Bregman or others? It may have. And the money wasted last year, whether it was Alex Cobb or whatever, that's frustrating. And the Tigers do have money they can spend, and I want them to spend that money because I'm tired of living in the wait till world. I don't want to do that. And then you see what's going on with the arbitration with Tarek Skubal, and that's all very frustrating. I want them to be more proactive with all-star caliber players that have a real pedigree and not just projects. It seems like every pitcher they bring in here, it's a project. It's a guy who showed promise because he had a high strikeout rate, or at one point his spin rate was this, and we think we can get him back. And that's great if you can turn that around, but you don't always turn that around. And, there's only so much magic that the pitching staff can do to get this righted. But I want more players that have the cachet of being all-stars. So I wish that there was more done, particularly with the lineup and hitters. I was hoping that we might see some sort of trade that makes sense. Got a bunch of prospects. Go get a guy that makes sense and latch onto it. And you're hearing that Kyle Tucker was offered a $50 million a year deal by the Mets. That's the report that's going on right now. It's a short-term deal for $50 million annually. And maybe it's just a 2-year deal. Could the Tigers get creative with doing something like that with Skubal? If they offered Skubal a 2-year, $80 million contract, so he get free agency in 2 years, is that something that Boris would go, oh, well, hang on. So you pitched the year that you were going to pitch with them anyway, and then they're going to give you an extra year, but they're paying you $40 million for each year to do so. And I don't know if it would or wouldn't. I mean, it seems like Boris is hell-bent on doing this, but Boris is also, he's willing to say, we like the short-term deal. He did it with Bregman last year. Might get it done. I think, does he represent Tucker? I don't know if he represents Tucker or not, but it sounds like a Boris move. We know he represents Skubal. But are there, could the Tigers do something like that with Bichette? If you're not completely sold on it, you don't want to do something long-term, but let's do something shorter-term, but more money that could kind of protect yourself until the younger players, these prospects are up here and not willing, but up here and actually performing like the players you thought they were when you drafted them.
So a couple things here. One is Tucker is not a Boris client.
Good to hear. But still, $50 million is the report.
Two is all of what you've said makes sense, but it feels like a non-starter because I'm at a point with this Tigers organization where I think it's zero part of their plan. And it's too bad. To a certain extent, it's too bad because they're close. They're the favorite to win the division. They're the favorite to win the division, and they seem like they want to make moves on the shoulder of the roster. Like they just want to. They're signing guy like 18, 19, and 20 on their roster instead of looking to upgrade 1 through 9, 1 through 5. They're focused on bullpen help, which we're going to be happy. Like we're going to be happy with bullpen.
Yeah, I think the bullpen's going to be a nice part of this team, and they might still be. There's reports that the Tigers are still kicking the tires on a couple of starting pitchers like Lucas Giolito. They would certainly be an upgrade over what they had. But it's how long term are these things? It never seems to be long term with the starting pitchers that they're looking at. Evan Petzold of the Free Press had an article today that said that the Tigers actually had offered Skubal $19.8 million in the negotiation process. But when it came time for the arbitration, their final number, they dropped it to 19. And if that's true, it's like, why? Why would you have dropped it from 19.8 down to 19 million? And his article is interesting because it talks about the 19.8 would have eclipsed the number that David Price got, which set the record back in 2015, or at least was offered at 19.75 would have eclipsed that. And the percentage raise over, or actually the dollar raise over what he was making would have set a record as well. That would have outdone what Jacob deGrom got. So I don't know why, if that story is true, for them to go from 19.8 down to 19 is not good.
Well, there's a lot of moving parts with arbitration that we went over yesterday. It is an extremely complicated process that is, I'm still learning about some of the nuance of it. Like I didn't know there was a Major League Baseball labor relations group that recommended to teams what they offer. And, the Tigers were in record territory, but this was not a move that was made an offer that was made that would lead to what I think is the best result. The best result is you win the World Series. The best result is you win the World Series within budget. And offering him $32 million and just saying, fine, if you want 32, we'll give you 32 for this year. We'll give you 32 gladly. Let's go win the World Series on your way out. Shake hands. Let's end this thing on a high note. We'll both be happy. You'll get what you want, which is free agency, and we'll get what we want, which is a ring. Let's go do this together. That's what everybody wants. So taking it to arbitration. Now, given People in the game have warned me that Boris wants a fight. And I'm not talking about people with the Tigers. Okay? It's not Tigers, but it's people in the game. Boris wants a fight. Boris wants to challenge the system. Boris wants to set new records with arbitration to help his clients in the future. Boris does these kinds of things that are self-serving and also client-serving, but so it's not like their side is without fault, at least according to the people I talk to. I'm going to learn more about it, but at the end of the day, I don't know why we aren't just focused on the possibility of the result, because giving him $32 million, that extra $13 million, and having him happy and having him want to win he says all the right things about Detroit. Wouldn't he want to give this organization in this town a World Series on his way out to his money cannon, generational money contract that he will get? That's what everybody would love. Us and him. We might love him more if he stayed here.
Yeah, but if you bring a World Series title here with him and then he leaves in free agency after they win a World Series, I don't think anybody would some people might have an issue, but most people would be like, don't care. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for letting us be World Series champs.
I'm in favor of saving money if you're going to spend it elsewhere. And until I'm not going to get mad at him for not doing it yet, but I don't think they're going to. It doesn't feel like they're saving this $13 million so they can put it towards Bichette.
No, it doesn't.
Or Tucker on a short-term contract. Like,
which is why I'm always going to think, what would have happened if they didn't have to? If Gleyber Torres had not opted in?
Yeah.
Jack Flaherty, I think, was another one. Didn't he opt back in to get money? So it's would that have been money spent on better players? I don't know. But he's got his own plan, and his plan revolves around the guys that he has drafted, the guys that they're developing as prospects. And maybe it's all going to be vindicated in a few years because we'll see how great McGonigal and Max Clark are, along with other players. Maybe. And that's going to come at a time at the same time that guys like Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and Kerry Carpenter are all entering free agency.
And I'm very appreciative for what they've done here. They built a winning team.
Yes.
They built a winning team
when
people didn't think it was going to happen. But and they may do it again, but they could really strengthen their position, and it just doesn't feel like they are they're in no rush. They're playing for tomorrow so much when today could be taken advantage of. 97.1.
Just saw a highlight from the Steelers Houston game. Puts a smile on my face.
Yeah.
The pick six that Rodgers threw at the end.
Yeah.
The effort that Aaron Rodgers makes to try to make the tackle as the defensive back is returning it.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny. Their defensive back just kind of puts the brakes on. Whoop. And Rodgers goes flying into the sideline. And then he picks up again and keeps running and gets the touchdown.
I just think it's the perfect wrap to his career. You know, sometimes you get to the end of a career and you go, I kind of feel bad for him. It's sad and all that. The years of torture he put us through.
Yeah.
And then kind of the person he turned into. Do you remember when he was younger and he was actually kind of funny?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I mean, and there have been moments even when he was with the Jets or even with the Steelers that he might say something like, damn it, don't do that because that makes me like you again. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback without question. He was a phenomenal quarterback from the time that he got to start and then for the next 12 years. He was a phenomenal quarterback. The last couple of years, not so much as you get to the end of your career and you're hanging on, you're trying to, find one last shot at glory, and it didn't work out for him and whatever. And we're here in Detroit and he tortured us, as you said, when he was with the Packers. So we can say bad things about him, but I can also say and respect the fact he is a Hall of Fame quarterback. Sure. And his career is likely done. I mean, I can't imagine the Steelers want to bring him back. And if you're another team around the league, who wants him other than in a backup role? I mean, it might want him as a backup, but certainly not as a starter. And even then, do you want the distraction?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. No. Perfect bow to his career. The other thing, we were just talking about the Tigers, and is you watch players start to fall off the board and trades being made. And I've gotten to the point where we have given the benefit of the doubt to this organization for a long time. And the arbitration process is awfully complicated, and I do think the agent wants a fight. And this is being, the Ken Rosenthal story that I read from yesterday, if you didn't hear it, he basically implied as much. But one of the things I've always thought with Skubal is if Skubal won't take your money, somebody will. And I have real reservations about the long-term prognosis for Skubal. Odds are he just had the best 2 years of his career. Odds are. And you don't want to end up paying a guy for what he did and not what he's going to be. And, I look at track records of pitchers and how quickly they can start to slide. I don't think it's devastating to the organization that they don't bring back Tarik Skubal for the next decade. What'll be devastating to the organization is if all of these guys that they are counting on don't pan out. And I'll give you an example and what my concern is. My concern is there's so much riding on their players in their organization, not just being good. I think it's reliant upon them hitting the ground running. And all I keep thinking about is Colt Keith. Colt Keith is a really nice player who I think has a very bright future. The first couple of years here in Detroit, we can see how tough it is to make this transition to Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad they have Colt Keith, and I'm glad they have him locked up. But Colt Keith, to me, is indicative of how expecting McGonigal or Clark or Briseño or Lorenzo to be ready for them to win in 27 and maybe even 28 feels like it's putting a lot on them hitting the ground running.
It is. And I think there's a difference between the type of prospect that McGonigal and Max Clark are, maybe even Briseño, compared to Colt Keith.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're more highly thought of at this stage in their minor league careers, getting ready to bust into the majors than Colt Keith. But your point's valid. I mean, Colt Keith has hit the ground, and it hasn't been running. There's
promise there.
Yeah, there's definitely promise. It's been a little bit of a slow jog, and at times he looks like, oh my God, he's got it. And yeah, I think he's competent, but he's a guy that has to take another big step this year.
No question.
Because walking at the same pace is not going to work for this team if you're a piece of the foundation of this team. But yeah, I hear you. I don't know if the way that McGonigal is being hyped sure makes it seem like this is a guy who's going to hit the ground running. And yet I'm not sure if that's entirely fair. And we're not even sure if he's going to make the roster out of spring training.
Well, here's the thing. If they don't, then this iteration of the Tigers, this competitive team that is truly competitive, and they deserve a ton of credit for getting them there, it's all kind of wasted, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, there's a lot riding on this for Scott Harris, for taking the approach that he's taken. And, and
maybe ownership.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Chris Ilitch too, because you're putting your faith in the guy who is, and maybe it's because I don't know, who knows what the edict is, if there's any edict from ownership of following a budget or whatever. But the Tigers look like an organization that are certainly following a budget. And I wonder if some of that's just been forced out because of contracts they've given out. Guys have opted back in and prevented them from spending more money, or if it's just ownership saying, yeah, we're not going above $175 million or whatever the number is, if there's a hard line to be drawn in the sand. Because this is a team that's made the playoffs each of the last 2 years and has won a playoff series in each of the last 2 years. Winning the series is what gives you the hope, right?
Yep.
Regular season, you could say they collapse at the end of the year. I don't care if they collapse at the end of the year in the regular season. They still won that playoff series to start the postseason, and then damn near got to the ALCS. They were just within a run of doing that. Okay, that's another big step that they took. How are they going to take the next step forward with this team? And there's a dark cloud looming over them right now because of the Skubal situation. And it could be lifted if they get a haul in return, if they trade him. It could be lifted if, it seems like everybody's happy with an arbitration number to get thrown out and whatever. And there's still reasons that can work, but there's also reasons it can't.
I guess there's two things out of this. One is I'm not mad that they're going to lose him long term. I think it's more likely if you look at like Jacob deGrom, who won back-to-back World Series, whose arbitration cases get compared to Skubal, and you read the numbers yesterday, what deGrom has done since the back-to-back Cy Youngs. I think about how quickly Dontrelle Willis lost it.
Yeah.
I think about Tim Lincecum. I think about a lot of dominant pitchers that I perfectly comfortable with not spending $10 million or 10-year contract and $400 million on Skubal.
Yeah, I would not go anywhere near a $10 million deal. I probably wouldn't go anywhere near an $8 million deal. But and if somebody else if that's the number that like the Yankees are willing to do it, the Mets are willing to, let them do it, and I'm fine with it. And that's why I say, I resign myself to the thought that I'm going to trade him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to trade him for the best offer that I can get. It's likely what's going to happen. If that offer isn't a good enough offer, then I'll ride out the season and we'll try to win a World Series with him because he's that caliber pitcher right now. Is he going to be that caliber pitcher in 3 or 4 years? I don't know. I'd bet against it.
Well, I will tell you this. The other thing that maybe is a positive here is that the arbitration case, and this was speculated on in that Ken Rosenthal story, is all groundwork. I want to be traded. We want to trade you. $32 million is I want to be traded. $19 million is we want to trade you. And maybe that's where this ends up. It is the impetus for, we're that far apart. We're Skubal more open to talking to teams like, and I've used this as an example. Let's say they had a deal worked out with Texas where the Tigers liked the return, and he said, I'm not talking to anybody about a long-term contract. Maybe he revisits that position because he wants out of Detroit so bad. So we'll see. So I'm not particularly encouraged with what's going on here, but we'll continue to mine to find out the rest of the story because there's a lot of nuance to the story. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. So snow, huh?
Freezing rain or something. I don't know what the hell's going on there. It looks like snow.
That looks like snow. Straight snow.
Had freezing rain this morning.
Yeah. It's in the forecast, my friend. Snow is in the forecast. Which you'll grant snow over freezing rain, right?
Yes, 100%.
Kang, you hate it all.
Yep. Looked outside and said, "Congratulations, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you're happy."
Well, is it better than freezing rain?
Yeah, it is better than
All right,
freezing
we
rain.
have middle ground then. We have middle ground. So there is that. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson talking some Tigers. We opened the show talking Red Wings. That game last night was somewhat unsatisfactory. We had some Piston talk mixed in. Is there a path to Giannis? Probably not. That makes sense. But the Michael Porter Jr. talk is starting to get more and more reporting all the time. And the Pistons seem to be deeply involved in that. Lions ownership sends out a letter that is a variety of responses to what they think that letter really means. Somebody interpreted it as, and we didn't get a chance to kind of, because we were up against a hard break. Comment in the card said he thought it was a little bit of a shot at Brad Holmes. In reality, I think the disappointment stems back to Holmes with an understanding that it was a swing and a miss. I'm a huge Brad Holmes fan, but Pobody's nerfed. And he is included. And this was a step back. I think he is another missed playoff. In reality, at least another missed playoff year from being on the hot seat. I don't know if he's on notice either, but when we heard him speak, I thought he was. I think he knows they got to bounce back. And I did not read that as a shot at Brad Holmes, that letter, or a slight shot at Brad Holmes. But if I were Brad Holmes, I'd be like, all right, I better. But maybe I get a little bit more aggressive this offseason.
Well, I think this falls in line with what Martha Ford said in a statement years ago, right? That whatever they did, 9-7 wasn't good enough, and it was unfortunate that the team had a pretty good coach in Jim Caldwell, but it was almost mediocre and it wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And they set the bar higher. And now this group, what they've done the last 3 years, has definitely set the bar higher. And what she said in that statement, I think it reinforces that. There is a high bar here, and you got to live up to it. This year clearly didn't. We don't need to make drastic changes, but changes have to come. Yep. And this team needs to get better quickly.
248-539-9797. The offseason is underway. And if people tuning in, hoping for news on Mike McDaniel, there is none other than the latest update interviewed with Tennessee today. I don't think of this as a kick in the nether regions if they don't get him. There's other good candidates out there. I think it's just a home run opportunity that was never real if they don't get him. I mean, if he, the only way it's a kick in the nether regions is if he takes an offensive coordinator job somewhere else. Then I'll feel like, ooh, the organization missed on this. Either they didn't offer him enough money or their plan didn't mesh with his plan.
Does this make things interesting? This came out from Adam Schefter. Report, if the Packers and Matt LaFleur fail to agree on a new extension, there's a possibility that teams contact Green Bay about a potential trade, per Adam Schefter.
I don't know if I were an organization I would ever trade for a coach.
Would you trade for Mike Tomlin?
That might have been different. I guess I would.
Because I think that's the thing.
You just put it in Doug terms and you win. But I don't like it.
I wouldn't trade for LaFleur, but
yeah, I don't like it
might.
Because you're basically saying you're trading for a coach and you're giving up resources that would help the coach. You're already kind of putting him behind the 8 ball. And it feels to me like you shouldn't have to do that.
Well, if you think the coach is a difference maker, then you would go ahead and do something. Like I said, Tomlin, I think there'd be some teams be willing to give Pittsburgh some draft capital to get Mike Tomlin to coach their team. Although it seems like Mike Tomlin is very well willing to. He's stepping down for a reason. He wants to take at least a year off, and maybe he's done coaching.
Yeah. Ken, what do you make of that report with the LaFleur?
Interesting. I think the coaching cycle this year is one of the most interesting coaching cycles that we can remember, and I don't think it's just recency bias. I mean, like a third of the teams in the league need coaches, right?
Yep.
Which is crazy. And one of those coaches, unfortunately, I know, skipping away from LaFleur a little bit because you just mentioned the Mike McDaniel thing, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know Mike McDaniel or anything, but from the outside looking in, it looked like he might need a year or two more of seasoning to become the best head coach he can be. But with so many job opportunities available, and him, if he really wants to be head coach, it looks like he is going to get one of these jobs. It's hard not to believe he's not going to get one of these jobs. But I really would think that if I was talking to him, and I'm curious what you guys think, do you think the Lions were selling Mike McDaniel, or Mike McDaniel was selling himself to the Lions? Because I would be selling myself to Mike McDaniel, saying, "Listen, man, look at the offense we have here, the pieces we have. You respect me, I'm assuming, if it's Dan Campbell talking to him. See how things we run here, see how the culture we've set here, and maybe he can take that with him for his next job." The thing is, you don't know in a year or two what jobs are available. So I would understand if he didn't take the OC job, took a head coaching job. But I would really think about it, man, learning your skill set, becoming a successful second stint in this league.
I think it's an interesting way of putting it. I think the Lions do have a sales pitch to offer. And I think that's probably the way to go, is that you find the guys you really like, make that pitch to them. Make that pitch. Show them that you want them.
All right, I'm going to give you another variable we haven't talked about, but maybe we should. 9 jobs open. Do you think anybody's going to land Curt Cignetti? Do you think an NFL team is going to make a real run at Curt Cignetti? Which means they probably put up feelers already.
I don't think it happens, but I'm not going to be surprised if it does.
College lifer, but the kind of money you can make in the NFL, last job for him.
Well, the money he's making in
know.
Indiana is pretty sick.
Yeah, but you'd have to make it. You'd think of what you'd have to do to get him to leave Indiana. Okay, I'm going to put out another one. Ryan Day. Do you think any team's making a run at Ryan Day?
No. Ryan Day is an OC. I think that teams would be, lining up to interview him from an OC job. For a head coach job, I'm not sure.
He would never leave Ohio State to be an OC in the NFL.
No, I don't think he would unless he gets. I
But to
think
get Ryan
Ryan
Day
Day would have a job as a head coach in college football if he were fired tomorrow by OSU.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, will an NFL team to get Ryan Day the OC offer Ryan Day the head coaching job?
No, I don't think they'd offer him a head coaching job.
Okay. Steve Sarkisian at
Might
Texas.
have a better chance, though, because he's younger. Sarkisian,
I could see it. I could see Sarkisian leaving Texas. I mean, he's been in the NFL.
Not just yet.
Okay.
He's got more to prove.
Bill Belichick.
Would an NFL team go back after Bill Belichick? I mean, Pete Carroll was hired back to the NFL last year. Is it possible Belichick could be hired back to the NFL? Yeah, I could see it.
I'm going to make a shoot the boot guarantee.
Oh, my. Here we go.
One of these 9 jobs will be filled by a college coach.
This cycle.
Yep.
You're shooting the boot.
I am going to make a shoot the boot guarantee.
Why are you so confident?
Because there are so many jobs available, and too many teams are going to swing and miss at Jim Harbaugh, Mike McDaniel, John Harbaugh, Mike McDaniel, Kevin Stefanski, and the splash that they're going to make is to throw ridiculous money at a college coach. So, shoot the boot guarantee.
What do you know? What have you heard?
What do I know, Scott?
What have you heard?
Do I know?
Why would you? There's no way Doug makes a shoot the boot guarantee bet unless he's got a birdie speaking in his ear. If he's heard something.
I don't know, man. He's drank beer out of a shoe before.
I'm not afraid to do it. Plus, I don't have anything on the line for the draft show, so I've been.
Anyway,
yeah.
You want to jazz it up?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not scared, Scott. Are you?
What's this shoot the boot guarantee?
That one of the 9 NFL jobs will be filled by a college coach.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
I think there's 3 on the marquee, maybe 4, and there's not enough teams, and somebody's going to be a little embarrassed, and they're going to throw massive money at a college coach that he can't say no to.
I wouldn't be stunned, but I wouldn't shoot the boot over that.
I wouldn't shoot exactly. I'd feel the same way as you do. I wouldn't be stunned, but I definitely don't feel confident that that's going to happen this cycle.
The only one who, and I don't want to cast aspersions, is if there's anything with the Marcus Freeman's kid and he just wants to get out of South Bend.
He just talked about it today and said he might entertain it in the future, but not right now.
I'm also there's one more variable here that you have to keep in mind that is absolutely playing a role in this shoot the boot guarantee. I'm 2 weeks into dry January, and I would lap beer out of a dog dish if it was presented in front of me. So,
wow.
Yeah. Hi, Mike. Mike Stone is in.
How are you?
Dog dish tomorrow.
Good. How are you, Stoney?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I just got hired by the station. I'm just the crosstalk person.
That's it? You're going to do crosstalk?
Crosstalk for every show, but I'm not work.
I like it.
What a roll. You got about 20 seconds. What do you guys got planned coming up?
We'll start talking about the Pistons trade, also some fan behavior questions, and some coaching stuff that will make Mike Valenti very happy, or his dad.
Yeah?
Hopefully for him.
Is there such a thing? Is Mike Valenti very happy?
Yeah.
Is there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then definitely tune in to see what that is.
If Big G's happy, Mike's happy.
There you go. Well, Mike Stone in for Rico today. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Ken, Kenny, Gator, great job as always. Do appreciate you listening. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Pistons were back on the practice court with Tobias Harris for the second straight day today. He also spoke to the media, which Amari Sankofa thinks is a good sign that he might play tomorrow against the Suns. Harris says he feels great now. JB Bickerstaff said that Cade Cunningham is getting better, but his status tomorrow is still wait and see. Carmelo Anthony thinks OKC will repeat as NBA champions, but could see the Pistons getting there as well. That courtesy the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast. Michigan running back Justice Hayes has officially signed with Georgia Tech today. Offensive lineman Andrew Sprague has withdrawn from the transfer portal and staying at Michigan. Meanwhile, in the hardwood, their basketball team back in action tonight at Washington. Tick there at 10:30. Former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel interviewed for the Lions offensive coordinator job yesterday. Today, he's talking with the Titans. Pittsburgh Steelers president Art Rooney said today that Mike Tomlin indicated he did not anticipate coaching in the near future. After 19 years on the job, Tomlin stepped away yesterday. Adam Thielen also announced his retirement from the NFL. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I will say it. None of you idiots know how to drive. Welcome. Oh, my God.
Wojo used to say this place is uninhabitable.
No, I like it here. And I look, today's a little rough. I'm getting a little annoyed that it's pitch black out at 7 in the morning, but fine. But Mike?
This came unexpected, I think.
Well, what is it with people like they haven't seen snow before?
I know.
Why do people all turn into Rob Gronkowski when it snows?
We're supposed to be above that. This is driving supposed to be like this in like Atlanta.
This felt like you're driving on Federal Highway between Fort Lauderdale and Miami.
I know.
This was awful. That people are like, all Gronks. George Kittle, good guy, me drive to work. I'm like, what are we doing? It was unreal. Just be careful out there, but please, like, you live here. This is just, hey, Elliot, what is it? And we are used to having snow.
Yeah.
Sweet Jesus. All right, we have things to do. Mike Stone.
How are you?
Next. Look, my day is really going to be determined by how many more texts I get from Big G and whether John Harbaugh leaves the building. Because I tell you, if they don't get John Harbaugh, my dad's going to be insufferable. So I kind of need that to be done. So I'm leaning on you, because you're a social media whore, and David, who, fun fact, David doesn't dine on swine. David, we had this whole, David was doing this whole dissertation on why he doesn't eat pork pre-show. The point is, David, Kenny, and that's Mike Stone. I expect intrepid reporting about John Harbaugh at 1925 Giants Drive.
I mean, we did see that the plane, they tracked it, the plane, from Baltimore to Teterboro.
Don't let him leave the building. Yeah. Period. I don't care what he wants. Yes!
Nothing. I just wanted to see what
just
you
making sure it works is all.
Yep. Just tested it.
That's how David ended up with 4 kids. All right, so let's just dive in because I think this is ridiculous. I thought the morning show was ridiculous today. They were actually having some form of debate like this was a debate at all. It was adorable. So this is a trade rumor from Sam Amick regarding your, hold on, what is it, Elliot? Pistons, and acquiring a player that makes total sense. Stretch 4, front court guy, 40% from deep on high volume shooting, 9 attempts a game, and you get him for the rest of this year and all of next year. That player's name is Michael Porter Jr.
Oh, his back.
Well, I think they figured all that out. But what you give up in this deal is such a nothing burger. I can't believe it was a debate.
Because I saw a similar offer, but I didn't hear yours from Amari Sankofa, the second of the Detroit Free Press. Covers the Pistons, the beat writer.
What was his?
His was Tobias Harris.
Yep, that's in this one.
By the way, Tobias Harris, God love him, great guy, but he's part of every trade because
it's a bloated salary and he's a corpse with no future.
Exactly.
Goodbye.
Yes. Karis LeVert, who is
Legos for feet, doesn't matter.
A 2027 first protected 1 through 10 and 2 second-round picks.
Done. It would have been done yesterday.
Yes.
The deal that was put out there yesterday by Sam Amick was Tobias, Jaden Ivey, a 28 first and a 27 second. Where do I sign?
Either one.
That like, to me, even if the ask was going to be Ron Holland, who I like, I don't have time to wait for Ron Holland. They can take the East and make the NBA Finals. You had a Michael Porter Jr. who can be a Batman, a Robin to Cade's Batman.
Absolutely.
A 40% scorer at 6'9" from deep.
Plus, he
Come on.
spaces the floor.
Correct.
So Cade can do more. And when Porter's out, then Duncan Robinson becomes what you have him for, not for a starter.
Duncan Robinson becomes Darko.
Yeah.
You just play him when you're up by 50.
No. Duncan Robinson's been much better than I
In
thought
a
he was going to be.
in a 7-game series, I got bad news for you.
Oh,
Duncan Robinson will be DNP-CD.
Well, he doesn't defend very well. That's to be polite. But he would play 10 to 12, 10 to 15
The point
minutes a
I'm
game.
trying to
Yes.
make is this. All these fans, and I know there's only like 11 Piston fans in town, everybody wants to hoard all of these young Fabergé eggs.
What is everybody Scott Harris?
Pretty much. And it's the whole idea of, like this morning, you had Tecumseh Tom over here having a nervous breakdown. Oh, my God, what if we have to give up Ron Holland? And? What is it with this town that you think you get to make trades, you don't give up anything?
I don't know.
And the best part is all the people who didn't want to trade Jaden Ivey this summer. How you feeling about that now? Guy plays 5 minutes a game.
The injury has really affected him.
Yeah, which means get rid of him now before you're trading mothballs.
Correct, because they wisely did not extend, give him that extension.
You can't.
And they can't, and they're going to lose.
But that's why if I'm the Nets, I'm not taking Jaden Ivey as a centerpiece of the deal or a 2028 first. You're going to give me Ron Holland or a Soar. You're giving me something I can build around.
Correct.
Period.
Right.
Now, I'm not averse to either. No. I don't care about either.
Look, they're very good players. There's no doubt about it, and they'll probably get much better. But to get, you have to give.
Are they ever going to shoot 40% from deep as a 6'9" stretch?
No.
Are they ever going to be able to have offensive plays run for them in the near term in the fourth quarter of a playoff game?
Holland down the road, possibly not a Soar. A Soar, when he gets the ball in the paint, like from anything 6 foot back, he can't. You don't trust him. So I think you have to trade one of them if you're going to go make a splash with somebody.
Look, I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, David, I know everyone, you were hyped up to talk about this, and I'm not being dismissive. I'm saying if this is actually a deal, it's done in 5 minutes. There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was seeing because I also saw this, and then when Stoney, you gave me the Sankofa one, I'm like, well, then why hasn't the deal been announced? Why aren't we talking about a deal has been made? The Pistons have traded for Michael Porter Jr.
Because the Nets haven't offered yet.
It's just real simple here.
By the way, Big G's already texted me, 208. Any news on Harbaugh?
Well, there is a Verizon outage on the East Coast, so you may not get any information today.
They've pulled the plug, so Harbaugh can't go home.
You're probably right. But this is a no-brainer. Make the move now.
So here's my question. Who the hell would say no to it? Like, that's what I can't understand is every time we talk about these deals in this town, people are reticent to make any trade. I don't want to give up Evanson. I don't want to give up Jaden Ivey. I don't want to give up any prospect in the top 100 of the Tigers farm system. I can't give away Wallander. I can't give away Nygaard. I can't give away. Then what? What do you think this is?
Yeah.
A bad fantasy football league? You're going to get somebody hammered? You're going to hear, I'll trade you Patrick Mahomes for the dead body of Rod Baronis. Really? Like, is that the only type of deal we make here?
Rest in peace, Rod.
Apparently so, because there's some individuals that work here that didn't want to trade for Giannis in a conversation they had on the air today. And I'm like, what do you mean?
Whoa,
mess up the chemistry with the young team, and I don't get that. He's Giannis.
It's Giannis.
If he becomes available, you get him.
I had an argument with a friend of mine who's a Knicks fan who'd rather have Cat than a Giannis. I said, are you on drugs?
Has to be.
Seriously.
No, he should be drug tested. Give me a break.
I know. Now, there's two other trades that Omari has put out.
All right, let me hear.
You know, because
From the Church of Sankofa.
Yes.
What do we have here?
We have one that I think I would do, one that I wouldn't.
No, let me hear.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
The Pistons send Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, a 2026 first. These are all unprotected. A 2028 first, a 2030 first protected 1 through 4, and 2 second-round picks to Utah for George Niang and Lauri Markkanen. You're giving up stuff.
I don't. It's not about what I'm giving up. It's about how much do I love the player.
Right. Now, he also is in the first year of a 4-year, $195 million contract. And as he points out, Cade is in the first year of a $269 million contract.
You have to ask yourself, is the 1-2 punch, is that pick and roll combo or pick and pop combo good enough to win you an NBA championship if we put the right things around it? That's what you're asking when you're giving up.
Right.
Look, in the picks, I don't care because, again,
you don't know.
I can't take some dirtbag from Estonia at pick 28 overall who plays for Lokomotiv Leningrad. I don't care.
I know.
The picks don't mean anything.
Could they win a title in the next 2 years with that?
I don't know because Oklahoma City and the Spurs are set up in a way that it might be the modern equivalent of like when teams had to go through MJ's Bulls. That there's going to be some good teams that don't get home.
Right.
How about this? A more modern equivalent. If you had to go through the AFC in the last 5 to 7 years,
right,
you had to get through Mahomes.
Correct.
Or when Tom Brady was with the Pats. I don't know, but you know what I do know? If you don't make the finals, we're never going to find out.
Exactly.
There's an opportunity to kick the door down of the East.
Yes.
And I think you need to take it. So I will lean yes, but I do a cost analysis.
Right.
Like Michael Porter Jr.'s deal feels like Lethal Weapon 3 DVD bin.
Because it's only one more year, too.
But I'm good with it.
Right.
It gives me, what's the word the Tigers like to use? Optionality.
Yeah.
And that's what I probably lean that way, but I'd say yes to both. Now, what's the last one?
The last one, how about if we let you know when we come back?
Wow. He normally saves his teases for Saturday night, if you know what I mean. David knows.
I still have fine hair, though.
You do. Mike, the lettuce has been elite this week.
Thank you.
We'll find out next, but I want to hear from you guys. Is it time for the Pistons to drop their nuts and make a move? I say yes. Let's go win the East. Oh, we could already win the East. Okay, do you want to get better? Or do you just want to hold on to all your toys?
Because people think that Holland, I understand it.
I love the idea of Ron Holland, but Ron Holland is years plural from having a fully well-rounded, full offensive repertoire if it ever develops.
What I'm saying is people are afraid that Holland and Thompson are going to bloom into a superstar.
Cool. Yeah.
And I don't think
that's great. I don't think so either. And it could be a mystery box. Why not go get the real McCoy? All right, we'll find out Stoney's last big trade next, 97.1. All right, just getting started. By the way, just to kind of put a bow on the Lowry marketing thing, I wanted to just double check the volume of threes he's taking that you presented. Yeah, it's a yes for me. It's a 7'1" guy shooting 37% from deep on 8 attempts a night.
Averages 27.9 and 7 rebounds.
Yeah, no, and again, that's it's a yes to both of these. I don't think the Pistons have the spinal column to do this. None of the teams in this town are serious.
Is he a dog?
Oh, we're gonna get better at the margins. Oh, okay. Now, what's this last deal you teased me with?
Okay, the last one is controversial. There's some good things about it. There's things I don't like about it.
All right, let me hear it.
But this one, they only have to give up Tobias and LeVert. So count
What are
me
you
in.
getting? A wet garbage?
Sacramento, Zach LaVine.
No, I'm done. We're good.
And hold on, though, because I would say the same thing. A very underrated player who plays really good defense, Keon Ellis, as well.
Yeah, I don't want Zach LaVine anywhere
Right,
near
that's-
this team's culture.
yeah, see,
that's where I'll stand up for Piston fans who burp that take
Yeah,
culture out.
right,
You don't want
right,
Zach LaVine. Right. No, thank you. Or his linguini knee.
Right. Now, he's only on the books for one season after this season, though. Player option for $49 million this summer, according to Omari Sankofa.
Yeah, I'm all set. I'd say yes
Okay.
to look, marketing reporter, one, both, neither. I'm making these deals.
Yeah.
And I'll say it again to you. You know, Philly's in a transitional period away from Joel Embiid into a guard-oriented team because
Yes.
VJ Edgecomb's a superstar with Tyrese Maxey. Milwaukee, I still don't think Giannis is there long-term. You have the Celtics where
Did you see
Jason
what-
Tatum
by the
is
way,
dead.
Did you see what happened with Giannis last night?
What?
They booed the Bucks at halftime. In Milwaukee, they were losing by 30 or 40 at halftime to Minnesota. Comes back, scores a basket or a dunk and gets fouled, and he boos his own fans, Giannis.
Yikes.
It's getting
No, it is.
really
The
weird
point I'm
there.
trying to make, look, and again, Indiana, Halliburton with a catastrophic injury. It's set up for you to go take this thing. I already think you'll beat New York in the playoffs, but this is about loading the war chest and building for now and later. Markkanen and Cade would give you a 1-2 that I would stack on par. The only team in the East that in the near term I think presents a real problem to you, and they're just getting one of their most important players back, is Orlando. Look,
Yes.
Orlando with Mo Wagner and with Boncaro, and Mo's coming back.
Franz.
Franz, excuse me.
Okay.
You know, so you've got Boncaro, Franz, Suggs. They went out and got Desmond Bane. It's taken a little bit for it to gel. They've been better of late. Other than that, to me, go take this thing and now start building a team that is capable of having to go and battle whoever comes out of the West. It's just a no-brainer to me.
I'll add another team, and I know you were going to downplay it, but your team, if Tatum comes back, and is 100% by the playoffs,
Yeah.
they're still going to be a really tough out because they play good defense.
I still don't
too.
understand Tatum coming back, but this isn't WEEI, so I'll
Right.
stay away from
I
it.
know.
We don't need to get into it.
I know.
Why did we lose Bregman over 10 mil? Call us, Chowda. Okay. David, ticket text coming in before we get to the people.
It's not about having fun. It's about winning championships. They are playing Pee-wee. They're not playing Pee-wee anymore. They are professionals being paid to play and win. You got to make moves to do that. Asar might be the best perimeter defender in the league. His offense will take time, but he's already elite defensively. I wouldn't give up Asar in a deal.
Okay, don't. I don't care.
Rumor trade, Lions, Max Crosby, Raiders get Barry Sanders jersey. That's what this Pistons trade proposal feels like.
It
Make
does.
this deal now.
Yeah, the Michael Porter Jr. one is just you're giving up nothing. Look, in the playoffs, your bench shortens.
Yes.
I know everybody gets their jollies because you're playing 10 guys like it's Hickory High School. When you go to the playoffs, you're going to play 7 or 8 max. So what are we talking about? You make the move.
Right.
Or hey, go ahead. Let him keep reaching in your pocket for tickets and take 3 more years to find out if Ron Holland or Asor are worth it. You do whatever you want, guys. I don't care. You haven't won a playoff series since when?
2008. I
Yeah,
believe.
exactly. Okay, you're going on 2 decades. You're doing the Lord's work. You keep waiting. David, go ahead.
Do whatever it takes to get to the finals. People keep talking about the Thunder being unstoppable, but you never know. Just do what it takes to get there, and then we will see what happens.
Right, you have to reach the NBA Finals, meaning win multiple playoff series, meaning actually start reducing the stain of the last 2 decades of Pistons basketball. And then if you get there, yeah, maybe it's Indiana, right? Maybe you are able to get them into an elimination game.
Right.
And if you don't, there's no shame. You have to start trying. See, this is where my frustration with all these teams boils over anytime we do a topic like this. My frustration with the Tigers, the Lions, the Wings, the Pistons. It's all in one punch bowl. So when you bring something up like this, I get so annoyed. It's because nobody wants to step forward in this town
and take a chance.
It's amazing. Go ahead, David. Now get to the calls.
And to your point, someone did text in, I'm tired of the teams in this city being run by the coward council. Go out and put this team over the top to contend for a title. And someone else says, because every other contending team in this world tries to get better on the quote-unquote margins, right? Hard to compete with that mentality, isn't it?
I agree. And I think if you're going to sit here and draft, develop, and sign all your own people, good luck. Just remember something. As much of that as OKC has done, they traded for SGA. All right? So don't delude yourself. Their best player came by way of an unbelievably massive blockbuster Paul George deal.
And their second best player they signed as a free agent in Hartenstein, right?
Yes. Drafted Chet, who Wojo hated. I do laugh at that take now.
He's skinny.
Oh, he'll get hurt. Okay, Bob, have another drink. Let's now, Kenny, I'm going to butcher this person's name, and that's no way to start a Wednesday. Is it Herbal? Okay, I want to be respectful. There we go, Herbal. Welcome to the show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, it's more of a stage name than a given name, so it's not that big of a deal. But yes, that is correct. Herbal. Thank you.
Herbal tea.
All right, will you please go ahead?
Yeah, something else. Herbal, Stoney.
I know.
Anyway. So, look, when it comes to the trade, marketing I would not do. And I wouldn't do it because I feel like what you're doing is you're messing with the superpower of this team. And I think the superpower of this team is much like the superpower of the other championship teams. And that's how deep we are. Porter Jr., I mean, like, who do we got to call to get that to happen? Like, that to me has the makings and the feel of when she came to going to work. And I know he's nowhere near on the she level, but to me, it can have the same kind of effect on that team to be the final piece to get them over the top.
With all due respect, Markkanen would be more like Rasheed than Michael Porter Jr., wouldn't he? I mean, basketball-wise?
Talent-wise, yes. Chemistry for what we got to give up, no. Because what do we have to give up for Sheed? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the addition and also what you are not subtracting, to me, is more attractive than giving up all of, Markkanen is a great player. And
look, the whole Herbal, here's the whole thing. You've got to look at it as a three-headed monster, okay? And it doesn't matter. Look, I like Duren. I still do not like having a player out there that is just not offensively inclined. But you will have a three-headed monster to attempt to put things around it to win a championship. If it's Cade and 2 7-footers, that's a really good start.
Yes.
Okay? And one of those 7-footers is going to space the floor to the tune of 37% from deep. And he's a wonderfully gifted scorer. Now, you're going to tell me, well, he's not a great defensive player. Noted. But defense is a team thing. And remember, you will always have defensive-minded players here. It's how this culture's been built. It's how this team is built. And Duren can clean up a lot of messes. Isaiah Stewart, backup center, but one of the best rim-protecting backup centers in the league. And noted fight starter.
Yes.
So, look, I don't know why you shy from it. I don't. But if you want Porter because it's dirt cheap, it's fine. Look, here's what you also have to look at. Guys, you have to spend the money. Tobias is dead and gone. Duncan Robinson will be off the books. Karis LeVert will be off the books. Like, you don't have anybody else. Like, you're going to extend who? I'm not extending Ivy. No. I'm not going to lace Ausar with some $150 million deal.
Duren will get at least 30 a year.
He's going to get paid.
Yes.
So the big three, and then what you put around them. But their roster is filled with guys that aren't going to be here. So to me, start the process. Or don't. I don't care. You guys are happy not winning the series in 20 years? God bless. Here are your Thundersticks. Go spend your paycheck to get eliminated in 5.
I think most people would do these trades.
I don't. Stoney, the people who want to do them will call. The people who don't are the silent majority that will sit there and bitch at us.
See, I think it's usually the other way around. The bitchers are the ones who call.
Okay, I don't think we'll see that. These deals are no-brainers.
Yeah.
And also, I think it would cost you more to do them.
Yeah,
but I'm going
especially
through
the Porter one.
Yeah, that one for sure. Go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So I called last year. I'm the Knicks fan, Mike. Remember I was talking about Bing Bong and all that? You told me we were going to get knocked out by the Celtics, and we know what happened, but eventually it happened.
Yeah, no, I know what happened. We bleeped down our leg, and Tatum's leg fell off. You win. I lose.
So as a Knicks fan, I hope this does not happen, and I'm gonna give you guys some reasons why. In a playoff series, I think the Knicks still beat the Pistons right now with the way the rosters are constructed. Just how playoff basketball is played and the officials call it. I'm not taking anything away from the Pistons because they are an amazing story.
Yeah, but they need a second star, period.
Yeah,
they need a star.
And that's where I'm going. And if they do not do the Porter trade, I'm telling you right now, from everything I hear on New York radio when I'm not listening to the ticket, they will literally give up Porter. All they want is draft picks because they're going to try to flip them for John Moran, it sounds like. So you don't even have to give up your gifted players that you're hugging like Scott Harris. Mm-hmm. And then if you want to get even more crazy about it, you could probably flip some of those players in another pick and get Martin over here too. And you guys are they're that's it. That's all you need, really. I'm worried that if this trade happens, as a Knicks fan, like all this, because that's what the Knicks did. We didn't have any homegrown players on our team. You look at it, we're all trades. Brunson, Bridges, everyone. So, like, you guys got to make trades to make your team better. And that's what this fan base has to understand. Like, you got Cade, you got Duren. Everyone else should be considered expendable. And if you're afraid to get rid of Thompson or Holland, I got news. In my opinion, from what I've seen at a very small picture, Thompson is not going to be ending up as good as Holland's going to be.
I don't think he'll ever end up as good as his brother.
No.
I mean,
he plays Houston. Yeah, exactly. That's the other one. You didn't even get the best twin.
Well, they didn't have an opportunity there. But I look, Chris, I hear you. We're up against it. It's a very simple thing, but it's got to be a mindset that I don't know that this town agrees with. We'll get more of the calls next. 97.1. Okay. Interesting. Now, does that qualify as breaking news, or can I just say?
Yeah, I think it's breaking news.
All right.
Because a lot of people thought he was going to do something else.
I want to say I'm very proud of one Dante Moore. He's staying in school. You're not ready. Oh, but he'd go number 3 and do what? Go to Arizona and be Josh Rosen? Go back to school, make $5-6 mil.
Yes.
Plus, that bad character actor Raiola gets to sit on ice and learn.
Right,
It's perfect.
Because he committed to Oregon yesterday, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Dante Moore going back to school. So this quarterback class that early in the season was shaping up to be epic has completely fallen apart.
You know who's the happiest person right now? Ty Simpson. He's now probably QB2, right?
Yeah, 100%. Remember, beginning of the year, Nussmeier,
Yes.
Klubnik, Lenora Sellers, the Arch Manning hype, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson, all these guys. It's really last man standing. It's Mendoza, who's a complete weirdo, and then Ty Simpson, who played very poorly down the stretch, albeit I think there was a back injury involved there.
All right. We also have some other breaking news for the sport of baseball. And in a weird way, it kind of affects the Tigers.
Or no.
No.
No. Do you want this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there you go.
All right.
Whoops.
Anyway.
Wrong one.
Because of the Scooble situation, some people suggested, well, the Tigers will have to go after other people who won't get that much money, but will still get a lot of money.
Lucas Giolito.
No, even somebody probably higher profile than him. But this person is off the table. The Boston Red Sox have signed Philadelphia's Ranger Suarez to a 5-year, $130 million contract. So let's see. I'm trying to do the math here. So that's 30,
It's just not a serious offseason. There's no other way to say it.
So that's $25 million, right?
Yeah, that's the going rate. I mean, you're paying Jack Flaherty with a 5 ERA, 21, right?
So what would you offer? You really think? Do they really think that Scooble would lose an arbitration?
Look, I don't know what they're thinking. I don't understand this offseason. I don't understand what they're doing. And frankly, I don't even care anymore because it's not even worth my emotion. All right? Look, I'm just waiting for them to lose the arbitration, have to pay Scooble 32, and then I can't wait to see if Jim Bowden and Ken Rosenthal are right, and they got to turn around and trade Scooble, all while they will have wasted the whole offseason awaiting the arbitration and cost themselves people like, look, their offseason should have started with a deal to a guy like a Ranger Suarez. Right. To get a number 2 starter, slot Olsen back, slot Flaherty way back, slot Melton back, everything would have fit. But they didn't do that. They went and signed some guy who hasn't pitched in the MLB since 2021 named Drew Anderson.
Right.
I mean, Stoney, look, I don't know what to say. I didn't understand the qualifying offer to Glaber. I don't understand how they haven't added a legitimate right-handed bat in the middle of this order. And I sit here today not understanding the arbitration thing at all.
And Cole Keith's going to be your starting third baseman. So opening day, 3 years, 3 different positions for this young man.
Sure. Look, it's up to the people. They can do whatever they like with it. I don't know what I can say that I haven't said.
I think we need to talk about
it.
the best team in this town, the Pistons.
All right. We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me on. I would absolutely do the Porter trade right now. I'm not a huge Jaden Ivey guy. I think I called him this summer, and I kind of mentioned how him and Cade just wouldn't play well together. But Ivey hasn't really done anything this year. He's a bench guy at best. And I kind of disagree with you. I do not want to give up Asar Thompson. I really like his defense. But quick question, what was in the marketing trade again?
Stoney, run it back one more time.
This was in the free press from Omari Sankofa. It was Markkanen and George Niang for, hold on, I got to find my paper here.
I know there were 3 first-round picks in here. Go ahead.
For Tobias, Jaden Ivey, a 2026 first, 2028 first, and a 2030 first, which is protected.
I would do it yesterday. It just wouldn't be a question.
I would do that tomorrow. I would do that tomorrow. I mean, we're virtually giving up nothing, and I don't think the draft picks matter as much in the NBA as they do in like the NFL.
Do you realize the players that are entering the NBA are largely, completely
ill-equipped to play meaningful minutes in year one.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a joke. You can't even get guys who play 20 minutes a night. And for every VJ Edgecombe, there's a whole hell of a lot more Tiago Splitters, all right, or Dragon Benders.
Right.
It's woeful.
Right. Why do you think that has to do with just the product of college basketball declining?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's always been this way?
No, I think the sport has changed. I think the fact that now you might go to college and play 2 different schools in 2 years with 2 systems.
Yes.
Guys aren't learning the game. And then you got to go into the pros. Your body's not ready. You don't know how to play the pro game. And now everybody thinks they're Steph Curry, Joe. Look, the sport's a mess. I mean, I don't even try to hide it. I've completely fallen out of love with the NBA. I used to love it. The NBA is atrocious. It's not the Pistons' fault. Pistons try. Pistons show up to work. But a night in, night out, it's a clown car.
I think the majority of the games have been pretty competitive. I think the NBA's been on the upswing this year, as opposed to the last couple of years.
The problem is it's 82 games. I don't know who's playing on what night.
I know.
All the resting and all the BS.
And you put it on the uniforms. Are they home or are they away? I can't figure
You also have the stupid
in-season
in-season tournament, and then you also have in the Eastern Conference, count the teams that are trying. I dare you. Count the teams that are actually trying to be good.
In the East?
Yeah. Go ahead and count.
I think Detroit, New York.
Hold on. You got to say it right if you're going to do it.
Okay. Boston, New York, Orlando's trying. They've
That's
just
4.
been injured. Philly, yes, they're trying, but they don't know what to do with Embiid, so he'll play
5.
Yeah.
Okay, who else?
That's about it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Exactly. It's horrible. Make the trade.
But the West is pretty
You got
good.
15 teams and 5 of them are trying.
That's my point. And we're sitting here. It's January 14th, and he's saying it.
I think Miami tries. They just don't have the roster.
Okay, I'm sorry.
They play hard. Miami plays hard. By the way, I didn't realize Tiago Splitter is the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. He took Chauncey's place.
He was not at Chauncey's poker table.
I know.
We'll go to Anthony, 97.1. Anthony, what's good, buddy?
What up, dude? How y'all doing today?
Good, Anthony.
I feel like the Michael Porter Jr. trade is more likely. I've been a big Lauri Markkanen guy, and I want to tell people, me personally, I feel like Ashore Thompson is not untouchable. I'm almost ready to say I'll put him in the package. But if I'm Detroit, I'm doing the Porter trade, the Lanier trade, or I'm calling Joe Dumars. Hey, remember that horrible Iverson trade you made years ago? Okay, we want Michael Porter Jr. What's it going to take for not Michael Porter Jr., I'm sorry, Trey Murphy.
Trey Murphy.
I would like Trey. And then maybe I'll kick the tires on Bam. Is Bam time coming to the end in Miami?
They don't need Bam. They do not need Bam.
That'd be redundant.
Bam
you already have Duren.
Bam next to Duren.
No, he ain't playing next to nothing.
No, his outside shot's not good.
Those are true centers. I mean, look, I love Bam for his passing. I think Bam's a really nice player, but you've got Jalen Duren and you're about to extend him. So, no, Anthony, that's not happening. Look, the Trey Murphy thing, I think Murphy's going to cost a lot.
I thought I read last week that they said him and Zion are not being traded.
It's the Pelicans, man.
I know.
I don't trust a thing they
Come on,
say.
Dumars and Troy Weaver. Come on, what a dynamic duo.
It's almost like Joe is down there to destroy that franchise, like drive them straight into the Gulf. Complete disaster. We'll continue. I mean, David, what would you say the percentage was of yay versus nay on these deals to start the show?
I think it was 90-10 on the yay.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
That's progress for the people.
Yes.
Stoney was right then. And as far as the Tigers, don't ask me. That's my response. Don't ask me. Don't ask me to explain it. Don't ask me to. There's nothing I can say. But all I know is this: it's not the boogeymen at 97.1. It's national baseball writers that are pounding on them.
Right. And former players. Josh Donaldson called them a trash organization.
Which is probably a little much.
Yes.
And especially let's consider the source, but that's fine
That's
because
true.
he's kind of a horse's ass.
Yeah.
But you're not really scoring winning marks here.
Is it possible their whole strategy is just based on there being no 2027?
Possible. It feels probable.
Yeah.
And again, we're going to get into it. Sheila Ford Hamp wrote a statement. Maybe Chris Ilitch could do that because the fan base right now is very nervous, upset, sad. Don't look at me.
I know.
I can't wait for the arbitration thing because I don't see how he doesn't prove he's worth at least 25.5, which means he's going to make 32.
They offered Mike Ilitch offered David Price 19.5. There's this thing, it's a new word, it's called inflation.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, how do you only offer that?
What I didn't understand from Evan Petzold's piece. Again, Evan Petzold, he doesn't work at 97.1. Evan Petzold said they offered 19.8, and then they went, hold on. Let me get the change back. They took the 800 grand and went 19 flat.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure they've got all the answers. All right, David Femininio, got a call if you're in an accident, but what if you don't have to make that call? That's why he started David's Driving Edge. It's about keeping you safe, trying to prevent the crash in the first place. GetDavidGetPaid.com/Driving Edge. You'll find all the tips to remain safe on the road. And I'll tell you what I saw driving in today. Some of you could use it. David is here, but the real win, not needing to call him. But go to GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, touch table on some football. Let's get some music, David.
All right, Michael. Take out your pen. I have a little quiz for you. And this is just for Michael. Why? Because today, I'm going to say happy anniversary. Today's the 25th anniversary of Giants 41, Vikings nothing.
Oh, my God. The championship game?
Yes.
Oh, dear God. That was nuts.
So happy anniversary.
Oh, thanks.
Especially to Big G. Okay.
Yeah,
now, I heard you the other day go crazy about Tony Romo and some other analysts.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to have you blind rank
Okay.
NFL football analysts. Now, the key of this is you don't want to get too ahead of yourself because you may end up giving somebody a better grade than you would because it's blind ranking.
I can give you number 1 right now.
Okay, hold on.
All right.
We'll go 1 through 10.
All right.
Okay? I got 10. Chris Collinsworth, where would you rank him?
Ooh, boy.
These are all NFLs, by the way,
Okay.
so we won't have Joel Klatt for you.
My problem with Collinsworth, while he knows his stuff, the presentation, it grates on you. This guy. Now, here's a guy, that guy. I will say Collinsworth is just outside the top 5, but he's clearly better than some of the dingies you're going to name. I'll say Collinsworth at 6.
Collinsworth at 6. Okay, next up, Charles Davis.
10. Absolute saltine cracker.
Okay.
No personality, nice to everybody. Just feel like he's there because he works cheap.
Now you have to just do his NFL work for this man, Kirk Herbstreit.
Better than Romo because he uses complete sentences. Not better than Collinsworth because he's exceedingly boring. I'll say he's at 7.
Okay.
I got to start typing these out. This is a problem. Hold on.
Mark Schlereth.
Oh, damn. I'll put him just above Charles Davis.
I knew you would get to one and be like, oh, crap.
Hold on. So 10, I got Charles, who's boring as all hell. 9, we got Stink. And then at 8, we have no one. At 7,
You have Herbstreit. And 6, you have Collinsworth.
Herbie. 6, Collinsworth.
Next up, J.J. Watt.
I actually like him. Even though he's a phony, you-know-what, he actually does a pretty good job. I'll put him ahead of Collinsworth. I'll put him at 5. Okay. He tries. He's prepared.
Okay.
He's able to comment on schemes. We'll put Watt up there.
Jonathan Vilma.
Oh, damn. I wish I could move Herbie up here.
That's why it's blind, baby.
Well, this is going to be Fugazi because I don't have room for Romo now. I got to recalibrate. Stoney, you got to let me recalibrate.
No.
Oh, man. Hold on. There's no world I can tell the audience Vilma's 4 because I got to save the 8 spot for
Right,
Romo.
he has to go 4 or 8.
Oh, God, this is so bad. I don't know. You know what? Vilma did get us those drops that we like so much. Whoa. All right, Vilma's at 4. Yeah, that's
Vilma's
it.
at 4.
I got to. What do you want me to do? You left me no choice, you bastard.
Greg Olson.
He's going to be 2, provided my number 1 made the list, and I don't know what you're going to do there. I think Greg Olson is tremendous. I think he got screwed by college and Dracula. He should have his job back. Free Greg Olson, number 2.
Tony Romo.
8, only because 9, 10, 11, and Oblivion aren't available. Romo.
Okay.
Ooh, Jim. How about the other one? Well, you know, who's going to win? I just don't know. Both these teams, the winner could go on to win the Super Bowl.
I don't know if it's a touchdown, Jim.
Oh, the ref said something real quick. Hey, this game's about who's better at running the football. 5 minutes later, this game's all about which quarterback makes better throws.
Tom Brady. It can only be one or two numbers.
Can I ask you? You better have Collinsworth's partner on here. Just tell me you got Collinsworth's partner.
No,
It's
these
just
are
the color
NFL
analyst.
analysts.
It's just color analyst.
I have no play-by-play guys.
Tirico should have a special commendation.
Well,
then I want to put Olsen 1.
okay.
I'm-
We said no calibration.
Ah, come on.
No, Tom Brady.
Fine, Brady's at 3. I quit.
And Troy Aikman.
Definitely not 1. It would be Olsen. But here's what I'll say about Aikman.
I like Aikman. And
Look, he's been doing it a long time. He's willing to point some things out. He's willing to be critical. He's just got one problem. I don't know why he's always done this. Oh, it's just not good, Joe. It's just not good. Oh, really? Really? Guy just threw a 7th pick 6 of the game. It's just not good? But I like the fact Aikman had to go to NFL Europe to learn to call games.
Right.
He wasn't handed a job like Tom Brady or Romo.
Now, the only people I didn't put on the list, Kurt Warner does some NFL Network stuff. There's a Jason McCourty just started out.
Awful.
Trent Green.
Terrible.
So, yeah.
Look, the only change I'd like to make is I would move Collinsworth up to where Vilma is and move Vilma back to Herbie Land.
Okay.
I knew it was going to be trouble the minute Vilma came up and you were stuck 4 or 8.
Whoa. So the blind rankings from bottom up, Charles Davis 10, Mark Schlereth 9, Tony Romo 8, Kirk Herbstreit 7, Chris Collinsworth 6, J.J. Watt 5, Jonathan Vilma 4, Tom Brady 3, Greg Olsen 2, and Troy Aikman 1.
No, but Stoney rigged the game. I miss Greg Olsen. He's very good at what he does, and unfortunately, he got screwed. Yeah, well. Carry on.
The Pistons have been enjoying some time off, but they're back at it tomorrow against the Suns. J.B. Bickerstaff said today that Cade Cunningham is getting better, but how he feels tomorrow will determine if he plays. Tobias Harris says he's also feeling great after straining his hip as well. Beat writer Keith Langlois said it's still early to tell if Trajan Langdon will make a move before the deadline. Quote, Langdon and J.B. Bickerstaff love the mix of players and the team chemistry they've fostered, so they aren't going to make a move at the margins. Just to address something, aren't going to make a move at the margin just to address some perceived need unless well and truly believe any opportunity that presents itself, A, moves the needle, and B, won't threaten the overwhelmingly positive vibe that envelopes the team as currently constituted. A month or two ago, I've leaned a little more heavily to the yes side of the question. Today, I might lean a little more heavily to the no side, end quote. I don't know. MLB announced every team's spring training start days. The Tigers will have pitchers and catchers report February 11th with their first full squad workout February 15th. The Red Sox have inked pitcher Ranger Suarez to a 5-year, $130 million deal today. Michigan running back Justice Hayes has officially signed with Georgia Tech. Offensive lineman Andrew Sprague has withdrawn from the transfer portal. Michigan basketball faces Washington tonight at 10:30. Evan Petzel of the Free Press also reported today that the Tigers offered Tarek Skubal $19.8 million before that arbitration deadline. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Hour number 2, good to have you with us. Mike Stone in for Rico. Stoney, we'll turn our attention to the Lions. We started with the Pistons. Also, right there, and I know statewide people don't hear Jeremy's updates, but we do here in Metro Detroit. That's exactly the line of thinking I can't stand about this city. Oh, but there's so many good vibes around the teams. F you, make a move. Go win the East.
Look. You're better off being the city of the good than the city of the suck?
Ask Baltimore.
Yes.
They've been good for. Hey, David, how you feeling being city of good over there in Steelerland?
It doesn't feel great at all.
No, but it's better than being the city of the suck. I get that, but you know what? You need to win the goal. You play the game to win a championship.
But can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You've kind of stumbled into something here, not in a bad way either. Normally when I say you step in something, I go, oh, Stoney, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Do you actually believe these teams are trying to win championships?
Are trying to win championships?
Yeah, like, how about, let me rephrase it so you don't Wojo your way out of this, like the wordsman that you are.
Yes.
Do you actually think these teams are laser focused on a championship or bust mentality? You know the answer.
No. However, I do think if they get to a certain level.
What's the level?
The level where
the Wings are tops in the East, but they wouldn't give up Evanson to go get the best left-handed defenseman in the game, who's 26.
Yeah, because
would it be the level where the Pistons are at? And I got to listen to a report from Otto where it's like, oh golly gee, the vibes are great. Everybody eats lunch together.
But I think as opposed to like a previous caller mentioned the Rashid thing, everybody kind of thought back then, and the Wings with Shanahan and all that if you made that one move to put you over the top, you would, and it could get you there.
Why can't it be a series of moves? Why does everything have to be a binary function of one move, championship, no moves, no?
Because sometimes that's the way it's
okay, but again, I'll ask it again.
That's the way it's framed.
Right, but we're sitting here with the Tigers. It's the same damn thing. You got a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner, and I'm just reading a New York Times piece where with a straight face, the writer says the Tigers have largely done nothing this offseason.
I understand.
And then the Lions, let's check their free agency and trade deadline last year. So my problem is, we sit here approaching this as a voice of fans, not all fans. Right. Clearly, like we don't vibe with every fan. But like I can't sit here and tell this audience these teams die to win. I can't. And I'm tired of that. I get angry about that because it's not honest.
They don't die to win, you're right. But let me ask you this.
Yes.
How many owners in all of professional sports now that has become more corporate than ever before, actually die to win?
I'll say
there's a few in every sport.
I'll give you a percentage because I don't want to be Wojo.
Okay.
1 in 5. I think 20% of pro franchises are actually in a covenant with their city, which probably paid for their arena, and their fans, who they made a promise to, I think one of every 5 professional teams is actually willing to bleed to win.
I don't think so. I think if they have a general manager who they trust and believe, they'll write the paycheck or say yes, yes, yes. I don't think that most owners, I think 20% is high.
Okay, so
even if walk into their GM's office and says, I want to freaking win. Let's do it now.
Right, I'm saying
happens.
20% I thought was, that means 80% you're right. I said 20.
I think it's less than that.
10?
Yes.
Well, who in this town?
None of them.
Well, then
Okay.
there you go. David, hold on. Do you agree with what Stoney and I are talking about? We can get to Sheila Ford Ham's statement because I have some problems with it. I got a lot of problems with you people. You're going to hear about I love Festivus. But David, do you think that's a fair statement? Like, what team in this town is willing to bleed to win? And provide evidence. Don't get in your feelings.
No, I don't think there's a team in this town that is bleeding to win.
No.
I don't. And I don't think there are many. I do think 20% was very generous to say that 20% of owners do.
Yeah, I don't
think it's that much.
But I think what you're like, I'll give you an example. Just because he doesn't know how to do it doesn't mean that he doesn't want to do it. Jerry Jones bleeds to win.
Correct.
He's just not good at it.
He's not doing it well.
I'm saying you have to factor in the owners who do try. They just keep walking into walls.
But what's better though? Jerry Jones, who that's for argument's sake is dying to win, but screws it up all the time, or Tom Gores, who says, you know what, I don't know anything about basketball, but whatever you need, here's a check.
It's kind of the same thing.
Okay.
The only difference is Tom hasn't installed his son as the GM. So, you know what I'm
true.
saying?
Yeah.
but no, I hear you.
Yeah.
It was just something,
Mike Ilitch was different. And Bill Davidson, I don't think he was
Come
as
on, man.
cutthroat as
Stanley
people
Cup
think.
and an NBA championship,
I know.
self-reliant,
I
built
know.
his own
Oh,
buildings.
that I know. Stole
He had a
patents.
chip on his shoulder.
I know, yeah.
You knew who he was competing with.
Oh, yeah.
I think Bill Davison absolutely. Come on. That was a first-class operation.
After a while, though, it took him a while to get that because the Pistons were awful
They
for
were.
years.
They were. Shout out Jed Bushler.
Well, if before that, if Donald Carter, the owner of the Mavericks, would have drafted Isaiah instead of Aguirre, who knows? We might never have had a championship.
345. Stoney's got a Fennis Dembo blitz.
Wyoming, baby.
But that's the thing. Like when Otto reads that, that's the stuff. I just get driven up a wall because it takes away the joy in seeing the teams win. Is that you don't feel like there's anything on the other side of it. It's like as long as the teams win and they sell tickets, they're never gonna take the risk to give themselves and the fan base, the paying customer, the ultimate goal.
But let's talk. Okay, so the NFL, most teams sell out or pretty close to it, and they get a lot of freaking money from TV, as you know.
Yeah, the TV is driving.
Okay,
that
that's driving the
But
product.
it didn't stop the Lions from raising ticket prices like crazy the last 3 years.
I understand that because they were so far below it because they wanted to get people in the building before that. Look, do I think Sheila really wants to win? Yeah. But do I think she is going to sacrifice, I don't know, what owners have to sacrifice to make sure it gets done? It's hard. In a cap-driven, she's got to spend the money anyway. So because...
But here's the issue. Spending the money in an insular manner where you eschew outside help and you don't participate in the trade deadline. No, I'm sorry. Look at the town you're from.
Right.
You don't think Jeffrey Lurie goes into Howie Roseman's office here's the deal.
Yes.
Win the Super Bowl or die trying.
He's one of the
Right. Well, look, but he's also one of the gold standards in the NFC.
Right. And not everything they do works great, but at least they tried.
I'm just sitting here and I go, okay, we're going to read this statement from Sheila in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And I'm not angry about it. I thought there were a couple of interesting things I took out of it.
Okay.
Not everything is anger. I'm angry that I have to continue to listen, not to Jeremy Otto in specific, because he's a lovely man, but listen to what he said. I mean, what is this, Des Moines? It's just, this isn't how major operations run.
No.
If I'm the Pistons, I am going into overdrive to own the East now. Oh, they love. I mean, what is this, Saved by the Bell? What is this?
Well, and your beloved favorite baseball team, I mean, people, as you know, are a little pissed off with the Nepo baby because he won't spend like as a father would. Obviously, the money's a lot more, but it's not that dissimilar from what we have here.
No, and
with Chris
again,
and Chris and his father, right?
But I have made a point. I don't think it's fair to make a demand on them to spend the way Mike Ilitch spent. It was irresponsible.
I know.
I cannot ask them to spend that money.
Right.
What I'm asking for is
Middle
simply
of the pack.
more than what we're getting.
Right, middle of the pack, right?
Yeah, and they're in that range. It's just not the way you would do. Like, for instance, when you take 20 plus million and it's Glaber Torres, that never made sense. The 7.5 on Drew Anderson, paying for Kenley Jansen's age 37 or 38 season. Don't love it. Then you get to reading reports that if Skubal wins his arbitration, they might not be able to go get a pitcher. And I'm going, then what are we doing?
Right. I mean, why spend $15 million on Alex Cobb last year? I get it.
Right.
There's
There's a
more on the
middle
general
ground.
manager than
I'm
on
making
the-
a point
Yes.
that I think fans go too far with the ownership stuff. And they go, well, look at what Toronto's doing. You're not owned by Mr. Xfinity. Right. All right. Toronto is owned by Ted Rogers, the guy who owns every TV set in Canada. It's different.
Right.
You got to bring that down.
Correct.
They can be more and should be more than what we are. That's the point. And this was not a Tiger. This is every team here. That report from Otto was a Pistons thing.
Correct.
I mean, the idea that we don't even have faith that they're going to make a Michael Porter Jr. level deal, that's sad. Want to be wrong. Hope I'm wrong. But the fact that right now, if I said to you, Mike, would you be willing to put, a substantial amount of money that they're going to make a big move at the deadline, you wouldn't be able to do it.
No, I wouldn't.
And if I said, okay, what about the Wings? You wouldn't be able to do it. If I said the Lions are going to have a distinctly different approach this offseason, maybe, question mark?
Question mark.
And for the Tigers, the book is largely written unless Bo Bichette comes down from a spaceship.
And the Lions, I think, will change a little bit because of necessity.
They need to.
Yes.
I think they absolutely. Well, that's part of Sheila's statement I want to read.
Okay.
There are two things I just want to throw out there. I don't want you to yell at me. I want you to stay calm.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about this. But if you received Sheila's statement as a season ticket holder and you have thoughts, phone lines are open. For the rest of us, I'm going to read this to you. And I want to know what you take out of it. I got two things, reading some tea leaves. And Stoney will probably say I'm crazy. All right, stop ignoring the cold. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, so I know the ownership thing about teams. This isn't directed at any one team. I think it's collective. Here in the city of Detroit, while all our teams have become good, there is no vibe in this town that any of these teams are going to go Sylvester Stallone, hat backwards and over the top and make a move and go for anything. And that's sad to me. But I want to read this to you because Sheila Ford Hamp made a statement. And I'll read it. And there's just two pieces where I go, And Stoney can comment as well here. I want to start by thanking you for your commitment to the team and support you show through the season. I'm always blown away by the energy you create in Ford Field and the advantage you give our team every time we run out of the tunnel. Okay. I want to acknowledge that our results on field this season were not what any of us envisioned, and frankly, were not good enough. Good on her for saying it.
Damn right.
While we do not believe it is time for drastic change, this is an opportunity for us to refocus, evolve, and move forward. Okay, that's one piece. And I want to talk about that in a minute. I'm proud of the roster we've built and the 36 wins we've accumulated over the last 3 years.
Okay, but
Oh,
go
dear.
on.
That success doesn't happen by accident, but it does not guarantee future success. It's incumbent upon us to grow towards our ultimate goal of bringing a championship to you in the city of Detroit. Please just say Super Bowl next time. I can assure you that we're committed to looking at everything we do to ensure we're performing at the highest level. Through conversations with Rod, Brad, and Dan, we're all aligned in this thinking and have started meetings to address how we move forward. We're excited for 2026, and we'll bring some of the new elements we introduce for all of you. Thanks again for your commitment. So the 36-win thing bothers me. Who cares? That is a giant nothing burger. Going 15-2 and getting aced by Jaden Daniels, no one remembers nor values those 15 wins.
I would agree with you if she
Don't say that.
If she
No.
stopped there.
Don't say that. Don't say you're proud of the 36 wins. Because it's nothing to be proud of.
But she goes on and says that success doesn't happen by accident. It does not guarantee future success.
Right, it's
our incumbent upon us to continue growing forward of our ultimate goal of bringing a championship.
Right, but it's
What's wrong with that?
Everything. It's self-congratulatory for a team that's never visited the Super Bowl.
I think you're nitpicking more than even I do.
That's fine.
I found there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, and guess what? It's not North Korea.
I
You will
know.
not be killed by artillery,
I
Mike. It's
understand.
okay.
I know.
I didn't like it. It bothered
get
me
it.
because it was the most Lionsy thing of all.
There's only one thing in there that doesn't bother. That bothered. No, actually, there's two.
There's
and
two
This is
that-
how nitpicking things I am. And you didn't even read it. She starts it off by "Dear LLMs." I tried to figure out what the hell that was.
What the hell does that mean?
Dear Lions Loyalty Members is what LLM stands for. To me, I don't like that. And the other thing is, and it's nothing against him personally.
Rod Wood?
Yeah.
Why is
just
Rod's
saying-
name in here?
That's it.
Rod handles all now. If he's sticking to his job,
which I believe
he
he is.
handles all non-football responsibilities, takes them away from Brad Holmes, and he
Right.
runs the business.
Right, and Disner does the cap and all that.
That's
So
right.
Rod
Why
Wood,
is Rod a part of that?
That's the only thing that bothers me. And it's not a knock on Rod. He does a really good job with the
Who's
business thing.
nitpicking now,
Right,
Stoney?
that's what I said. Those are my nitpicks. LLMs and Rod. Yes.
But what do you guys take out of it? Look, I like the idea that she admits they have to evolve. How their successes doesn't guarantee future success. Fine.
But basically, the old Bob Quinn 9-7 ain't good enough.
I like that.
Yeah.
But what did you make of the comment, well, now is not the time for drastic change?
I think that's fine because I don't think they need drastic change. Drastic change would mean saying goodbye to either Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell.
Well, that would be absurd.
Right. That's, to me, that's drastic. I don't think they need drastic change. They need to, in these quote unquote meetings, figure out how can we get better? What do we need to do in our process? Whether it is, okay, I want you, because I listen to Mike Valenti every day, says Sheila, I want you to actually do something aggressive at the deadline or do this or do that and don't waste draft picks for toys like Tesla.
The only thing I would say is this. If we go under the assumption that Decker and Glasgow are retiring,
Right.
okay, I view drastic is we have to rebuild both our offensive and defensive lines.
Yes.
Okay. Both are look. No one has gone on record telling me Kirby Joseph is going to be at OTAs or training camp.
Right.
And Brian Branch is dead.
Right.
Brian's going to be out a long time.
But I don't expect her to put in a statement of actual football stuff.
No. But my point is, drastic measures are going to have to be taken to get this team into a Super Bowl window again. And I'll give you another example. You need an offensive coordinator.
Well, yes.
And by the way, I love the people they're interviewing because they're not from here. It's not that incestual,
right?
Oh, he once, was in a canoe with Dan Campbell, so you get to coach here.
He drove through Detroit once.
Right, Detroit.
Brian Callahan. Remember him?
Yeah.
He was a quarterback coach here for a while.
Yes.
So they're not.
But Mike Kafka.
Yeah.
Also Mike McDaniel, who, if he doesn't get a head coaching job, yes, it's on Sheila.
Right.
To reach in her pocket and make him the highest paid OC in the league.
Yeah.
And I'm not telling you a lot of owners will do it.
No.
But she has to do it if she wants to bring us a Super Bowl here.
Right.
But what did you take out of it, guys? And Kenny, please, David, feel free. I didn't like the whole shouting out the 36 wins over 3 years. It bothered me. It felt small-timey. Please don't waste my time with that. We haven't won a playoff game in 2 years. Nobody cares about 36 wins. And by the way, damn near half of them came in one season, which also didn't have a playoff win. It just felt very Lionsy, and I didn't like that. Now, Stoney says I'm nitpicking, and that's okay. Because I think he's nitpicking about LLMs.
Yes, I am. I admit it. Nobody can nitpick unimportant stuff better than me.
That's fine. Yeah. Kenny, what's your takeaway?
I typically lean more towards what Stoney said, and I think that is a little nitpicky by you. I'm sorry to say that, but it seems to me that if Stoney's right, if she had stopped at the wins thing and didn't elaborate or expound and say, oh, well, their ultimate goal is to win a championship, and she also said what we did wasn't good enough before that, to bookend that with that tells you the ultimate mindset of the team, and I think he's right about that.
So what is your takeaway? You still didn't answer my damn question.
My takeaway is that I didn't have any issue with anything she said, particularly in this. And I think my takeaway is that they're going to try to get better, and drastic change, the thing that you were worried about there too, is I think Stoney's right again when he says Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, that's drastic change. I don't think she's not an X's and O's football mind. She doesn't need to answer anything specific like that.
So drastic change would only have been Dan or Brad.
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty drastic.
It's very drastic.
This is good. We're talking through it. It makes me feel better about that point. LLMs. David, your thoughts. What did you take out of it? If you want to nitpick, fine. And if you don't, that's fine too.
Yeah, I do think that you're nitpicking about the word championship. I think that she's meaning Super Bowl. I understand what she's saying there.
Then here's my response.
So I'm not going to nitpick on that. I understand. But I get what she's saying there. I don't like the 36 wins for a different reason.
Oh.
Because I think she's mentioning that because that's what keeps the season ticket holders there.
Hello.
The 36 wins. You mention that. You say, I'm proud of the 36 wins because you keep bringing me your checks, bringing me your money.
I think you're looking way too deep for that. They have that place is sold out. It's got a waiting list.
Why are they sold out?
Yeah,
because of the 36 wins.
Oh, because they're good. They're not great right now, but they're good.
I'm just telling you, Stoney, listen, it's okay for us to not see it the same way. But I'm with David in this regard.
That's nice for this show.
I know. The rest of the station could use that. The point is, it's okay to have this opinion on the heels of us just talking about if you don't believe these teams are bleeding to win.
Right.
And they like being good, what have we talked about? For the first time in Lions history, they got a season ticket waiting list of 20,000 people. They're the popular ones. Mm-hmm. They've never been popular.
I know.
I read it a lot like David did. And it doesn't mean we're right. But we're human beings. We're allowed to perceive things.
Exactly.
But I will tell you this, because she does say we'll do everything to continue growing towards the ultimate goal.
we breaking into Matt Khalil territory?
Well, David was just excited to tell everybody.
What I don't want to hear later on in the OC process is if McDaniel doesn't get a head coaching position and he goes elsewhere to be an OC,
that's all.
I don't want to hear a story that it was because they didn't want to pay more than the other team.
That's true.
Because this ultimate goal thing that she put in here means you're not doing everything to get to the ultimate goal.
I can't change that Mike McDaniel has 4 head coaching interviews.
Right. He's,
and if he
he's
gets
actually
one,
in Tennessee right now.
and if he gets one, God bless. But if he doesn't get a head coaching job, you need to go to him. And I don't know who the highest paid OC in football is. You can't get that data it's not readily available.
No.
But if John Harbaugh is going to request $20 million to be the highest paid head coach in the NFL, let's say the highest paid OC is $10 million. Give him 11. Get him here. You play on a fast track. You'll play 12 indoor games. You've got elite weapons everywhere, and you were Kyle Shanahan's run game coordinator, and you will go from Miami, who, as bad as the Lions line was this year, it was still better than anything the Dolphins have put out there in McDaniel's tenure there. This would be the ultimate image rehab for Mike McDaniel. That's a home run Super Bowl kind of hire.
Yeah.
Show me. But see, I think that's drastic. That's the difference. A drastic move is going out and you get Mike McDaniel.
That'd be great.
Now, I think another drastic move would have been making a play for a Brian Flores. Those are drastic moves. I want to see this team be materially different in their approach. So, guys, what do you take out of it? I would love to know. And if you just want to text it in, that's fine too. What struck you about Sheila's statement? 248-539-9797. Yes, Kenny.
No, I was just saying to David back here when we were talking about drastic moves. You consider the McDaniel thing a drastic move. They wouldn't have brought him in for an interview if they weren't trying to make, or at least considering making, that type of a move.
Why? That could be PR as much as anything else.
It could be PR, but why would they? That's a dumb PR move, if you ask me.
So's Kelly Stafford having a podcast. What do you want me to tell you?
Because the other chess piece that'll eventually fall is, it wasn't serious.
Okay. Hey, listen.
And then you look stupid.
It's a free
Not
country.
you know what? They listened to the show when I was here the last one. I brought this up. The Mike McDaniel. That's why they're doing it.
It would be incredible.
That's the PR move.
248-539.
They love me.
Okay, then 97.1. David, Birdie told me you're withholding an update.
I was going to come back with that update. There was your alert there. So, according to Connor Hughes, sources, the Giants are making a massive push to get a deal done with John Harbaugh today. They're willing to not only pay him, but also whatever his staff wants.
Okay.
Please, for the sake of my father, get the deal done.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. I'm here till 6. What do you want?
Who's Connor Hughes?
I don't care.
Oh, Connor Hughes covers.
He's Quinn Hughes' brother.
He covers the Giants for SNY TV.
Okay, just
don't care.
Just wanted to know,
buddy. At this point, I'll take an update from the janitor at 1925 Giants Drive.
By the way, another team a little further south on 95, the Philadelphia Eagles, have reached out to Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll for offensive coordinators.
I'm going to tell you something. If they hired Daboll, there'd be a fist fight between him and Sirianni by week 3.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And the Lions are such a superior job to Philly as far as being an OC. The Lions don't have an A.J. Brown problem.
No.
The Lions don't have a dead running back. The Lions don't have a quarterback who looks like he forgot how to play this year. The Lions play indoors. I'm telling you, if I'm McDaniel, and by the way, the Lions fans aren't animals. They won't threaten to kill you because they didn't like your play call on 3rd and 6. This is such a better job for Mike McDaniel for what he needs to accomplish.
And the Steelers have requested an interview for Brian Flores for head coach.
That is correct, and I figured that would happen. He was there under Mike Tomlin for a year, I believe.
You're going to get another good coach, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, but the problem is if you sign there, that's like a blood oath. You're there for 30 years.
But he's too old, though. They only hire guys in their mid to late 30s.
Well, the Steelers offer an assisted living package for the back end of the contract. They have one coach per generation.
Whatever you need, we got you.
Hey, don't worry. Even if you can't leave your apartment, you're still the coach. They don't fire anybody. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, what's good, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
Good, Jim. What's up?
Good. Hey, well, when you're talking about the spending and all that, I think it kind of reminded me when Scott Harris was talking, about his, and I'm doing it more from the Tigers' perspective.
Sure.
That he talked about how the players, the names were the same, but the teams were different. Well, the Ilitch name is the same, but Chris Ilitch is different than Mike Ilitch. I believe Chris Ilitch is more business-minded, and he's more concerned about making the money than he is about winning, whereas, Mike Ilitch sometimes, did some things that were irresponsible, but he had a passion, to go ahead and make sure that the team was going to be in that position and that if they won, he could get his money later on, even if he spent a little bit more than he had to. By winning, he was going to be able to get that money back.
Yeah, no, there's no question. I mean, he was a fan, and he was definitely more towards the end of his run on this planet, and he went for it.
Right.
And look, the thought of the Tigers having a top 5 payroll in 2025 it's an impossibility. But at one point they did. They had a top 5 payroll.
Yes, and that's.
But
why
I don't ask that of the Tigers. I'm not even asking for that. I'm asking to not alienate your best player. I'm asking to not be in this arbitration spot. I'm asking to. I don't want to read any more reports from baseball people saying that they might trade him if they have to pay him the arbitration. Like, what are we doing?
And one other, and I put this out for like an evaluation of how teams operate. My if you went over a 10-year period, I want my team to, like win their division 5 times, make the playoff 7, and win the overall, whether it's the World Series, the Super Bowl, once every 10 years. Do you think that's an unreasonable standard to hold your team accountable to?
No. I like your standard. It's hard to attain it, but I like that you are accountable to it. Yeah. I mean, man, life is short. And the fact is, generations of people have died without seeing the Lions even make a Super Bowl. We're going on 2 decades of the Pistons not winning a playoff series. We're going on how many years since the Tigers won the Central?
Yeah.
We're going on how many? Oh, wait, how many since a World Series for the Tigers? 42?
Yes, that's a lot.
So like, I take that stuff serious where, look, I have a different viewpoint on it, okay? I understand these teams by and large across America, are nothing more than real estate tools and tax weapons. I get it. Fine. But there has to be more to it, because if it's just a financial tool, then why should anyone care?
Right, and that's
you
why
have to want to win it.
That's why I hate where some of these teams, where there are these leagues in the NFL, they want to allow, private equity firms to, and they don't have any soul. Say what you want about
private equities in the NBA now.
Yeah,
it's
I
in the
know.
NHL.
Right.
Look, my own team, the Giants sold like a 7% slice of the team to private equity at a valuation of $10 billion.
Yeah,
that's not. I mean,
it's
think
crazy.
about that.
Well, speaking of New York, I know you hate them, and I don't like them either. The Mets. Say what you want, but Steve Cohen is a freaking fanboy.
He's a fan.
So he wants to win. Those are the ones we were talking about percentages. The ones who grew up rooting for these teams that somehow are buying them, they're the ones who it kills them. That's
But
what they
I
want to
think
win.
I just am a firm believer in it, and some people may think it's completely hokey. I think it's like what Charles Barkley said, I am not a role model. Well, too bad. I mean, I agree with Chuck, but you're in that position, so unfortunately you are, right? When you're an owner, whether you care about the fans or not, whether you signed up for it or not, you have made a promise. You've made a promise to that city and that region.
You're the steward.
That's the deal.
You're
You can make your money, and no one's going to be mad at you. But if fans get a whiff that you're not in it to win it, that violates the covenant you've signed.
Correct.
And I'm sorry. It's just how I view sports. Otherwise, what is it? It's adults playing a kid's game for more money than you'll ever see.
And baseball, the owners is the one that you can really criticize the money for, because the other three have caps.
Look, I'm not going to stick up for the Tigers. I will tell you that 25 of the teams are the Tigers, meaning the system is so broken. Like, there's no point to this. Like the Mets, the Blue Jays even yesterday, I think it was, made a $50 million a year pitch to Kyle Tucker on a 4-year deal with opt-outs.
Yeah.
50 a year. Now, they already have a payroll approaching $300 million, right? I'm sitting here in hold on, Elliott, which is one of the best sports cities in America, and by no means is a small market. It's not.
No.
And I got to sit here and read articles that say if we lose the arbitration, we may not want to pay Skubal and we'll just trade him. What is it, Cincinnati?
And Cincinnati is another city that is, baseball's their blood, and it must kill longtime Red fans that their ownership is the same way.
Their ownership's terrible. And their ownership is poor. Let's be honest.
I know.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing this afternoon?
Good.
Good. Hey, so I'm just touching base on, you were talking about the Lions letter or whatever. I've been a ticket holder for, this will be 16 years now. Basically for me, man, I mean, obviously want to win more than anything. I mean, I've been waiting so long, and so has everyone else. But I guess, I don't know, man. For me, I go for the ride. Like, it's fun for the day, the barbecue, the tailgate, the hangout, go, in the lounge, hang out for a while. And it's about the experience too, like that for me, I'm a construction worker. I work hard for my money. I've spent a lot of money on this, and it's like, it's frustrating, man. But, I just figure, like, sometimes I want to throw in the towel and give up, but then I'm like, you know what? That's going to be the year they win. And it's so I hang in there, man, and that's what's up. So,
So when you received your letter from Sheila, what did you think of it?
I honestly just started to read it when I was taking a break today, and I didn't even get through it, and I heard more about it from you guys. So I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the thought and everything, but it's like, we all want a winner here, but I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I guess, I mean, thanks for reaching out, but, we want more, but I guess I don't, I mean, that's my opinion. I really don't, I mean, I don't have much to say about it, I guess. I mean, thanks for saying thank you to everybody, but it's still not good enough. But I can't go to Dan Campbell and be like, hey, dude, don't go for it 5 times against Philly. You can't tell him. I can't tell him. I mean, it's frustrating with some of these dumb moves, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, and listen, if you're a fan, and Justin, you bust your ass for your money. You do what you want with it. It's a free country. If it's a social event for you, God bless. You at least understand where we're at with it. The social stuff was dead and gone for me years ago. Teams are either in it to win it or they're wasting all of our time. End. In many ways, no, there is no fun. I don't give it F fun. I want to win.
We
want-
found the mark. We found the guy. He's the guy that they want in their buildings. Whether it's the Tigers, whether it's the Wings, whether it's the Lions, that's the mark.
Right.
He's a mark.
Social event. Guy will roll down, pay his $30 for a little Wojo gin and tonic double, or maybe 15, 16 for a beer. That's his party. It's his week. He works for his money, and it's fun. Yeah, Kenny, we always joke about the daiquiri crowd. Like, Cookies got so mad at me years ago. This is not some ardent baseball town. It's not. Baseball's a social event here. A baseball town is like New York, Boston, Philly.
Yeah,
elements of Chicago.
Where they
like,
could talk about a pitching change for 4 hours on the
correct.
radio.
My point is, here, it's still a social event. That's why, look, if the Scooble thing were playing out in Boston right now, or Philly, or New York, or Chicago, I can't tell you. Like yesterday, it was funny. It's like we talked about everything. But we had some people on the ticket text or the chat upset. Like, oh my God, they're talking about Scooble again. He's the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. And player, agent, and team are at war with each other. And we're going to lose him. It's a huge story.
And arguably, he's the best athlete in the city, right?
Up until Game 5 in Seattle. You're never going to sell that after he came out of that game.
I know, I agree.
But guess what? You didn't pay him.
Right.
So he didn't have to stay in.
But that's going to be brought up in the arbitration hearing.
Okay, so there's the Tigers' evidence.
Yes,
Here's his.
I know.
2 Cy Young awards around his neck like Mr. T.
I know. I agree with you.
All right, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. How do they do it? Well, it's simple. They don't annoy you, and they offer good prices. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 2026 Trax LT, $299 a month, $999 down. GM employees and immediate family members, a 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Straightforward pricing, no runaround, no gimmicks. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's get a little music. Let's do the business. It's football today.
Let's
What do you
do
got?
that. Let's chew it and do it. Here's
Okay,
what I
hold
want to
on.
do with the both of you guys. I want you guys
That's Mike
to
Stone.
rank the head coach openings here. So I'm going to throw out a team, and you tell me where you will put them. There are 9 openings.
All right.
All right. So let's start with the Miami Dolphins.
You can go first.
Not big on Stephen Ross as an owner. I think there's some institutional failures there that he has to own. The new GM, I don't know a lot about, and you're stuck with Tua. It is a zero tax state. You'll always get free agents because it's Miami. I'd say middle of the pack. Can I say somewhere in that 5 range? It's not 9, it's not 1. Or are you going to do what Stoney did to me in the previous
No,
blitz?
we
and
can
trap me?
adjust. We can adjust as we continue.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to say 7. I still think Miami is pretty cool, depending on who that person is. That person might not like cool. He might want to be just football, football, football.
I'll say 6. Go ahead.
You go 6. Okay. Arizona Cardinals.
9. Absolute dumpster fire. The Bidwells are a loser family, loser owners, loser front office, wholly unserious place.
The stadium's in the middle of frickin' nowhere.
Glendale. By the way, the Glendale Cardinals have a lower winning percentage than the St. Louis Cardinals. That's not a compliment.
No, although they did make a Super Bowl.
You got to have the Kyler Murray conversation. You don't have fan bases invade your place. It'd be number 9 for me.
They got a lot of good defensive parts, though, on their team. But
You can have it. Oh, and Marvin Harrison sucks. I'll say 9.
I'm going to say 8.
All right, 8. Let's go to the next team here, the Atlanta Falcons.
This is a top 3 for me.
Yeah.
I think Arthur Blank wants it bad. They've been to a Super Bowl.
I think he's one of your 20%.
Yeah, he's dying to get it done, and Lord knows he's closer to the end than the beginning.
Which
so
is
you're
probably
gonna-
why he's dying to get it done.
But you've got all the weapons you need. You got to stabilize the QB spot, but you're playing a fast track indoors in the football equivalent of the AL Central, the NFC South. I think it's a top 3 job in the cycle.
I'm going to give it a 2.
I'll say 3 or 4. It's right on that line of top 3, 3 or 4.
You said, what did you say?
2.
Steve?
He said 2.
You said 2.
I mean, they got Kyle Pitts is finally developing. They got Bijan. Their
Xavier
defense
Watts
is really doing good. I mean, they have to figure out what they're going to do with the at quarterback, though. That's
Las
the big thing.
Vegas Raiders.
Raiders to me is 9. I can't work for anybody with that hair.
Tough. It's going to be 8. I already had the Cardinals at 9, but the Vegas thing, you don't have a fan base. It's a major problem to have a football team in that town.
I'd feel a lot better if Brady was just doing that than doing Fox as well, but they're awful.
It's
They're
not.
awful.
It's not a real franchise. It just feels like a different version of the New Orleans Pelicans. I'll say 8.
Tennessee Titans.
This all comes down to, do you like Cam Ward,
I know.
and what do you think of Borgonzi, the GM there, who was kind of schooled at the right hand of Andy Reid? If you trust the GM and you are a Cam Ward truther, that's a top 3-4 job. And it's lower expectations, easier way of life. I believe is Tennessee a zero tax state
Yes,
now?
I was going to go there.
There
That's
you
why
go.
that's why I was going to put it at 5.
I'll go 4
because the pressure is not there. What I mean,
but Nashville's a dump. I don't like the town. I don't like country music.
I think
They are getting a new stadium.
I think UT is more important to them than the Titans.
Very
so there's
true.
less pressure.
Yeah,
5.
Let's go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
7. I just don't think it's a serious modern franchise. I think they're happy being good. You're about to embark on a brutal rebuild. Will they let you rebuild? Example, the first thing I do in the coaching interview, I need you to trade TJ Watt. We have to get first-round picks. We have to get a quarterback, or we are destined to be eating those dry, overrated Permane Brothers sandwiches for the rest of our lives.
Oh, let me tell you something. You put fries on a sandwich, that moves you up a little bit.
7.
Not those sandwiches.
Plus, they talk weird.
I'm
Too close to West Virginia.
Yeah,
7.
the Yinzers. I'm giving him a 6 because I'm maybe so old school. I love the tradition of that team.
I love all that. The problem is still, are they going to let you do what you need to do?
I think they will. I think the Rooneys are good owners.
Cleveland Browns.
Wow.
I love the defense, and I love some of their young. They had arguably the best draft of anybody last year.
Yes, they did.
Schwezinger is a stud. Quinshon Junkins, RIP. I know his legs got to get reattached, but stud. The defense is unbelievable. You're getting the modern Reggie White. You got him signed. Man alive, if you could just make the playoffs as their coach, you're a hero.
The quarterback situation is so
I'll go
lame.
6 or 7 there. It's lower third. They
Okay,
are
so
going
then what are you moving? Because you have the Dolphins at 6, Steelers at 7.
move the Dolphins to 5. Put the Steelers at 6, the Browns at 7.
I got to switch. I got to flip-flop the because 4 is available. So
You have 4, 3, and 1 available. You can make some
I'm
adjustments.
going to go Browns at 4.
Let's go Ravens.
1 or 2.
I didn't mean let's go Ravens, but
No.
let's move
I
to
hear
the
you.
Ravens.
Kenny, if you could throw that in the sandbox for next football season, I'd
Yes.
appreciate that.
I love their owner.
Great tan.
He's loyal.
Fabulous.
He's a good dude from what everybody who I know knows him.
Kenny.
It's a proud ass franchise. So
You got to love Lamar.
and exactly. And I think Lamar under the right circumstances will be even better than he has.
So you went number 2, Mike, for the Ravens?
You kind of have to.
Okay.
For me personally, no, I wouldn't take the job because I think Lamar is is a coach killer.
I'm putting the Ravens at 1.
Fine.
Ravens at 1, so then the Giants are remaining.
It's a Tiffany job.
Yep.
This is a legacy franchise at 1925 Giants Drive. 4-time Super Bowl champions. Now, I know we've fallen on some hard times, all right? We've turned into Ashy Larry. It's not been great, all right? But bottom line, there's a way back. You get Jackson Dart on a rookie scale. You've got great pass rushers with Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon. We just need adults in the room. We need John Harbaugh.
It's the worst stadium in the league.
It is a dump, but it is next to the biggest mall in America, American Dream.
I understand, and all your points are correct. However,
oh no,
there's something I can't. I have them in 3 because
okay, I'll take that.
The Philly anti-Giants thing sometimes it's not like anti-Cowboys, but I just can't. I can't live in a world where the Giants is number 1 in anything.
I'm not mad at you in the least.
That's fair. So
And
Mike,
he can't say it enough. The stadium, complete. That was the biggest waste of $1 billion ever.
Because Giants Stadium was nice.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was the Silverdome without a roof.
It's a great place.
So, Mike, you have the Giants, Ravens, Falcons, Titans, Dolphins, Steelers, Browns, Raiders, and the Cardinals are the worst.
Dead last.
Yeah.
Stoney, you have
Dead
the
giveaway.
Ravens as the best. Falcons, Giants, Browns, Titans, Steelers, Dolphins, Cardinals, and the Raiders.
You got a
are
major
the worst.
disagreement you'd like to air?
I do not. The Raiders and Cardinals, they can flip-flop in my mind. That's where you guys have them there. Ravens at 1. I think I would go with him with the Ravens at 1. Because
issue.
Bisciotti has already said because of his age, he's going for it. So,
And he's not even that old.
but he
Relative-
said he's going to sell the team. So
that's
he's
right.
not giving it to his family.
Right, he said he's
and
not gonna
because
be-
he's going to have it for 10 years, he wants to go all in now.
Right, he's not going to be like Jerry Jones, he said.
That is in football today.
The Pistons were back on the practice court with Tobias Harris for the second straight day. He also spoke to the media, which Amari Sankofa thinks is a good sign he might play tomorrow against the Suns. Harris says he feels great now. JB Bickerstaff said that Cade Cunningham also getting better, but his status tomorrow is still wait and see. Carmelo Anthony thinks OKC will repeat as NBA champions, but could see the Pistons getting there as well. That courtesy the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast and will be announced every team spring training start days. The Tigers will have pitchers and keepers report February 11th with their first full squad workout February 15th as well. Michigan running back Justice Hayes has officially signed with Georgia Tech. Offensive lineman Andrew Sprague has withdrawn from the transfer portal. Meanwhile, in the hardwood, Michigan basketball is back in action tonight at Washington. Tip there at 10:30. Former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel interviewed for the Lions offensive coordinator position yesterday. Today, he's talking with the Titans. And former Detroit King Crusader and Oregon QB Dante Moore is going back to Oregon. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, one note, too. I'm welcome. 4 o'clock, Mike Stone with me.
Hello.
Hello. You had a problem pre-show. Take a minute here and just explain this to me. You were all bent out of shape about Justice Hayes going to Georgia Tech, and you go, this smells fishy. This is funky. And I'm going, what's funky? They paid him $2 million.
No, I know, but I thought I know he was hurt, but I thought that he didn't play in the bowl game and all that because he was going to prepare himself for the NFL draft. That's
Correct.
what I thought he was going to do. I didn't
But
realize.
he's getting more money
Yes.
to stay in college. Consider him a faster Hunter Dickinson.
Yes.
You make more money staying.
Yeah,
if he was going to be a third-round pick,
yeah, you're right.
Versus $2 million here. Now, the question would be, why did Michigan not pay him $2 million?
They probably. I mean,
they don't have the money.
They paid Marshall obviously to stay. I would assume.
So you got Marshall.
And they
You got your big new freshman hotshot running back,
right,
Hyder, or whatever his name
is. Yes, make
so
sure you pronounce his name correctly.
But I also I don't believe in paying running backs $2 million. You don't pay running backs. I'm not doing it.
Even in college, right?
No,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
I know.
Just wouldn't do it.
And they got they got a transfer from Texas, I believe, as well. Oklahoma. Okay.
But it doesn't matter.
No, the wide receivers from Texas. I can't keep up.
It doesn't matter. You know what? Take a peek in August. Learn the names. I don't know.
It's crazy. And there was something I wanted to pass on that I have to find. Oh, here it is. It just shows you how ridiculous this is. If I can find this, yes. Even though he's an idiot, Darren Rovell posted on Twitter that quarterback TJ Finley just committed to Incarnate Word.
His 7th school.
He went from LSU.
Sadly, I think I could name
Go ahead.
this. I'm serious.
Go ahead. I'm sure you can.
He played at LSU. He played at Texas State. He played at Georgia State. He played at...
You're missing 3. That's
I know.
how
No,
crazy
I
this
know.
is.
The Incarnate Word would make 4. I got to think about it. But dude, he's been around forever. Did he play at NC State?
No, LSU to Auburn. To Texas State, to Tulane, to Western Kentucky, to Georgia State, to Incarnate Word.
Now, hold on. The Tulane one, I know this. He went there, but he left in spring ball.
Right,
he never played there. I know that one.
Yeah. I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
Don't look at me.
I know.
Don't look at me.
I mean, I remember having this discussion when the portal thing with Tom Izzo. It was with me and John and him at Oakland Hills for some.
You are sirening left and right
the
today.
Illich charity. And I was saying, I think it's okay, because Jim Harbaugh had this idea, one transfer, fine, and after that you have to sit out. And Izzo even wasn't crazy about that. He goes, let me ask you a question. Where are these kids going to graduate from, number one?
Nowhere.
Number 2 is, do you know how many people are going to be stuck in this portal? It's like an episode of Star Wars or whatever. They can't get out of this portal.
I read a stat. I read a stat, and again, the veracity of this. This is the other. All right, hold on. We'll do one segment like this, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, it's okay.
But the thing that kills me is not only portal rankings, like as if these broke bleep services are going to hand rank and video analyze 5,000 prospects.
Right.
You can just stop right there.
I know.
So any of these rankings, crumple them up, okay? Indiana was like the 58th best class. Here they are. But two, I read something the other day that said 53% of kids who are in the portal will not land a home.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
But the problem
so
that
who's
no
getting
one
screwed? The kids are getting screwed.
Well, you're bringing up something that as much heat as I've put on players, boats and hose, there are an equal amount of players who don't want to leave, who are forced to leave. We are now discarding players to where they don't have a landing spot. This is where there needs to be binding two-way agreements. I don't think you're going to get contracts.
No.
Because you have to understand, contracts come by way of unions and a CBA. Those things have antitrust exclusions. You are never going to be able to turn players into employees with contracts and collectively bargained agreements that would have carve-outs that would keep them clear of antitrust lawsuits.
Right.
And again, I am not a labor lawyer, but I know enough. So my point is there would have to be an agreement that is binding. I have committed to this player. The player is committed to me. I can't just throw that player in the garbage.
Right.
Nor can that player boats and hose.
Right. You saw what happened with the quarterback of Washington. He wanted to leave.
Damon Williams?
Yeah, that was.
I mean, how awkward do you think that is?
Oh, my Lord.
Now you got to walk back in a room. You threw all your teammates under a bus while they were at a funeral.
Yeah.
And now you're walking back like, hey, I'm back. And go to hell.
I mean, we're focused on football. Basketball is even more of a joke.
I have to look, and I'm not happy about it. It's not some I'm not proud of this, but I'm out. I'm done with college basketball. Like State played last night. I don't care. I don't even know who half these kids are. Pete Fort. Who? I don't. Bobby Chukwuwu. I gotta
Divine.
Right, but when you have to Google to figure out who are these people? I'm out. And also, too, college basketball, the regular season means zero.
Right.
Everybody makes it. So, yeah, no, Stoney, it's killed. What it's killed largely is program identity. Programs I'll hearken. I got to keep the streak alive on our show. Looking back to Bo Ryan, Wisconsin.
Oh, Frank Kaminsky.
But they had, even Greg Gard, they had an identity. They were going to play that inside-out offense. They were going to
Mostly
play,
white guys.
They were going to have an annoying white guy who would embellish charges. They would have 7-footers that could shoot because they were annoying. But you knew what they were.
They still did it against Michigan on Saturday, from what I was told.
They shut the lights out. Yeah. But we've lost all of it because you can't have a program culture.
No.
It's a year-to-year sport that lacks identity.
Well, it's weird. It's, the old bit of Seinfeld of just rooting for the jersey. It's true. More now than ever. You're not rooting for the player.
But as Kenny said, the jersey doesn't mean anything. Kenny, what was your line? It's laundry. You're rooting for laundry at this point. It doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't.
It sucks.
Those who stay will be champions? Buddy, you can bury that with Bo's bones.
Yeah. I mean, look, I still like going to those games because of what a caller earlier in our show with the Lions. I enjoy getting there 4 hours before a game and tailgating and going different spots and getting a little buzz and watching a football game.
How big a celebrity are you?
I don't get. Pardon?
How big a celebrity are you at those games? I mean, is that like Oprah rolling through?
No.
Everyone's doting on you.
No.
What is the Mike Stone experience?
Friends who have tailgates.
What's the Mike Stone experience at the Big House?
It's certain Ann Arbor. I'm not as recognizable there as I have in Detroit. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear it? Whittingham at his opening presser, he called his name out. Said, "I can't wait to meet Mike Stone.
So stop
Coming
it.
to
That's
every
Mike Stone.
game, he's going to sit right next to me."
No, you know where our seats are? My seats are in the end zone, and I don't mind it.
Thought they were on Ward's lap.
No.
So you didn't see them that much come your way, is what you're saying.
Jeez.
Yeah,
David.
Exactly. When they have the ball, yeah, not lately.
By the way, nice news that came out. You see that? Bryce did not have a quarterback coach last year?
Yeah, I know.
What?
And you wonder why he was not that good. You know, that's part of it. It's not all of it. A lot of it's on him.
Yeah, but
too.
plenty of coaches have trolled for Strange and still had a quarterback coach. You paid the guy $12 million.
I know. Have somebody.
How is that even possible?
Focus clearly was on other things. What kind of coaching staff?
Hey, Rieger better watch out. They'll find somebody else to do the read.
Oh my God. Well, that's why you should have an athletic director who knows what he's doing. He said, well, wait a second. We're paying this young man a lot of money. Why don't we have a quarterback coach on our staff?
It's just such a disservice to Bryce Under.
Yeah,
That's just not
I know.
right.
Yeah.
All right, carry on. David, a few ticket texts.
Oh, man. We were talking Sheila earlier. Somebody did text in and say Sheila basically said, time to run it back. We win a lot. Just keep paying and we might get lucky.
I'm telling you.
No, she did not say that. That's unfair.
I like this ticket texter.
That's unfair.
I like that it upsets you.
That is vehemently unfair.
You're like the leave Brittany alone guy. Jeez. I mean, leave Sheila alone.
God, she said practically everything you wanted to hear.
Sheila said
It's not good
championship.
enough.
I don't think she's committed to winning the Super Bowl. Sounds like she's okay with just an NFC championship.
Baby.
Come on!
Say the words.
Oh man, the semantic police, led by Police Chief Valenti here.
As a season ticket holder, I received that lame email letter yesterday. It had no substance whatsoever.
Don't upset Stoney.
What did you want? What did you want her to say? Dear LLM, which I didn't like, okay?
John Morton's a bleep hole. Wait, what did you want Sheila to
We're
lead
going
with?
to go and get a good offensive coordinator. We're going to go and get this, and we're going to win the Super Bowl next year.
As you know, I wasted a ton of money on this underachieving lot, and I'm throwing them all in the river. I mean, what the hell is the email's opener supposed to be?
I know. Marcus Davenport came to my Christmas party. I didn't know who he was.
Good afternoon, LLM.
Yes.
I just needed her to mention Rod a couple more times.
Don't upset Mike Stone with that one.
Oh, yeah. That's, anyway. She was fine. Gosh. Everybody said, why doesn't the owners ever speak? Okay, so she, instead of speaking, she sent out a letter, which basically said, it wasn't good enough. We're going to do everything we can.
But hey,
to
remember
better.
those 36 big wins we've had over 3 years?
Oh, but that was just a little preamble.
I
Come
didn't like
on.
the preamble.
Okay, well, you like the main. Yeah, it's like you don't like the you go to the movie theater, you don't like the coming attractions, and you know.
Who the hell goes to a movie theater in 2026?
And who calls them coming attractions?
Yeah, we used to call them that. Yeah.
Hey, do you watch your programs
trailers.
too? All right. You watch your shows? All right.
No, I don't watch my shows. Although that guy was on
Stoney's got a
Jimmy
shrine.
Fallon. He had a good number.
Stoney's got a shrine to Telly Savalas in his living room.
We went to the movie theater a few weeks ago, actually.
Are you kidding me? To see what? There are no movies anymore.
No.
We're out of ideas.
No.
Everything's one of the stupid Rico comic book movies.
No, it wasn't. It was
Avengers
it's
36.
it's
This time, it's for real.
Did you call Movie Phone before you went to find out the time?
Marty
What a bit.
Marty Supreme.
What the hell's that?
Chalamet won the Golden Globe for. He was great.
Oh.
He's unbelievable.
I thought that was a reliever the Tigers signed. we just signed Marty Supreme. He's been pitching in Bolivia for years.
Minor league deal.
Yeah.
Marty Supreme.
It's based on a true story about a ping pong legend, but it goes off the deep end of make believe. It's manic.
Buddy, you need to get to warm weather and start doing that pickleball stuff.
The acting was really good.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
You can read Stoney's full report on that.
And the next movie I want to see in the theater is the one on the stand-up comedians. That's supposedly Bradley Cooper produced that movie. Will Arnett's in it. Yeah.
I can't help you.
Okay.
248, buddy, it's NFL playoffs. I ain't got time for matinees. 248-539.
Matinees! I didn't go to a matinee.
Well, you got your...
I didn't go to the early bird special.
I was going to say you got your discount, didn't you?
You ageist!
97. All right, we opened the show with a little bit of Pistons talk. I thought they were two no-brainer trades. We'll get back into it in the 5 o'clock.
And by the way, new episode of Restore the Floor. Myself and Evan Jenkins was dropped today talking about some of those trades and previewing tomorrow's game with one of the surprises of the NBA, the Phoenix Suns. With John Bloom, the play-by-play voice of the Suns. Why are you laughing? And you're snorting.
I did. I just keep thinking about you doing movie reviews of Marty Supreme.
Well,
Drew in Royal Oak text, don't let those haters in the studio get to you, Stoney. I'm 30 years old and still love going to the movies. Marty Supreme was a fantastic cinema experience.
It was. It was
That's
a very
all.
good movie.
It's just like Stoney on film. Having his afternoon movie discount.
Pissed off Stoney is great. Keep poking.
Leave Sheila alone.
All right. Smart ass, you asked for it. You asked for it now.
What do you want?
Are you familiar with Matt Khalil?
Yeah, I know what you go ahead.
Okay.
Because I don't know if the listeners are familiar. This story's been all over every sports
Okay.
site. What do you want?
Matt Khalil used to play for the Vikings. Anyway.
This is Stoney's revenge. He's
Yes.
going to talk about a guy's penis.
Well, I just saw you laughing, so I figured I'd
Marty
he was not called Matty Supreme, but his All right, but if you didn't know, his ex-wife, who is the popular TikToker, Haley Bailey,
No idea.
is anyway. She accused him, and he's suing her for slander because she commented on the size of his junk. Okay, she said, and I
Please be careful.
I quote here, just saying part of the reason was the marriage ended. I was saying his manhood was, quote, the size of 2 Coke cans. That's right, 2 Coke cans. Now, her lawyer now has revealed plans to file a motion to get the case dismissed, believing it's, quote, totally unreasonable to file a lawsuit on the grounds of making another person liable for, quote, exercising her sexual sovereignty by truthfully describing a sexual experience that left her in tears. Okay, here's my question.
Oh, good. There's a question. Even better.
And maybe some lawyers can help me out here.
You cannot. You're inviting lawyers to talk about this frivolous garbage.
I just want to know that if being accused of being the size of 2 Coke cans, how is that slander? Number one, to me, it might be something to put in his checklist is good. Why would you say that is, slanderous? And here's the other question, though.
How big is your junk? 248.
No. That's not my question. My question would be, how do they prove it in court? Does he have to drop his pants in court?
What is he, like Christopher Moltisanti when they thought he was wearing a wire? What do you want from me?
Stoney, they have to bring in 2 Coke cans, and then they have to
a measuring contest?
If the can doesn't fit, you must quit. I don't know. What do you want me to say? What the hell is she doing going on a podcast? She wasn't even mad at him.
I know.
They got a divorce. It happens. And then you're out here airing the dirty laundry. Why? Oh, I know. Because you want to be famous and you're not.
She's a TikToker.
And no one cares about you.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. Marty Supreme. That's my answer to everything. What do you want me to say? I don't know.
All right.
But I would assume
that's not
she violated privacy.
Yes.
So that may fall under the category of slander.
And I guess I
don't know.
I guess having 2 Coke cans is not actually great in a lot of cases.
You know what? Here's what's going to happen.
I'm stopping.
I'm going to go to Mike, and he's going to talk to you because I'm out of this. Go ahead, Mike, please help us.
Yeah, so the only defense to slander is the truth. So she'd have to prove that she's telling the truth. So yeah, it'll have to be Moltisanti style. He's going to unzip and show the judge, but it'll be behind the chambers, let's say, not in front of a jury or anything. I think the judge would have to inspect them, but I don't know how they'd get them.
Yeah. Right.
Unzipper, you must
keep it
acquit.
clean here.
Right. I know. I just saw this story and I just laughed.
Mike, did you ever think you'd be using your legal degree to impart this wisdom?
Oh yeah. That's exactly why I went to law school.
Exactly. This was always the dream.
Yes. Majoring in Coke cans.
Well, I'd like to
I
congratulate
used to
you.
listen to you back then, Mike, too, and I was hoping one day it'd come to fruition.
Yeah, and I'm for calling in. Mike is going to take you to see Marty Supreme. It's a real blessing. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the call.
Maybe it's just
You happy now?
I'm happy.
Okay.
Yes. Something that I'd never be described with, but hey, what the heck? Slander. Wow. Unbelievable.
David, ticket text. Good luck.
I got it too. That's all I have.
Good luck.
OMG, you guys are killing me today. And then I have this one. Can we wrap this up? Stoney has that Matlock marathon to get to.
He's got a discount code for Murder, She Wrote on Blu-ray.
Outside of that, there is nothing else I can read
Yes, there
regarding
is.
the Khalil.
Hold on. We went through this with Kenny, and you were out last week. David.
You can edit.
Slight editorial. You can take out the cuss words and just replace
There are
it.
no cuss words. There are just simply width or length with the cans.
Okay,
They're asking-
Okay, we're good. Yep.
Valid question, I think.
The show is out of control. I can read that one. LOL.
Oh, my God.
All right.
My head hurts from laughing.
All right. There's something else I want to bring up while I'm on this
great.
bender here. But this is based on something that you said the other day. If I heard you correct, you talk a story where Big G told you to leave the room because you were upset about it.
I was 9.
You were 9 years
It was
old.
the 1990 Super Bowl.
Okay.
I was being too negative about the Giants, so I had to watch the game in the back room, and I was allowed back for the fourth quarter.
And they won that game.
They did.
Yes.
I was the reason Matt Norwood missed the field goal.
Or Scott Norwood. But
Whatever.
Yes.
Guy's a loser.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
But it got me to thinking. I look back on my life, and if something similar happened to me, and I want to know if this happened to anybody else out there. I remember vividly a game. It was the first game of the season. The Eagles sucked when I was little, and they played the defending champion Green Bay Packers, and the Packers scored a touchdown, and I thought that, I don't know, if Bart Starr threw the pass. Well, anyway, the guy on the Packers.
You were in a game where Bart Starr was the quarterback.
I wasn't in a game. I was watching on TV.
Oh, my God.
I was watching it on TV.
You actually saw Bart Starr play live?
Yeah, it was 1967. I was 9 years old.
Holy hell. Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Anyway, so the Eagles defensive back, a guy by the name of Al Nelson, I thought he got called for pass interference, and it was an awful call. I thought at age.
They had pass interference in the 60s.
Yes, they actually passed the ball too.
Amazing.
Anyway, so I was screaming and I'm practically in tears, and my father, the great Lou Stone, said, "That's it. Up to your room. You can't watch the game because you're out of control."
You got booted.
I got booted to my bedroom.
It happens to the best
I
of
could
us.
not watch the game.
So you were essentially the 12-year-old in Philly who said the Eagles ruined his Christmas present. You see that clip the other day? I love that kid.
Yeah, he was great. I mean, they should hire him as head coach. Anyway, I'm only kidding. 248-539-9797. What's your worst or most memorable, I don't know, fan behavior, whether it was watching TV or even in a game? Because I hate to admit this, but even when I was older, like in college, I remember I went to UCLA for summer school one year, and at a Phillies-Dodgers game, I almost got thrown out of Dodger Stadium.
Wait, you went to
UCLA for summer school.
How do you
one
go to
year.
UCLA for summer school?
It was like $300 a class. It was the cheapest thing in the world. It was great. Me and my best friend, we went to UCLA for
Yeah, David, go ahead.
You're just amazed at the same thing.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, nice.
Anyway, so I was a guy, a Phillies pitcher named Randy Lurch was getting shelled, and Danny Ozark, the manager, was just leaving him in. And finally, he comes in to take him out, and he didn't. He just made it. And I'm screaming, cursing at the Phillies manager. And an usher at Dodger Stadium said, "You have to be quiet, or you have to leave."
At a baseball game?
At a baseball game. I also called Cesar Cedeno of the Cincinnati Reds an assassin once, and Gary Howlett of your New York Islanders an epileptic a-hole once.
Okay, wait.
those are things I've done that I
Oh,
regret
my.
when I was a younger man. I haven't done that since I was 21, 22 years old.
My goodness.
But I'm sure we all have our, stuff.
Like,
where
I
you-
never understand people at games screaming and yelling. I don't get it.
I know it makes no, especially the
They
hockey,
can't
the
hear
hockey
you.
one. The baseball one. Okay, I was right there, and he could hear me.
Baseball's a little different.
Okay, the hockey one,
But now you
tickets
know what's happening
upstairs.
too? Look, I think fan entitlement's just gone a little too far.
Oh,
Fans think they can do whatever the hell they want to
Right.
do, and I don't think that's right either.
Yeah.
Now, look, I know, no, like DK Metcalf. I understand you can't punch someone.
Right.
I'll just tell you, I didn't exactly feel bad. I don't care.
I know.
I think fans are mouthy. You see it in the NBA all the time
Oh,
now,
I know.
too. They think they can do whatever they want to do, and it's like, why are you behaving this way?
Right, you thought the Malice of the Palace would have changed things.
It's like it got worse somehow.
I know.
I don't know. All right, well, listen, we'll take a few phone calls on it. The 4 o'clock hour has gone a complete derailment. 248-539-9797. Also, Stoney says Marty Supreme's the greatest movie in history. 97.1. All right, Stoney kind of took over the DJ booth here, and he wanted to have some fun because he heard something I said last week, and it's true. But you know, your worst fan behavior moment. Stoney told me another story I won't share on the air with you, and we'll just leave it there. Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's good, buddy?
Gentlemen, great show. Stoney, great to hear from you.
Thank you.
1988 NBA Finals, Pistons-Lakers, Game 6. I mean, you guys probably know the rest of the story. I went so nuts. My dad told me, I don't know where you're watching Game 7, but it won't be in this house.
Oh, no.
Was it over the Phantom Foul, or is there something else?
Just the fact that they lost. I was 12 years old. You know, had no clue about anything.
It's a volatile age. It happens.
I know.
I don't hold it against you. Dan, you know what? Like, I don't know, man. Do kids take sports this serious anymore? I don't know. I feel like they all just stare at tablets. I mean, like, I remember, like, it's funny because Dan, like, I got kicked out for the Super Bowl. I got allowed back in the fourth quarter. But, like, I also went catatonic 1993, or it was 92 maybe. The Giants were in the wild card round. Mark Collins gets a bogus pass interference call against the Rams, and then they throw a bomb to Flipper Anderson. And he catches the bomb, Dan, and he runs right up the tunnel. Game's over. It's overtime.
In overtime. Yep.
Right up the tunnel. Game over, season over, and at that moment, it felt like my life was over. I didn't yell, scream, or anything. I went fully catatonic. I was just dead. But I was like 11. I mean, it's just...
I know. That is the fandom, and I hope kids still have that today.
I don't know, man. Sports are different now. They are.
Well,
like the NBA even admitted to it. The NBA is a league of highlights. I feel like kids consume the NBA on their phones.
Yeah.
Like, they don't watch... rooting for teams seems to be an old head thing.
They root for players now.
Yes, in the NBA specifically.
Yes.
For sure. Let's go to Abe, 97.1. Abe, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, Mike? Great
Good.
show.
What's up, buddy?
So, diehard Cubs fan, 2016, Game 7.
Yep.
2 outs, 8th inning. Chapman is on a mound.
Mm-hmm.
You got Rajay Davis out of all people.
Oh, God,
Rajay Davis, for
the home
God's
run.
sake, hits a home run. And what made it worse, seeing LeBron flexing and seeing him on the screen.
Yeah, a Yankee
So
fan.
I literally just fainted in bed, and I did not move for like a hot minute. My wife had to check on me, and she's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Like, she legitimately thought I was dead.
Abe, of all people to take a roll this deep, Rajay Davis. It's an impossibility.
That's what I said. I'm like, not him. Like, a single is fine, whatever. I just couldn't believe it, man. I'm like, I kept explaining to her. I'm like, 108 years, all the stuff that's happened.
Now, it
Really?
ended up
Really cool.
okay. They just gave you a health scare, but it ended up okay.
Yes, and you know what we did the next day? I took my wife to Wrigley Field. We're blasting the Go Cubs Go song, and she took a picture with Billy the Goat. They had him outside.
There you
So I'm
go.
like,
Way to go.
But it doesn't change that moment.
No.
You thought it was all over.
No.
Listen, Mike, I turned off my phone. I could not see any messages, no more social media. I'm like, it's over. I'm done. This team will never win it again. It's over.
Yeah,
So,
that was
great show.
You
Thank
got
you.
it. I appreciate. No, I mean, I'll give you an example. I wasn't angry. I was silent. 2011 Big Ten championship game.
Oh, that the Indiana game?
That was against Wisconsin.
Oh,
The Russell Wilson game.
Okay.
4th and 8, and they threw the ball to like 4-foot-tall Pete Duckworth or whatever his name was, and Isaiah Lewis mistimed the jump and then the block punt, but it
Right.
wasn't because of
yeah, it was a shitty.
whoa, Mike Stone. Oh my.
Bad call.
No, at that moment I'm like, we're never gonna go to a Rose Bowl. It's never happened.
I know.
Like ever. This at that moment I was just like, sports is pain.
Yeah.
But I wasn't. There was no yelling, scream. There was nothing. I was catatonic. Like I'd have to go back to like college sophomore year. MSU played Purdue, and I think we were undefeated. Bill Burke was the quarterback. That was the 10-2
lefty.
season. We go to Purdue. Kenny, look this up for me, would you please, buddy? I think the kid's name was Chris Daniels. He caught 23 passes against State. This was Drew Brees, Purdue, basketball on grass. I think his name was Chris Daniel.
Wow.
And we had gotten the game. We were down 14. We're driving. And Bill Burke throws a brain-dead pick six. It goes 90 yards the other way. And I broke the chair in my dorm room. Shattered. Gone. It was like inexplicable. That was the game Nick Saban actually went Hannibal Lecter on Robert Smith's face.
Oh, God.
He pulled his...
I remember that.
And he was like trying to eat his face because he had jumped off sides. And Robert was like 6'6". Saban was, Bryce Young.
Right.
Was it Chris Daniels? I'm sorry. Kenny,
I'm looking. Hold on.
I didn't mean to ambush you. I forgot.
Brees threw for 500 yards. We're just trying to see.
Oh, yeah. Did he?
Basketball
Yeah,
on grass.
I watched.
Joe Tiller.
Daniels had 21 catches for 301 yards and 3 touchdowns.
21 for 301 to the same human.
Wow. Yeah, Brees threw for 509. Wow.
That's even worse than the kid from Toledo against Rich Rod.
And there was also Eric Morris.
Oh.
Eric Morris took a horrible personal foul in that game.
That was Nick Moore, right?
Yes, Nick Moore. I remember 1972 when making the playoffs was a big deal. The Flyers, all they had to do was get 2 points on the weekend. And they were home against Pittsburgh in Buffalo to close out the season.
Wait a minute. Home against Pittsburgh
They were home
in
against
Buffalo?
No, they're home against Pittsburgh and then in Buffalo.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So the Saturday night, they're playing Pittsburgh and they're up a goal. And Greg Polis of the Pittsburgh Penguins scores a goal to tie the game and it ends. There were ties back then. Okay. So, all right, big deal. Buffalo, they're horrible. We'll get at least a tie to make the playoffs.
What year is this? 72?
72.
What was this, like Buffalo expansion year?
It's second year, I think. Their second year.
Were they at the odd?
Yes, they were at the odd. Okay. So Flyers lead 2-0, then it's 2-1, then it's 2-2. I'm on the phone with my best friend, Philip. And we're going crazy. We're going to the playoffs because we had tickets for the playoffs. We're going crazy. Jerry Meehan takes the puck behind his own net in Buffalo, skates down the left side, and we're going playoffs. He scores a goal with 4 seconds left in the season, and we lose and don't make the playoffs. I was cursing like a sailor. My father and mother made me hang up the phone and go to bed.
What were you, Ralphie in A Christmas Story?
Yeah.
Did they give you the life boy?
No, they didn't. It was. That was probably the most devastating loss as a kid. That we weren't going to be in the playoffs with 4 seconds left in the frickin' season.
Yeah, but was it 1972?
Yeah.
Weren't you like 20 by then?
13.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, if you please would. We got a football today to do. We can take some more of these phone calls, and then we do have a question because today's the perfect day to ask it. Stoney has a rule he'd like to pass about stadiums, including the one in this town. Go ahead, David.
Kids absolutely take it seriously. My son was around 9. Lions were playing the Ravens. Tucker hits the NFL record to lose. My son starts crying and says he wants to move because he wants a new team.
Gov took his kid to that game.
That was his
first ever game.
That's a long drive back to the Tecumseh area.
Wasn't that the same game Sheila spoke? I don't remember. Was that the fans?
No, that wasn't the same game.
That was way before she came out on the field with Calvin and
right.
Lions fans.
Okay.
All right. You good?
I'm good. You're good.
You find the highlights of that 72 game. All right, 97.
All right, Michael. Take out your pen. I have a little quiz for you. And this is just for Michael. Why? Because today, I'm going to say happy anniversary. Today's the 25th anniversary of Giants 41, Vikings nothing.
Oh, my God. The championship game?
Yes.
Oh, dear God. That was nuts.
So happy anniversary.
Oh, thanks.
Especially to Big G. Okay.
Yeah,
now, I heard you the other day go crazy about Tony Romo and some other analysts.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to have you blind rank
Okay.
NFL football analysts. Now, the key of this is you don't want to get too ahead of yourself because you may end up giving somebody a better grade than you would because it's blind ranking.
I can give you number 1 right now.
Okay, hold on.
All right.
We'll go 1 through 10.
All right.
Okay? I got 10. Chris Collinsworth, where would you rank him?
Ooh, boy.
These are all NFLs, by the way,
Okay.
so we won't have Joel Klatt for you.
My problem with Collinsworth, while he knows his stuff, the presentation, it grates on you. This guy. Now, here's a guy, that guy. I will say Collinsworth is just outside the top 5, but he's clearly better than some of the dingies you're going to name. I'll say Collinsworth at 6.
Collinsworth at 6. Okay, next up, Charles Davis.
10. Absolute saltine cracker.
Okay.
No personality, nice to everybody. Just feel like he's there because he works cheap.
Now you have to just do his NFL work for this man, Kirk Herbstreit.
Better than Romo because he uses complete sentences. Not better than Collinsworth because he's exceedingly boring. I'll say he's at 7.
Okay.
I got to start typing these out. This is a problem. Hold on.
Mark Schlereth.
Oh, damn. I'll put him just above Charles Davis.
I knew you would get to one and be like, oh, crap.
Hold on. So 10, I got Charles, who's boring as all hell. 9, we got Stink. And then at 8, we have no one. At 7,
Herbstreit. And 6, you have Collinsworth.
Herbie. 6, Collinsworth.
Next up, J.J. Watt.
I actually like him. Even though he's a phony, you-know-what, he actually does a pretty good job. I'll put him ahead of Collinsworth. I'll put him at 5. Okay. He tries. He's prepared.
Okay.
He's able to comment on schemes. We'll put Watt up there.
Jonathan Vilma.
Oh, damn. I wish I could move Herbie up here.
That's why it's blind, baby.
Well, this is going to be Fugazi because I don't have room for Romo now. I got to recalibrate. Stoney, you got to let me recalibrate.
No.
Oh, man. Hold on. There's no world I can tell the audience Vilma's 4 because I got to save the 8 spot for
Right,
Romo.
he has to go 4 or 8.
Oh, God, this is so bad. I don't know. You know what? Vilma did get us those drops that we like so much. Whoa. All right, Vilma's at 4. Yeah, that's
Vilma's at 4.
I got it. What do you want me to do? You left me no choice, you bastard.
Greg Olson.
He's going to be 2, provided my number 1 made the list, and I don't know what you're going to do there. I think Greg Olson is tremendous. I think he got screwed by college and Dracula. He should have his job back. Free Greg Olson, number 2.
Tony Romo.
8, only because 9, 10, 11, and Oblivion aren't available. Romo.
Okay.
Ooh, Jim. How about the other one? Well, you know, who's going to win? I just don't know. Both these teams, the winner could go on to win the Super Bowl.
I don't know if it's a touchdown, Jim.
Oh, the ref said something real quick. Hey, this game's about who's better at running the football. 5 minutes later, this game's all about which quarterback makes better throws.
Tom Brady. It can only be 1 or 2 numbers.
Can I ask you? You better have Collinsworth's partner on here.
Just tell me you got Collinsworth's partner.
No,
it's
these
just
are
the color
NFL
analyst.
analysts.
It's just color analyst.
I have no play-by-play guys.
Tirico should have a special commendation.
Well,
then I want to put Olsen 1.
Okay.
I'm-
We said no calibration.
Come on.
No, Tom Brady.
Fine, Brady's at 3. I quit.
And Troy Aikman.
Definitely not 1. It would be Olsen. But here's what I'll say about Aikman.
I like Aikman. And
Look, he's been doing it a long time. He's willing to point some things out. He's willing to be critical. He's just got one problem. I don't know why he's always done this. Oh, it's just not good, Joe. It's just not good. Oh, really? Really? Guy just threw a 7th pick 6 of the game. It's just not good? But I like the fact Aikman had to go to NFL Europe to learn to call games.
Right.
He wasn't handed a job like Tom Brady or Romo.
Now, the only people I didn't put on the list, Kurt Warner does some NFL Network stuff. There's a Jason McCourty just started out.
Awful.
Trent Green.
Terrible.
So, yeah.
Look, the only change I'd like to make is I would move Collinsworth up to where Vilma is and move Vilma back to Herbie Land.
Okay.
I knew it was going to be trouble the minute Vilma came up and you were stuck 4 or 8.
Whoa.
So the blind rankings from bottom up, Charles Davis 10, Mark Schlereth 9, Tony Romo 8, Kirk Herbstreit 7, Chris Collinsworth 6, J.J. Watt 5, Jonathan Vilma 4, Tom Brady 3, Greg Olsen 2, and Troy Aikman 1.
No, but Stoney rigged the game. I miss Greg Olsen. He's very good at what he does, and unfortunately, he got screwed. Carry on.
Well, the Pistons have been enjoying some time off. They're back at it tomorrow at Little Caesars Arena against the Suns. J.B. Bickerstaff said today that Cade Cunningham is getting better, but how he feels tomorrow will determine if he plays. The latest injury report does not have him on it, though. Tobias Harris says he feels great after straining his hip. He, along with Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart, are all probable to play tomorrow. Beat writer Keith Langlois said it's still early to tell if Trajan Langdon will make a move before the deadline. Quote, a month or two ago, I'd leaned a little more heavily to the yes side of the question. Today, I might lean a little bit more to the no side, end quote. And will be announced every team's spring training start days. The Tigers will have pitchers and catchers report February 11th with their first full squad workout February 15th. Evan Petzold of the Free Press reported the Tigers offered Tarek Skubal $19.8 million before the arbitration deadline. When he declined, they filed at $19 million instead. The Red Sox have inked pitcher Ranger Suarez to a 5-year, $130 million deal today. Michigan running back Justice Hayes is officially signed with Georgia Tech. Offensive lineman Andrew Sprague has withdrawn from the transfer portal. He's coming back to Ann Arbor. Dante Moore is staying at Oregon as well. Michigan basketball back on the court tonight against Washington. That is a 10:30 tip-off time there. Wow, at the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in, Mike Stone. We've had a hell of a good time today. We have a couple of more people on the fan behavior question. Stoney has something. We also could talk Pistons trade, but I want to ask a question, and I fully admit I have no idea. And I've texted one person who I know who works in a front office. He hasn't gotten back with me yet. But what Jeremy Otto locally here in Detroit, I know statewide they don't hear his updates. Can anyone offer me, and I'm asking with absolute sincerity, can anyone offer me an explanation why the Tigers would offer Tarek Skubal $19.8 million before the arbitration deadline, and when he declines, file the arbitration, scraping $800,000 off the table and going at a flat 19? Why would you do that?
It makes no sense, especially.
And that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm not being accusing.
I know.
Maybe I'm not smart enough to understand it.
You figure you're going through all this and you say, wait a second. The largest one ever offered before in the similar situation was David Price.
That was what, inflation adjusted 19.75.
Right. Okay. No, but now there is inflation since that happened, over a decade ago, right? Yeah. So that would be worth, in today's money, probably 23, 24, maybe even more. So at least I know you bid low, you offer whatever, the whole thing.
If actually the Tigers made the highest offer.
Yeah, but
and Boris countered with the highest ask.
But historically, they usually side with the player. Historically.
Well, look, he's played
so
5 years.
Make it close.
And they're going to look at the special accomplishments. That's a part of the process. He has back-to-back Cy Youngs. He has to prove he's worth 25.5 to get his 32. But why would they go from the Evan Petzold piece? Again, right. Not the bad people at 97.1. From the Evan Petzold piece, why would you go from 19.8 to 19? Why would you do that?
Only if you're petty.
I'm asking. I don't know.
I don't.
But I'm hoping my buddy texts me back. Obviously, he's got important things to do too.
Look, they're getting trashed nationally too. So it's like you said. I mean, Josh Donaldson, who he's got his own issues, but called them a trash organization. You've seen Ken Rosenthal, you've seen Jeff Pat, you've seen all the baseball elite, Jim Bowden. Yeah,
it was something that struck me in his update. I did. I read the Petzold piece, and look, I think Evan does a nice job. I like that Evan has a more East Coast approach to it. I need someone to explain that because I don't have an answer. I don't. It's just incredible. All right, we can move on.
I have a small update for you, Michael. First, Jackson Dart was a part of the interview with John Harbaugh. And then this one as of, literally 3 minutes ago.
Hold on.
John Harbaugh still in the building.
Yes. That means dinner's ordered. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
You don't let him leave. Slash the tires to the Metro car. You don't let him leave. Listen, this is what Big G needs, okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm hoping Big G gets his guy.
Can't take anymore.
Even though I'm an Eagle fan. And it would
So
make
John
us
Harbaugh,
worse.
the Eagle, has not left the nest. All right.
Correct.
God, I hope they don't screw this up, those losers. Okay.
So we were talking about, because Mike mentioned, speaking of Big G, when Big G sent him to his room when he was 9
we're not
years
doing
old
this again.
during the Super Bowl. No, I just want to, and I mentioned some things that I went through in my life for bad losses and things like that. And you asked me, and I mentioned 1972 when the Flyers at a weekend needed 2 points to clinch the playoffs. And the playoffs was a big deal back then. Not every team made the playoffs. Well, we wouldn't know that here lately. Anyway, and they got 1 point on Saturday with a tie, and we're up 2-0 on Sunday's season finale, and it was 2-2, and there was about, 10 seconds left when Buffalo had the puck. So we found, Michael gave me
Stunning.
marching orders to find this video. And so we have the audio. Oh, I thought Ken.
No.
Oh.
No. You were not playing this audio on the air.
No, I did not put it in.
No.
Yet, but
okay.
I wasn't
I thought you had
expecting
it.
to, really.
Okay.
I just wanted to see if this was a real game.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it was the whole idea of young Stoney or young Mikey,
Yes.
and if you had a comparative. The other thing, these Pistons trades, it is fascinating. I heard the morning show having a debate about it, and I'm going, there's nothing to debate here. Oh, my God. Well, what if we had to? So one of the trades, this is from Sam Amaker. I know you were at the church of Amari Sankofa. The whole idea is Michael Porter Jr. Now, I'm not going to call Michael Porter Jr. a superstar. He's not. And he's on a bad team. But Michael Porter Jr. shoots 40% from three on 9 attempts a game. And he's 6'9", 6'10", and he's a scorer, man. He's averaging 25. He'd be a perfect Robin to Cade's Batman and stretch the floor, space it, and be a real compliment. The trade was simple. It was Tobias Harris, who cares? Jaden Ivey, another who cares for me. A first-round pick in 2028 and a second-round pick in 2027. That's just a no-brainer. I do the deal all day.
Absolutely.
But Stoney piqued my interest with a different trade.
Yeah, there has been
The Lauri Markkanen saga is stretched 2 years.
Correct.
Lauri Markkanen is shooting 37% from deep on 8 attempts. He is 7-1. He is the ultimate stretch 4. He's averaging 27 and 8, and you would have him for 4 years. Now, the ask is a little more, but I want to caution you. Your draft picks don't matter anymore. You're good.
Right.
So who cares that you can't take somebody at pick 26 from Barcelona? Not me.
Yeah, and so you'd have to give up, according to Amari Sankofa, his trade suggestion would be Tobias, Jaden Ivey, a 26 first, a 28 first, both of them unprotected, a 2030 first, protected 1 through 4.
Fine.
And you're not going to be in that position.
It doesn't matter. I would do it all day.
2 second-round picks. Absolutely.
And again, even if one of these trades featured an Asur Thompson or a Ron Holland, I'm not saying it wouldn't hurt. But the idea is the Pistons are tops in the East. They have every right to think they can win the East. And this becomes loading the war chest to, wait for it, try to win an NBA championship.
Yeah, or at least get to the finals.
And again, you have to ask yourself, and right now you're nowhere close contractually with Duren. Everything you hear is they're not close.
No, I know.
They want to get something done, but they're not close. A big 3 in the future of Cade, Lauri Markkanen, Jalen Duren as the core of this team. Cade and 2 7-footers. And even the offset for Markkanen's defensive shortcomings is Duren at the rim or Isaiah Stewart as the backup center rim protector. Think about fourth quarter of playoff games, guys. The pick and roll is the currency. And you would have Lauri Markkanen, Cade every time down the floor. Pick and roll, pick and pop. The idea of having
and
these,
you have Duren there for option number 3.
Right. And it's just this idea of, look, you got to have a second star. Ron Holland, maybe down the line. He's years away. Asur, I don't see what you people see. I see a more athletic Bruce Bowen. He's an elite perimeter defender.
Yes.
There's no offense there. None. And I don't have time to wait. The East is bad. You're good.
Right.
Let's own it.
The difference is that people like us believe that you can get to the NBA Finals now. Unfortunately, we don't know, but a lot of the people in the higher ups of the Pistons might believe they can get there in a couple years, so that's what they're waiting for.
Great.
I think time is now.
It absolutely is now. The East is in a gap year. I think the East has potential to look vastly different. Everyone's like, well, Halliburton will be back next year. What's he going to look like? You know, is Joel Embiid still going to be in Philly, or are they in a transitionary guard-heavy mode? Okay, Giannis won't be in Milwaukee. I think we know that. The Heat, they're a non-factor. You look at the Celtics, Jason Tatum. Show me what you look like after an Achilles tear. And you just start checking boxes and go, okay, we know what the Knicks are.
Yeah.
We know what we are.
And Brunson's going to keep getting older. I mean, he's not going to be able to do this.
If you have an opportunity to add a star, it's important because ultimately the task is going to be beat the Spurs, Thunder, or Rockets. Those are probably the three in the West.
And the Nuggets probably.
Sure. The point is, those are the teams you have to beat.
Mm-hmm.
There is no scenario as currently constituted you're doing that.
Right.
So unless someone on your roster is going to blossom into that in short order, which I don't see,
no,
these moves are very low cost when you think about what it can do for you.
Right. Now, we don't know the players' individual personalities, if they're bad people, anything like that. You know,
yeah, Laurie Markin.
I know. Well, come on, those Finns.
What do you want me to say?
I know.
I mean, Mike. Well, what do we have?
John Harbaugh has left the building. According to Diana Rossini, he will fly out of Teterboro Airport very soon back to his home. He is scheduled to meet with the Titans tomorrow and have an in-person interview at his residence.
Oh, so what's more impressive, getting a plane sent to take you somewhere or the team coming to your house? There's Tennessee.
You can kick him out real quickly if the thing in the interview doesn't go well, right?
We're not getting him.
Yeah.
We're not getting him.
There's still time.
We're not getting him. What could he have asked for in that meeting that you couldn't have said, you're not going to Tennessee? You want 20? I'll make it 21.
I think,
you want to fire the GM? We'll kill Joe Shane live. Like, whatever. I mean, I'm just
right.
I'm saying there's nothing he could have asked for that you don't say yes.
Well, here's the thing. And they might have said yes, just hear me out, to him saying, well, let me look at other things.
No.
Respect me enough to have the interview tomorrow.
You don't need to go to that hillbilly ass town in Nashville.
See,
I can do my due diligence.
See, but you're not in a position to say you take it or leave it, though. See, John Harbaugh's a smart dude. He wants to see what else is out there. He wants to interview with a lot of teams. I don't blame him. But I don't blame you and Big G for being crushed right now.
Because we don't have leadership. We don't have closers. I feel it's like Glengarry Glen Ross, and the Giants are Jack Lemmon at the coffee pot. Put that coffee down. They're just losers. You got the guy in your damn building. Close the deal. What the hell could he have asked for? You had your quarterback there. What is it? John, you want Joe Shane fired? Hey, look out the window, John. You see that? Oh, look, it's Joe Shane naked, walking out by security. Gone. What could he have asked for? That you would have said no?
Nothing. I think he probably just
I would have given him a stake in the franchise.
Look, whatever. He probably wants to just hear from other people.
Why do you got to talk to those hillbillies?
Because he's going to talk to other people besides those hillbillies after Tennessee.
We're going to lose him.
He's going to get on that flight to Arizona next.
We're going to lose him. I feel it right now, David. David, you'll have to deal with Big G. I can't do it. All right, let's just move on. Thank you for that update. Unbelievable. We'll get to your phone calls next. And does anyone not want to do these Pistons trades? Can anyone call up and form a sentence of a reason why you wouldn't do it?
No, because it makes so much sense.
That Jeremy Otto report. Oh, no, I don't think they're going to do anything. What the hell are we doing here?
Right.
All right, good talk. Oh, my God. They're going to lose him, David. 97-1. David, I'm going to tell you right now, we have conflicting reports. I have been sent a missive from the king of the boarding schools of Connecticut, William Birchfield, telling me the Giants have got Jim Harbaugh. What is going on here?
Well, they can't have Jim Harbaugh because John Harbaugh. Well, Diana Rossini says that he's leaving on a plane right now.
Call Birchie. His phone's not working. Idiot texted me, and then his phone sounds like it got thrown into an ocean.
He must be part of that outage.
Okay, let's move on. All right, let's go to the people. I'm sorry. This is stressful. My dad hangs in the balance on this. Let's go to Dean, 97.1. Dean, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, first of all, you guys, I'm on my way home here in Woodward and Brimfield to Florida. It is bad out there. So you guys, be careful.
See, it's roads really, really bad, Dean?
Very bad. We're going 20 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. Okay, noted. Fantastic. So I'm going to lose John Harbaugh, and it's going to take me 7 hours to get home. Great. Thanks, Dean.
All right. This is 1976, the Summer Olympics, the U.S. playing the Soviet Union in basketball. And I was 15 years old. My dad and I were watching this. We were living in Germany at the time. We were watching on German TV. And you know how we got robbed in that game, right?
Yeah. That was not 76. That was 72.
72 in Munich?
Yes.
I was thinking 76.
76 was Montreal.
Listen, fellas, potato it was 50 years ago. Keep rolling.
And I went ballistic. And my dad banned me. I didn't say any F words and all that, otherwise I wouldn't be alive today to talk about it. But he banned me from watching any Olympic Games for 2 days. I had listening to it on radio and outdoors, network radio, listening to Olympic Games. That was this terrible experience.
Your phone sounds as good as the roads.
Here, I'm going to do you a service. Dean, 2 hands on a wheel, brother. Don't worry about it. Your phone is crashing. I don't want your car to be next. You just drive. What is he referring to?
Where the United States played Russia for the gold medal basketball game. They'd never lost an Olympic basketball game.
Didn't they toy with the clock?
Doug Collins makes foul shots. They put in the lead. You thought the game ended, but they went back twice to give them another opportunity with the clock, whatever. It was all BS. Alexander Belov of Russia scores the basket over Tom McMillan, and we lose.
I tell you, there were 2 of those for MSU hoops. Can you name the 2?
Well, there was the Kenny Anderson.
Kenny Anderson's foot was on the line.
Yes.
And
I was pissed. I remember
ridiculous.
I remember where I was watching that in my parents' place in Boca.
Do you remember the other one? And I believe it featured Scott Skiles.
Yeah, that's the one, the clock in the Kansas game. I was up here for a job interview for Channel 4.
They just straight up stopped the clock for about 2 minutes. Yes. Nobody noticed.
And Larry Brown says, all the MSU fans are upset, but remember, I got a technical foul. It ended up helping Michigan State more than it helped us.
Oh, okay. Up next, Stoney's interview with Joe Glass. We go to Gio, 97.1. Gio, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thanks, Bill.
I called last week about this Lauri Markkanen versus Michael Porter. And I said Michael Porter is not the same player. No. I watched every playoff game when he played with Denver. He disappears. He's not going to get respect in the playoffs like a Lauri Markkanen will. Markkanen has been having a great season. I've been watching the Utah Jazz, even though I'm not a Utah Jazz fan. No. But I've been scouting him, and this guy, he's the real deal. I think that he could help the Pistons go over the top, not have to give up a crazy amount, but yeah.
You know what's crazy is, and Gio, I'm glad you said it, they're not the same player.
Nope.
You know, Markkanen is let's call him 7 feet even. I think he's a shade taller. He's averaging 28 and 7. He shoots 37% on 8 attempts a night from deep. That is the definition of a stretch 4 and something you simply don't have. And look, you know, Duren is Duren. All right, he's going to clean the glass. He's going to block shots. He's a rim runner, but he is not an offensive weapon. You have Azur Thompson. Anything outside of 6 feet, that doesn't work. Beef stew, you know, again, my whole deal is you need Cade to have a partner for the fourth quarter of playoff games to close games out. You can't, nobody can do it alone in today's game. Nobody. If you can get Markkanen, you go get him.
I mean, the only knock on him is he's
defense.
A little soft.
Okay, but look what he did this summer. If you were watching in the European games, he dominated, and I think he's turned the corner where now he's on a bad team. I'm watching every game. He's getting calls. I got NBA League Pass. He's getting calls because he's averaging almost 30 points a game.
I know.
Michael Porter Jr., I'm sorry. He's averaging 24 points on a bad team also, but he's not going to get you respect in the playoffs. You need that second guy, that Batman,
no doubt,
to get you respect. You're not going to get any calls. You're not going to beat New York. Everyone thinks we're going to beat New York this year because New York got better. Their bench got better. And you're not going to beat New York. They have 2 All-Stars. You have 1. I'm sorry. If somebody gets injured, you might get lucky. But you're not. I called the 10 o'clock show Wednesday. They hung up on me when I was talking about this.
Well, that's because a lot of people in our building, you're not allowed to criticize the teams. But you have a home here between 2 and 6, Gio. You just come home to us.
But Gio, but you will admit, and Michael Porter Jr., it's not a.
He helps, but I'm with Gio that Markkanen's a true difference maker.
Yes.
That is a different level of player, and I think, Gio, you would agree with this. You would have him for 4 years.
Right, but if Ainge tries to, hold the Pistons hostage, they don't make the trade, and they get Porter, the Pistons are better with Michael Porter Jr. than without him.
Yes.
Will you agree to that, Gio?
But what's the term on the contract, though?
He's got a year and a half.
Yeah.
So you'd have the rest of this year plus 1.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Then if that's the worst case scenario, I agree. Bring him in. But unfortunately, I don't think like Duren's not going to get respect yet. Duren, they hammer him.
The other thing too is, look, from all the tea leaves, you're not close to extending him where like you want to, but the two sides are not close. And
he's dreaming if he thinks he's going to get a max contract.
Well, I'll tell you this. That would be a play. See, this is where I don't want to. Gio, here's what I want to do. I'm going to say this, and I don't want you to hang up on me, okay? But if there's a struggle here with Duren, that's where a player like Jaren Jackson comes into play. Meaning, I'll tell you what. You want a max deal? Great. You can go get it in Memphis. I'm going to trade him there, and I'm going to go get Triple J. And I'll park him in the middle of my team.
110th. Here's the problem, though. They're going to want to offload when they finally decide to dump Morant. They're going to offload all their contracts. They're looking for expiring contracts
and picks.
Like Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
They're looking for rookie contracts like we got with Collins and
but maybe you sweeten it. Maybe you sweeten it with a Ron Holland. Maybe you sweeten it with draft picks. I don't know. Look, the Pistons are in a great spot, Gio. I think the three of us together right here all agree. It's unacceptable to do nothing. It's totally unacceptable.
110%. They need to do something or else this year is their best opportunity because next year you're going to have Halliburton back and you're going to have Tatum back. Come on.
You get a chance to go to the NBA Finals, you do it. And Gio, don't ever get hung up on again. You just call between 2 and 6. We got you. You got it, buddy. It's okay. I'm just telling you. Other people get so bent out of shape when people hammer the teams. Why?
I have no idea.
Who cares?
When they deserve to be hammered, you should hammer them.
Like these teams are your friend. The hell out of here. David? Birchie has not returned the missive. I'm worried Birchie got in an accident.
Oh, please, no.
He texted me something saying John Harbaugh's a giant. I'm like, wait a second. You can't just text me that.
Yeah, I have not seen that at all. Diana Rossini continues to tweet, though. And she did say that he will fly out. And then she says, keep in mind, all Harbaugh has to do is call his agent and say he wants to move forward with the Giants. And he will never interview with anybody else. So we'll see.
He's going to meet with Arthur Blank, too, I'm sure.
You know what? You shut your mouth. How dare you? Just get it done. FanDuel, playoff mode. All customers get a Profit Boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round. You're going to have boosts all over the place. Like, for instance, I think the Bears' luck runs out this week. I think the Rams bounce back. I think they play well. I can't take any more to Bears miracle stuff. Especially because I had Packers -2. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. Grab your Profit Boost pack every NFL game day. Hell, back Ginger Jesus this weekend. Sam Darnold's 10-3 is favored by 6 or more.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just need Rico miserable. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's
What do you
do
got?
that. Let's chew it and do it. Here's
Okay,
what I
hold
want to
on.
do with the both of you guys. I want you guys
That's Mike
to
Stone.
rank the head coach openings here. So I'm going to throw out a team, and you tell me where you will put them. There are 9 openings.
All right.
All right. So let's start with the Miami Dolphins.
You can go first.
Not big on Stephen Ross as an owner. I think there's some institutional failures there that he has to own. The new GM, I don't know a lot about, and you're stuck with Tua. It is a zero tax state. You'll always get free agents because it's Miami. I'd say middle of the pack. Can I say somewhere in that 5 range? It's not 9, it's not 1. Or are you going to do what
say
Stoney
that.
did to me in the previous
No,
blitz?
we
and
can
trap me?
adjust. We can adjust as we continue.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to say 7. I
Okay.
still think Miami is pretty cool, depending on who that person is. That person might not like cool. He might want to be just football, football, football.
I'll say 6. Go ahead.
You like 6. Okay. Arizona Cardinals.
9. Absolute dumpster fire. The Bidwells are a loser family, loser owners, loser front office, wholly unserious place.
The stadium's in the middle of frickin' nowhere.
Glendale. By the way, the Glendale Cardinals have a lower winning percentage than the St. Louis Cardinals. That's not a compliment.
No, although they did make a Super Bowl.
You got to have the Kyler Murray conversation. You don't have fan bases invade your place. It'd be number 9 for me.
They got a lot of good defensive parts, though, on their team. But
You can have it. Oh, and Marvin Harrison sucks. I'll say 9.
I'm going to say 8.
All right. 8. Let's go to the next team here. The Atlanta Falcons.
This is a top 3 for me.
Yeah.
I think Arthur Blank wants it bad. They've been to a Super Bowl.
I think he's one of your 20%.
Yeah, he's dying to get it done, and Lord knows he's closer to the end than the beginning.
Which is probably why he's dying to get it done.
But you've got all the weapons you need. You got to stabilize the QB spot, but you're playing a fast track indoors in the football equivalent of the AL Central, the NFC South. I think it's a top 3 job in the cycle.
I'm going to give it a 2.
I'll say 3 or 4. It's right on that line of top 3, 3 or 4.
You said, what did you say?
2.
He said 2.
You said 2.
I mean, they got Kyle Pitts is finally developing. They got Bijan. Their
Xavier
defense
Watts
is really doing good. I mean, they have to figure out what they're going to do with at quarterback, though. That's the big thing.
Vegas Raiders.
Raiders to me is 9. I can't work for anybody with that hair.
Tough. It's going to be 8. I already had the Cardinals at 9, but the Vegas thing, you don't have a fan base. It's a major problem to have a football team in that town.
I'd feel a lot better if Brady was just doing that than doing Fox as well, but they're awful.
It's
They're
not.
awful.
It's not a real franchise. It just feels like a different version of the New Orleans Pelicans. I'll say 8.
Tennessee Titans.
This all comes down to, do you like Cam Ward, and what do you think of Borgonzi, the GM there, who was kind of schooled at the right hand of Andy Reid? If you trust the GM and you are a Cam Ward truther, that's a top 3-4 job. And it's lower expectations, easier way of life. I believe is Tennessee a zero tax state
yes,
now?
I was going to go there.
There you go.
That's why I was going to put it at 5.
I'll go 4
because the pressure is not there.
But Nashville's a dump. I don't like the town. I don't like country music.
I think
they are getting a new stadium.
I think UT is more important to them than the Titans.
Very
so there's
true.
less pressure.
Yeah,
5.
Let's go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
7. I just don't think it's a serious modern franchise. I think they're happy being good. You're about to embark on a brutal rebuild. Will they let you rebuild? Example, the first thing I do in the coaching interview, I need you to trade TJ Watt. We have to get first-round picks. We have to get a quarterback, or we are destined to be eating those dry, overrated Permane Brothers sandwiches for the rest of our lives.
Oh, let me tell you something. You put fries on a sandwich, that moves you up a little bit.
7.
Not those sandwiches.
Plus, they talk weird. Too close to West Virginia.
Yeah,
7.
The Yinzers. I'm giving him a 6 because I'm maybe so old school. I love the tradition of that team.
I love all that. The problem is still, are they going to let you do what you need to do?
I think they will. I think the Rooneys are good owners.
Cleveland Browns.
Wow.
I love the defense, and I love some of their young. They had arguably the best draft of anybody last year.
Yes, they did.
Schwezinger is a stud. Quinshon Junkins, RIP. I know his legs got to get reattached, but stud. The defense is unbelievable. You're getting the modern Reggie White. You got him signed. Man alive, if you could just make the playoffs as their coach, you're a hero.
The quarterback situation is so
I'll go
lame.
6 or 7 there. It's lower third. They are going to.
Then what are you moving? Because you have the Dolphins at 6, Steelers at 7.
Move the Dolphins to 5. Put the Steelers at 6, the Browns at 7.
I got to switch. I got to flip-flop the because 4 is available. So
You have 4, 3, and 1 available. You can make some adjustments.
I'm going to go Browns at 4.
Let's go Ravens.
1 or 2.
I didn't mean let's go Ravens, but
No.
let's move
I
to the
hear you.
Ravens.
Kenny, if you could throw that in the sandbox for next football season, I'd appreciate that.
I love their owner.
Great tan.
He's loyal.
Fabulous.
He's a good dude from what everybody who I know knows him.
Kenny.
It's a proud ass franchise. So
You got to love Lamar.
And exactly. And I think Lamar, under the right circumstances, it will be even better than he has.
So he went number 2, Mike, for the Ravens?
You kind of have to.
Okay.
For me personally, no, I wouldn't take the job because I think Lamar is is a coach killer.
I'm putting the Ravens at 1.
Fine.
Ravens at 1, so then the Giants are remaining.
It's a Tiffany job.
Yep.
This is a legacy franchise at 1925 Giants Drive. 4-time Super Bowl champions. Now, I know we've fallen on some hard times, all right? We've turned into Ashy Larry. It's not been great, all right? But bottom line, there's a way back. You get Jackson Dart on a rookie scale. You've got great pass rushers with Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon. We just need adults in the room. We need John Harbaugh.
It's the worst stadium in the league.
It is a dump, but it is next to the biggest mall in America, American Dream.
I understand, and all your points are correct. However, there's something I can't. I have them at 3 because
I'll take that.
The Philly anti-Giants thing sometimes it's not like anti-Cowboys, but I just can't. I can't live in a world where the Giants is number 1 in anything.
I'm not mad at you in the least.
That's fair. So
And
Mike,
he can't say it enough. The stadium, complete. That was the biggest waste of $1 billion ever.
Because Giants Stadium was nice.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was the Silverdome without a roof.
It's a great place.
So, Mike, you have the Giants, Ravens, Falcons, Titans, Dolphins, Steelers, Browns, Raiders, and the Cardinals are the worst.
Dead last.
Yeah.
Stoney, you have
Dead
the
giveaway.
Ravens as the best. Falcons, Giants, Browns, Titans, Steelers, Dolphins, Cardinals, and the Raiders.
You got a
are the
major
worst.
disagreement you'd like to air?
I do not. The Raiders and Cardinals, they can flip-flop in my mind. That's where you guys have them there. Ravens at 1. I think I would go with him with the Ravens at 1. Because
issue.
Bisciotti has already said because of his age, he's going for it. So,
And he's not even that old.
but he said he's going to sell the team. So
that's
he's
right.
not giving it to his family.
Right, he said he's
and
not gonna
because
be-
he's going to have it for 10 years, he wants to go all in now.
Right, he's not going to be like Jerry Jones, he said.
That is in football today.
All right, we'll get a few of the ticket texts. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? The Pistons trade stuff, super interesting to me. Stoney as well. They're no-brainers if those are real deals. They just are. And it comes down to, is any team in this town going to get serious about doing anything other than reaching in your pocket for your money? Are they going to deliver on what they owe you, which is championships? That's the only thing this is about. I don't care about the real estate. I don't care about their valuations. I don't care what tax breaks they get.
I understand. It is all about championships, but it's not all about reaching into getting our money. Come on.
Stoney, if you know.
We have a choice.
Okay, the point is, but if you're happy being good and you know that the average American IQ is 90, yeah, you meet in the middle and you hand out some thunder sticks and a bobblehead and people think they're getting a fair shake. They're not. You've gone 2 decades without winning a playoff series if you're the Pistons.
I understand that, but some people still get their money's worth when they go to games for whatever reason.
You know what? I wish I could live that way. I wish it were that simple for me, but it's not.
Look, I tend to agree with you. I don't go to as many games. I don't pay for as many games as I used to. That's for damn sure. I used to have season tickets to both the Red Wings and the Lions. And I gave up the Red Wings because it just wasn't conducive to me anymore.
You are a big shot at the big house.
Big shot, big house. Big shot at
Heard you were in Larry Ellison's booth.
Yeah, sure.
Stoney was at the Oracle Suite.
No. I'll know a booster or two, but I'm far from a big shot.
Okay. All right. Would that booster be TB12?
No.
All right.
I wish it was.
Ticket text, please.
Pistons are a fat wallet full of 20s, 10s, and 5. We have the depth, but when we draft next year, we run out of room. So it's time to take those bills/players and convert it into 50s and 100s. You need a 6-man and 2 more role players.
You don't need another 6-man. You don't need any more role players. You need a starter who's really good.
You got to have somebody who fits with Cade in what is just about to be the prime of his career, and you're going to make a couple honest runs at this deal. Lauri Markkanen fits the bill, and I'm not going to be mad about Michael Porter Jr. No. He's nowhere near the player Markkanen is, but I take him.
There's other players out there too. I mean, Trey Murphy I'd love, but I don't think New Orleans is going to give him up. But whatever.
You got to figure out that Pelicans are a shipwreck.
Mike, the Pistons play 3-on-5 offensively. Duran, Holland, and Thompson are never going to be offensive threats.
Thank you.
They have to make a move to get someone else.
Thank you very much. And anyone who's over 6'8", who shoots anything over 37, 38%, on anything over 7 or 8 attempts a game, they're on my list. Guess who fits that build? Both Markkanen and Michael Porter Jr.
The Pistons trade scenarios sound really good. Unfortunately, I think Trajan is sipping hot cocoa at the Coney Island with the other GM.
And that's my problem.
I'm going to give him another year.
Okay, you do that.
Well, I mean, we'll see
if
what
he
happens.
doesn't do something at this deadline, Mike, I would at least need to hear that they
tried,
offered X, and Team Y shot it down for player Z. And if you don't give me that, then man, to hell with it.
Yeah, see, I'm not giving him an entire year, Stoney. I'm giving him July. The off season is what I'm doing, because while I want to move at the deadline, if he doesn't do it, I'll be upset. But I'm still July, because that's when you would have had a run in the playoffs. You kind of know. And if you go July off season and you're like, no, we're good, then that's a problem for me.
That's right. It's also a problem we let John Harbaugh out of the building.
There's still a chance.
David, when you have a chance to close, you close. That's it.
So then the Lions screwed up by not getting McDaniel done already?
No, because he has head coaching jobs. It's
Just
not
wanna
the
make
same
sure.
thing.
I know.
You're being provocative. Not the same thing.
Oh. So now you love Harbaugh, huh? John, please coach me.
You do realize.
They're different people?
No. You realize I wanted Jim. Even though he's a cheating psychopath, I wanted him to coach the Giants, and you know this.
Well, but you want John more, right?
Yes.
Always have.
We'll hire Jack. And he's old. I don't care.
How about their distant cousin, Fred Harbaugh?
Done.
Yeah.
I don't care. No, Bob, it's when you have a chance to close, you close. You have to get them when they're in the building.
Okay.
What could John Harbaugh have asked for
No,
that you
I
wouldn't
get that
give?
though, but he's got like 9 teams.
Right, they're not the New York Football Giants.
Like I said, there's probably 3 better jobs.
No, who? Why would you hurt me? Why would you hurt my father?
Baltimore.
That's where he left. That does not count.
Oh, okay, right. You're right.
Do you think Pittsburgh's a better job? I don't.
No.
Better job.
Atlanta, maybe.
Atlanta might be.
But they don't have a quarterback.
Arizona with your tiny little quarterback, you love him, right?
Okay, I like Kyler. The Bidwells are horrific. That's
Yes,
a
they
terrible
are.
franchise.
No, it is. The Giants are certainly one of the top 2 or 3 openings.
Yeah, just get him.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry.
Good luck with it. No, believe me, I feel for you. And
My
Big
dad's
G.
asking me every 7 minutes, you got anything on Harbaugh?
Does he call while you're on there?
Yeah.
Like
Generally-
actual rings, not just text.
My phone's always on silent.
Yeah.
But he'll call me it was hilarious. He did it 3 or 4 times during the Sunday night show. And I'd be like, Dad, what have I been doing the last, at the time, 11 weeks, 13 weeks?
Could he answer that question?
Damn, I forgot again. I wanted to talk about the Giants game. Dad, you're killing me.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's great that he's still involved,
Woj,
passionate.
Who do you want, Michael Porter Jr. or Laurie Markkinen?
Lori is, no, I'll take Porter. No, I'll take, what's his nuts?
Trey Murphy?
Yeah, Trey Murphy. That's who I want.
Why do you like Murphy over those two?
Shooting.
Okay, but Markkinen's 37% on 8 attempts, and he's 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
And then Porter Jr., 40% on 9 attempts.
Who would cost the most in return?
Probably.
I think Murphy and Markkinen, it's
Yes.
going to be very similar.
And then Porter's
like Lethal Weapon 3.
Okay. Is Porter worth the quote-unquote one big move if you think this is the one big move?
You know what? I wouldn't even qualify it as a big move.
Okay.
He's
well
only
then-
here for a year and a half.
Okay.
I love it.
But it's bigger. It's better than a margin acquisition.
Yes. The big move would be a Markkinen or
Right.
like if Wojo likes Trey Murphy.
Yes.
The third, by the way.
To me, it's if you pair Cade and a Markkinen, 4th quarter of playoff games, every time down the floor, screen and roll, screen and roll, screen and pop. Like you're able to ride that to close games out in a way you don't have right.
No doubt. And that was the flaw that the Knicks ultimately exposed, like down the stretch, 4th quarter. I mean, poor Cade Cunningham. Didn't he have like 8 turnovers in the 4th quarter?
Can't
Not
do it
that
by
many.
hymself. And you can't have guys
No,
like
you
Malik
can't.
Beasley trying to save your season.
No.
Yeah. Well, he's done
Or
right.
manage your money.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll move on.
But we're a little bit of ways from that. I will say this. I think we're learning
You're
that
3 weeks away.
I know, but I think we're learning that Jaden Ivey is not the answer.
Yes.
And if he is, maybe it's
Let me show
further
you
down
my
the line.
surprise face.
Well, no, but that was the whole idea this year was wait to see if he could be
Yeah,
the
well,
guy.
now you waited and he's spare parts.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So
Just make a deal.
Please. I would make a deal. Doesn't
Can
have
you
to
do me a
be
favor?
the one big move.
You got John Harbaugh's phone number?
What? Yeah, of course.
Call him.
Yeah.
Call him up for me.
I'm a made member of the Harbaugh family. You know that.
I know. I know how this rolls. Jack, you need another freshener?
Jack, I'll mow the backyard.
I'm sorry. By the way, Stoney told me he sat on Ward's lap at a Michigan game this year.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Did you do bouncy?
In the end zone? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's coming up?
What, Wojo? bouncy? No, when you have like a baby on your lap, you go bouncy.
Yes.
No, what is wrong with you people?
Let's carry on.
Well,
Yes.
just looking for the 2 Coke cans.
Oh, boy. Okay. I'm leaving.
Oh my Lord.
What is happening?
Have you noticed ever since Rieger started that live read, he takes more days off? What does that mean?
Don't look at me. What's coming up next?
I'm going to put to bed once and for all, and I hope you guys abide by this. I'm going to put to bed the Scooble discussion. It's over. There is no discussion. It's over. I don't know why we keep debating now. The arbitration, they offered 19.8, but it was 19.0, and then it's over. He's not staying here. Boris is trying to make the Tigers look as bad as he can.
We know that.
So that Scooble doesn't take the hit. All of this is just fake. It's not happening. Why do we keep debating it?
Because I think there's a question of why the hell are the Tigers as an organization allowing it? Just trade him.
Because
be done with it.
Well, no, because they're not. They don't think they'll get enough. When in fact, they think they could be a contender.
But there's
this
your
year.
problem. See, the whole they can't get enough. You file it under every piece of reporting about Scott Harris has been. He's impossible to deal with.
Okay, well, whatever.
No, it's not a whatever.
But you don't want prospects either. You need frontline major leaguers. You haven't had prospects.
I disagree again, and I'll tell you why. We can put this to bed, but I'm interested.
Do you
in
agree with me though that it's over?
Yes,
it's all posturing now.
And he's going to lose the arbitration. The Tigers are going to lose.
But in my defense, the 19.8 to 19 was just a question. Like, why would you do that? I don't, and I wasn't yelling.
Maybe they're playing the petty game too.
Well, then.
Which is dumb. I agree.
The point I'm making is you can war chest prospects, but it's incumbent upon, and I think it's a test of your aptitude as an executive. I wanted a trade all off season, Bob, of prospects. Why? Because free agent pricing is so crazy. Weaponize some of your war chest.
No, I agree with that.
And let's get better.
I've wanted that all along, but it's now obvious that
I'm going to be listening.
Yes, both sides are digging in to try to win the posturing game.
Which is so pathetic.
It's so dumb, and it's why baseball's dumb.
I agree.
Because they're trying to get it done ahead of the strike or whatever, lockout.
Call
it's all dumb.
Call John.
John Harbaugh?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you his number?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you his number, but one number is going to be
It's going to be off. All right, we got to go. 97.1.
Woo!